Section 16 of Unraveled Knots by Baroness Orczy. This librivox recording is in the public domain. The Mystery of Brudenell Court, continued. Chapter 4. "It is not often," the man in the corner resumed after a while, "that so serious a charge is preferred against a gentleman of Mr. Morley Thrall's social position, and I am afraid that the best of us are snobbish enough to be more interested in a gentleman criminal than in an ordinary Bill Sikes. I happened to be present at that magisterial inquiry when Mr. Morley Thrall, J.P., was brought in between two warders, looking quite calm and self-possessed. Every one of us there noticed that when first he came in, and in fact throughout the trying inquiry, his eyes sought to meet those of Miss Glenluce, who sat at the solicitor's table, but whenever she chanced to look his way, she quickly averted her gaze again, and turned her head away with a contemptuous shrug. Gerald Glenluce, on the other hand, made pathetic efforts at showing sympathy with the accused, but he was of such unprepossessing appearance, and was so shy and awkward, that it was small wonder Morley Thrall took little if any notice of him. Very soon we got going. I must tell you first of all that the whole point of the evidence rested upon a question of time. If the accused took the revolver out of the desk in the smoking room, when did he do it? The footman, Campbell, reiterated the statement that he made at the inquest. He was, of course, pressed to say definitely whether after the quarrel between Mr. Morley Thrall and the Colonel, which he had witnessed, and before everyone went into dinner, Mr. Thrall might have gone back to the smoking room and extracted the revolver from the drawer of the desk. But Campbell said positively that he did not think this was possible. He himself, after he had tidied the smoking room, had been in and out of the hall preparing to serve dinner. The door of the smoking room gave on the hall, between the dining room and the passage leading to the kitchens. If anyone had gone in or out of the smoking room at that time, Campbell must have seen them. At this point, Miss Glenluce was seen to lean forward and to say something in a whisper to the clerk of the justices, who in his turn whispered to the chairman on the bench, and a moment or two later that gentleman asked the witness, "Are you absolutely prepared to swear that no one went in or out of the smoking room when you were making ready to serve dinner?" Then, as the young man seemed to hesitate, the magistrate added more emphatically, "Think now, while you were busy with your usual avocations, there would have been nothing extraordinary in one of the gentlemen going in or out of the smoking room at that hour. Do you really believe, and you are prepared to swear, that such a very ordinary incident would have impressed itself indelibly upon your mind?" Thus pressed and admonished, Campbell retrenched himself with a vague, "No, sir, I shouldn't like to swear one way or the other," whereat Miss Monica threw a defiant look at the accused, who, however, did not so much as wink an eyelid in response. Presently, when that lady herself was called, no one could fail to notice that she, like the coroner's jury the previous day, had absolutely made up her mind that Morley Thrall was guilty, otherwise her attitude of open hostility toward him would have been quite inexplicable. She dwelt at full length on the fact that Mr. Thrall had paid her marked attention for months, and that he had asked her to marry him. She had given him her consent, and between them they had decided to keep their engagement a secret, until after she, Monica, had attained her 21st birthday, when she would be free to marry whom she chose. "Unfortunately," the witness went on, suddenly assuming a dry, pursed-up manner, "Colonel Forbourg got wind of this. He was always very much set against my marrying at all, and between tea and dinner on Christmas Eve, he and I had some very sharp words together on the subject, at the end of which my stepfather said very determinedly, 'Christmas or no Christmas, the fellow shall leave my house by the first available train tomorrow, and tonight I am going to give him a piece of my mind.'" Just for a moment after Miss Glenluce had finished speaking, the accused seemed to depart from his attitude of dignity and reserve, and an indignant "Oh!" quickly repressed, escaped his lips. The public by this time was dead against him. They are just like sheep, as you know, and the verdict of the coroner's jury had prejudiced them from the start, and the police, aided by Miss Glenluce, had certainly built up a formidable case against the unfortunate man. Everyone felt that the motive for the crime was fully established already. Remount Forbourg had had a violent quarrel with Morley Thrall, then had turned him out of the house, and the latter, furious at being separated from the girl he loved, had killed the man who stood in his way. I should be talking until tomorrow morning were I to give you in detail all the evidence that was adduced in support of the prosecution. The accused listened to it all with perfect calm. He stood with arms folded, his eyes fixed on nothing. The O of indignation did not again cross his lips, nor did he look once at Miss Monica Glenluce. I can assure you that at one moment that day things were looking very black against him. Fortunately for him, however, he had a very clever lawyer to defend him in the person of his distinguished cousin, Sir Evelyn Thrall. The latter, by amazingly clever cross-examination of the servants and guests at Brudenell Court, had succeeded in establishing the fact that at no time from the moment that the burglary alarm was given until after the 2 revolver shots had been heard was the accused completely out of sight of someone or other of the witnesses. He was the last to leave the dining room. Mrs. Rawstone and her daughter testified to that. He had stayed behind one moment after the other 3 gentlemen had gone out in order to say a few words to Monica Glenluce. Miss Rawstone was standing inside the dining room door, and she was quite positive that Mr. Thrall went straight out into the garden. On the other hand, Major Rawstone saw him in the forecourt coming away from the 5-acre meadow only a very few moments after the shots were fired, and gave it absolutely as his opinion that it would have been impossible for the accused to have fired those shots. This is where the question of time came in. When a man who bears a spotless reputation, Major Rawstone argued, finds that he has killed a fellow creature, he would necessarily pause a moment, horror-struck with what he has done. Whether the deed was premeditated or involuntary, he would at least try and ascertain if life was really extinct. It is inconceivable that any man, save an habitual and therefore callous criminal, would just throw down his weapon and with absolute calm, hands in pocket, and without a tremor in his voice, make a casual remark to a friend. Now I saw Mr. Morley Thrall perhaps 2 minutes after the shots were fired. In that time he could not have walked from the center of the field to the forecourt where I was standing, and he had not been running, as his voice was absolutely clear, and he came walking towards me with his hands in his pockets. As was only to be expected, Sir Evelyn Thrall made the most of Major Rawstone's evidence, and I may say that it was chiefly on the strength of it that the charge of murder against the accused was withdrawn, even though the clerk to the magistrates, perpetually egged on by Miss Glenluce, did his best to upset Major Rawstone. When the lady found that this could not be done, she tried to switch back to the idea that accused had abstracted the revolver out of the smoking room before dinner and immediately after his quarrel with Colonel Forburg. The footman Campbell's evidence on this point had been somewhat discounted by his refusing to state positively that no one could have gone into the smoking room at that time without his seeing them. But against this theory there was always the argument, of which Sir Evelyn Thrall made the most, as you know, that before dinner the accused could not have known that there would be an alarm of burglary which would give him the opportunity of waylaying the colonel in the open field. With equal skill, too, Sir Evelyn brought forward evidence to bear out the statement made by the accused on the matter of his quarrel with Colonel Forburg. Just before dinner, Mr. Thrall stated, Colonel Forburg told me he had something to say to me in private. I followed him into the smoking room, and there he gave me certain information with regard to his past life, and also with regard to Miss Glenluce's parentage, which made it absolutely impossible for me, in spite of the deep regard which I have for that lady, to offer her marriage. Miss Glenluce is the innocent victim of tragic circumstances in the past, and Forburg is just an unmitigated blackguard, and I told him so. But I had my family to consider, and very reluctantly I came to the conclusion that I could not introduce any relation of Colonel Forburg into its circle. Colonel Forburg did not stand in the way of my marrying his stepdaughter. It is I who most reluctantly withdrew. Whilst the accused was cross-examined upon this statement, and he gave his answers in firm, dignified tones, Miss Monica never took her eyes off him, and surely if looks could kill, Mr. Morley Thrall would not at that moment have escaped with his life. So full of deadly hatred and contempt was her gaze. The accused had signed a much fuller statement than the one he had made in open court. It contained a detailed account of his interview with Colonel Forburg, and of the circumstances which finally induced him to give up all thoughts of asking Miss Glenluce to be his wife. These facts were not made public at the time for the sake of Miss Monica and of the unfortunate Gerald, but it seems that the transactions which had earned for the colonel the sobriquet of Remount Forburg were so disreputable and so dishonest that not only was he cashiered from the army, but he served a term of imprisonment for treason, fraud, and embezzlement. He had no right to be styled colonel any longer, and quite recently had been threatened with prosecution if he persisted in making further use of his army rank. But this was not all the trouble. It seems that in his career of improbity he had been associated with a man named Nosdell, a man of Dutch extraction whom he had known in South Africa. This man was subsequently hanged for a particularly brutal murder, and it was his widow who was Remount Forberg's second wife, and the mother of Monica and of Gerald, who had been given the fancy name of Glenluce. Obviously, a man in Mr. Morley Thrall's position could not marry into such a family, and it appears that whenever there was a question of a suitor for Monica, Remount Forberg would tell the aspirant the whole story of his own shady past, and above all, that of Monica's father. Sir Evelyn Thrall had been clever enough to discover one or two gentlemen who had had the same experience as his cousin Morley. They, too, just before their courtship came to a head, had had a momentous interview with Remount Forberg, who found this means of choking off any further desire for matrimony on the part of a man who had family connections to consider. But it was very obvious that Mr. Morley Thrall had no motive for killing Remount Forberg. He would have left Brudenell Court that very evening, he said, only that young Glenluce had begged him, for Monica's sake, not to make a scene. Anyway, he was leaving the house the next day, and had no intention of ever darkening its doors again. Poor Monica Glenluce, or Nosdell, ignorant of the hideous cloud that hung over her entire life, ignorant, too, of what had passed between her stepfather and Mr. Morley Thrall, felt nothing but hatred and contempt for the man whose love, she believed, had proved as unstable as that of any of her other admirers. For charity's sake, one must suppose that she really thought him guilty at first, and hoped that when the clouds had rolled by, he would return to her more ardent than before. Presumably he found means to make her understand that all was irrevocably at an end between them, as far as he was concerned, whereupon her regard for him turned to bitterness and desire for revenge. And indeed, but for the cleverness of a distinguished lawyer, poor Morley Thrall might have found himself the victim of a judicial error brought about by the deliberate enmity of a woman. Had he been committed for trial, she would have had more time at her disposal to manufacture evidence against him, which I am convinced she had a mind to do. As it is, I now put in tentatively, for the man in the corner had been silent for some little while, the withdrawal of the charge of murder against Morley Thrall did not help to clear up the mystery of Remount Forberg's tragic death. "Not as far as the public is concerned," he retorted dryly. "You have a theory?" I asked. "Not a theory," he replied. "I know who killed Remount Forberg." "How do you know?" I riposted. "By logic and inference," he said. "As it was proved that Morley Thrall did not kill him, and that Miss Monica could not have done it, as the ladies did not join in the chase after the burglar, I looked about me for the only other person in whose interest it was to put that blackguard out of the way." "You mean?" "I mean the boy Gerald, of course." Openly and before the other witness, Campbell, he stood up for his stepfather against Thrall, who was not measuring his words, but just think how the knowledge which he had gained about his own parentage and that of his sister must have rankled in his mind. He must have come to the conclusion that while this man, his stepfather, lived, there would be no chance for him to make friends, no chance for the sister whom he loved ever to have a home, a life of her own. Whether that interview on Christmas Eve was the first inkling which he had of the real past history of his own and Forberg's family, it is impossible to say. Probably he had suspicions of it before, when one by one Monica's suitors fell away after certain private interviews with the colonel. Morley Thrall must have been a last hope, and that too was dashed to the ground by the same infamous means. I am not prepared to say that the boy got hold of the revolver that night with the deliberate intention of killing his stepfather at the earliest opportunity. He may have run into the smoking room to snatch up the weapon, only with a view to using it against the burglar. Certain it is that he overtook Remount Forberg in the 5-acre field, and that he shot him then and there. Remember that the night was very dark, and that there was a great deal of running about and of confusion. The boy was young enough and nimble enough after he had thrown down the revolver to run across the field and then to go back to the house by a roundabout way. It is easy enough in a case like that to cover one's tracks, and of course no one suspected anything at the time. Even the sound of firing created but little astonishment. It was so very much on the cards that the colonel would use a revolver without the slightest hesitation against a man who had been trying to break into his house. It was just the sort of revenge that a man of Gerald's temperament, disfigured, shy, silent, and self-absorbed, would seek against one whom he considered the font of all his wrongs. "But," I objected, "how could young Glenluce run into the smoking room, pick up the revolver out of a drawer, and run back through the hall with servants and guests standing about? Someone would be sure to see him." "No one saw him," the funny creature retorted, "for he did it at the moment of the greatest confusion. The butler had run in with the news of the burglary, the colonel jumped up and ran out through the hall. The guests had not yet made up their minds what to do. In moments like this, there are always just a few seconds of pandemonium, quite sufficient for a boy like Gerald to make a dash for the smoking room. But after that? After that, he took the revolver out of the drawer and ran out through the French window. But the shutters were found to be bolted on the inside, I argued, when they were subsequently examined by the police inspector. So they were, he admitted. Miss Monica had already been in there with young Gerald. They had seen to the shutters. Then you think Monica knew? I asked. Of course she did. Then her desire to prove Morley Thrall guilty was partly hatred of him and partly the desire to shield her brother, the funny creature concluded as he collected his traps, his bit of string, and his huge umbrella. Think it over. You will see that I am right. I am sorry for those two, aren't you? But they are selling Brudenell Court, I understand, and their mother's fortune has become theirs absolutely. They will go abroad together, make a home for themselves, and one day, perhaps, everything will be forgotten, and a new era of happiness will arise for the innocent, now that the guilty has been so signally punished. But it was an interesting case. Don't you agree with me? End of section 16. End of The Mystery of Brudenell Court. Section 17 of Unraveled Knots by Baroness Orczy. This librivox recording is in the public domain. 9. The Mystery of the White Carnation. Chapter 1. I suppose that it is a form of snobbishness, the man in the corner began abruptly. I gave such a jump that I nearly upset the contents of a cup of boiling tea which I was conveying to my mouth. As it was, I scalded my tongue and nearly choked. What is? I queried with a frown, for I was really vexed with the creature. I had no idea he was there at all. But he only smiled and concluded his speech, quite unperturbed. That creates additional interest in a crime when it concerns people of wealth or rank. Snobbishness, I rejoined. Of course it's snobbishness. And when the little suburban madam has finished reading about Lady Stick-in-the-Mud's reception at Claridge's, she likes to turn to Lord Tom Noodle's prospective sojourn in jail. You were thinking of the disappearance of the Australian millionaire? He asked blandly. I don't know that I was, I retorted. But of course you were. How could any journalist worthy of the name fail to be interested in that intricate case? I suppose you have your theory, as usual? It is not a theory, the creature replied with that fatuous smile of his, which always irritated me. It is a certainty. Then, as he became silent, absorbed in the contemplation of a wonderfully complicated knot in his beloved bit of string, I said with gracious condescension, You may talk about it if you like. He did like, fortunately for me, because frankly I could not see daylight in that maze of intrigue, adventure, and possibly crime, which was described by the press as the Mystery of the White Carnation. The events were interesting from the outset, he began after a while, whilst I settled down to listen. And so were the various actors in the society drama. Chief amongst these was, of course, Captain Shillington, an Australian ex-officer, commonly reputed to be a millionaire, who with his mother and sister rented Mexfield House in Somerset Street, Mayfair, the summer before last. It appears that Lord Mexfield's younger son, the Honourable Henry Buckley, who was an incorrigible rake and whom his father had sent on a tour round the world in order to keep him temporarily out of mischief, not to say out of jail, had met a married brother of Captain Shillington's out in the Antipodes. They had been very kind to him, and so on, with the result that when came the following London season, the family turned up in England, and after spending a couple of days at the Savoy, they moved into the Mexfields' house in Somerset Street. Lord and Lady Mexfield were abroad that year, and Henry Buckley and his sister Angela were living with an aunt who had a small house somewhere in Mayfair. Although the Shillingtons were reputed to be very wealthy, they appeared to be very quiet, simple folk, and it certainly seemed rather strange that they should have gone to the expense of a house in town when obviously they had no social ambitions and did not mean to entertain. As a matter of fact, as far as Mrs. Shillington and her daughter were concerned, nobody could have lived a quieter, more retiring life than they did. Mrs. Shillington was an invalid and hardly ever went outside her front door, and the girl, Marion, seemed to be suffering from a perpetual cold in the head. They seemed to be in a chronic state of servant trouble. Mrs. Shillington was dreadfully irritable, and one set of servants after another were engaged, only to leave without notice after a few days. The only faithful servant who remained was a snuffy old man who came to them about a month after they moved into Mexfield House. He and a charwoman did all the work of cooking and valeting and so on. Presumably, the old man could not have got a situation elsewhere, as his appearance was very unprepossessing, and therefore he was willing to put up with what the servants' registry offices would term a very uncomfortable situation. Captain Shillington, the hero of the tragic adventure, on the other hand, went about quite a good deal. He was certainly voted to be rather straight-laced, not to say priggish, but he was very good-looking and a fine dancer. Henry Buckley introduced him to some of his smart friends, and Lady Angela constituted him her dancing partner. This partnership soon developed into warmer friendship, and presently it was given out that Lady Angela Buckley, only daughter of the Earl and Countess of Mexfield, was engaged to Captain Denver Shillington, the Australian millionaire. Lady Angela confided to her friends that her fiancé was the owner of immense estates in Western Australia, on a portion of which rich deposits of gold had lately been discovered. He certainly had plenty of money to spend, and on one occasion he actually paid Henry Buckley's gambling debts to the tune of £200 or £300. On the whole, society pronounced the match a suitable one. Lady Angela Buckley was no longer in her first youth, whilst her brother, to whom she was really devoted, would be all the better for a somewhat puritanical, straight-laced, and above all, wealthy brother-in-law. Chapter 2. That, then, was the position, the old man in the corner continued after a while, and the date of Lady Angela Buckley's marriage to Captain Denver Shillington had been actually fixed when the public was startled one afternoon, towards the end of the summer, by the sensational news in all the evening papers. Mysterious disappearance of a millionaire. This highly colored description applied, as it turned out, to Captain Shillington, the fiancé of Lady Angela Buckley. It seems that during the course of that same morning, a young lady, apparently in deep distress and suffering from a streaming cold in the head, had called at Scotland Yard. She gave her name and address as Marion Shillington of Mexfield House, Somerset Street, Mayfair, and stated that she and her mother were in the greatest possible anxiety owing to the disappearance of her brother, Captain Denver Shillington. They had last seen him on the previous Friday evening at about 9 o'clock, when he left home in order to pick up his fiancée, Lady Angela Buckley, whom he was escorting that night to a reception in Grosvenor Square. He was wearing full evening dress and a soft hat. Miss Shillington couldn't say whether he had any money in his pockets. She thought that probably he was carrying a gold cigarette case, which Lady Angela had given him, but as a matter of fact, he never wore any jewelry. No one in the house had heard him come in again that night, and his bed had not been slept in. Questioned by the police, Miss Shillington explained that neither she nor her mother felt any alarm at first, because there had been some talk of Captain Shillington going away with his fiancée to stay with friends over the weekend somewhere near Newmarket. It was only this morning, Wednesday, that Mrs. Shillington first began to worry when there was still no sign or letter from him. "My brother is a very good son," Miss Shillington continued, explaining to the police, "and always very considerate to mother. It was so unlike him to leave us without news all this while, and not to let us know when to expect him home. So I rang up Lady Angela Buckley, who is his fiancée, to see if I could get news through her, as I could see mother was beginning to get anxious. Mr. Henry Buckley, Lady Angela's brother, answered the phone. I asked after his sister, and he told me that she was staying on in the country a day or two longer. He himself had come back to town the previous night. I then asked him quite casually if he knew whether Denver, that's my brother, would be returning with Angela, and his answer to me was, 'Denver? Why, I haven't seen him since Friday, and I can tell you he is in for a row with Angela. She was furious with him that he never wrote once to her while she was away.' I was so upset that I hung up the receiver and just sat there, wondering what to do next. But Mr. Buckley rang up a moment or two later and asked quite cheerily if there was anything wrong. 'Good old Square-Toes,' he said, meaning my brother, whom he always used to chaff by calling him Square-Toes. Don't tell me he has gone off on a spree without letting you know. I say, that's too bad of him, though. But I shouldn't be anxious if I were you. Boys, you know, Miss Shillington, will be boys, and I like old Square-Toes all the better for it." Miss Shillington, the man in the corner went on, was, as usual, suffering from a streaming cold, and between spluttering and crying she had reduced 2 or 3 handkerchiefs to wet balls. At best, she is no beauty, and with a red nose and streaming eyes she presented a most pitiable spectacle. "I made Mr. Buckley assure me once more," she said, "that he had seen nothing of Denver since Friday. That night he and Lady Angela and Denver were at a reception in Grosvenor Square. They all left about the same time, Angela and Denver went presumably straight home. At any rate, he, Mr. Buckley, saw nothing more of them after they got into their car. He himself went to spend an hour or two at his club and came home about 2 a.m. The next morning after breakfast, he drove his sister out to Thatchford near Newmarket, where they spent the weekend with some friends. And that was all Mr. Buckley could say to me, Miss Shillington concluded, vigorously blowing her nose. He came home last night from Thatchford and was expecting Lady Angela in a couple of days. Denver had not been at Thatchford at all, and he had not once written to Angela all the while she was away. Of course, the police inspector to whom Miss Shillington related all these facts had a great many questions to put to her. For one thing, he wanted to know whether she had been in communication with Lady Angela Buckley since this morning. No, the girl replied, I have not, and so far I haven't said anything to Mother. As soon as I felt strong enough, I put on my things and came along here. Then the inspector wanted to know if she knew of any friends or acquaintances of her brother's with whom he might have gone off for a week-end jaunt without saying anything about it, either at home or to his fiancée. He put the questions as delicately as he could, but the sister flared up with indignation. It seems that the captain's conduct had always been irreproachable. He was a model son, a model brother, and deeply in love with Lady Angela. Miss Shillington also refused to believe that he could have been enticed to a place of ill fame and robbed by one of the usual confidence tricksters. My brother is exceptionally shrewd, she declared, and a splendid businessman. Though he is not yet 30, he has built up an enormous fortune out in Australia and administers his estates himself, to the admiration of everyone who knows him. He is not the sort of man who could be fooled in that way. But beyond all this, and beyond giving a detailed description of her brother's appearance, the poor girl had very little to say, and the detective who was put in charge of the case could only assure her that inquiries would at once be instituted in every possible direction, and that the police would keep her informed of everything that was being done. Obviously, the person most likely to be able to throw some light upon the mystery was Lady Angela Buckley, but as you know, the advent of this charming lady upon the scene only helped to complicate matters. It appears that Henry Buckley, delighted at what he jocosely called old square-toes falling from grace, had rung up his sister in order to tell her the startling news over the telephone. Lady Angela being a very modern young woman, her brother thought that she might storm for a bit, but in the end see the humorous side of the situation. But not at all. Lady Angela took the affair entirely au tragique. Over the telephone she only exclaimed, "Great Lord!" But at 1 o'clock afternoon she arrived at the flat, having taken the first train up to town and not even waiting for her maid to pack her things. Mr. Henry Buckley was just going out to lunch. Without condescending to explain anything, his sister dragged him off then and there to Scotland Yard. "Something has happened to Denver," was all she would say. "Something dreadful, I am sure." In vain did her brother protest that she would only be making a fool of herself by rushing to the police like this, that old Square-toes had only gone on the spree, and that anyway she ought to consult with the Shillingtons before doing anything silly. Lady Angela would not listen to reason. "You don't know, she kept on reiterating with ever-increasing agitation. "He has been murdered, I tell you, murdered!" By the time that the pair arrived at Scotland Yard, Lady Angela was in a state bordering on hysterics, and her brother appeared both sulky and perplexed. They saw the same inspector who had interviewed Miss Shillington, and certainly his amazement was no whit less than that of Mr. Henry Buckley's when Lady Angela, having mentioned the disappearance of Captain Denver Shillington, said abruptly, "Yes, he has disappeared, and incidentally he had my pearls in his pocket." The inspector made no immediate comment. Men of his calling are used to those kinds of surprises, but Henry Buckley gave a gasp of horror. "Your pearls?" he exclaimed. "What pearls? Not—" "Yes," Lady Angela rejoined coolly, "the Glenarm pearls, all of them." "But—" Henry Buckley stammered, wide-eyed and white to the lips. His sister threw him what appeared to be a warning glance. Then she turned once more to the police inspector. "My brother is upset," she said calmly, "because he knows that the pearls are of immense value. The late Lord Glenarm left them to me in his will. He made a huge fortune by a successful speculation in sugar. He had no daughters of his own, and late in life he married my mother's sister. He was my godfather, and when he first bought the pearls and gave them to his wife as a wedding present, he said that after her death and his, they should belong to me. They were valued for probate at £25,000. Henry Buckley was still speechless, and it was in answer to several questions put to her by the inspector that Lady Angela gave the full history, as far as she knew it, of the disappearance of her pearls. "I was going to spend the weekend with some friends at Thatchford near Newmarket," she said. "My brother, at first, had decided not to come with me. On the Friday evening, I went with Captain Shillington to a ball at the Duchess of Flint's in Grosvenor Square. I wore my pearls. On the way home in the car, Captain Shillington appeared very anxious as to what I should do about the pearls whilst I was away. He wanted me to take them to the bank first thing in the morning before I left. But I knew I couldn't do this because my train was at 9:50 from Liverpool Street. Captain Shillington had once or twice before shown anxiety about the pearls and urged me to keep them at the bank when I was not wearing them, but he had never been so insistent as that night." Lady Angela appeared to hesitate for a moment or two. She glanced at her brother with a curious expression, both of anxiety and contempt. It seemed as if she were trying to make up her mind to say something that was very difficult to put in so many words. The inspector sat silent and impassive, waiting for her to continue her story, and at last she did make up her mind to speak. "I had a safe in the flat," she went on glibly, "where I keep my jewelry, but Captain Shillington did not seem satisfied. He argued, and at last he persuaded me to let him have the pearls while I was away, and he would deposit them at his own bank until my return." Presumably, at this point, the lady caught an expression on the face of the inspector which displeased her, for she added with becoming dignity, "I am engaged to be married to Captain Denver Shillington." "My God!" Henry Buckley exclaimed at this point, and with a groan he buried his face in his hands. "Mind you," the man in the corner proceeded after a moment's pause, "the public had no information as to the exact words, and so on, that passed between Lady Angela, her brother Henry, and the officials of Scotland Yard. All that I am telling you, and what I am still about to tell you, came out bit by bit in the papers. Sensation lovers were immensely interested in the case from the outset, because, although both public and police are familiar enough with the tragic comedy of the good-looking young blackguard who gets confiding females to entrust him with their little bits of jewelry, this was the first time that the confidence trick had been played by a well-known man about town, reputed wealthy since he had gone to the length of paying a friend's gambling debts, on a society lady who was not in her first youth and must presumably have had some knowledge of the world she lived in. Lady Angela had concluded her statements by saying that during the drive home in the car, she took off her pearls and handed them to her fiancé, who slipped them into his pocket just as they were, although when presently the car drew up at her door, she suggested running up to her room to get the case for them. The captain, however, declared this to be unnecessary. What he said was, "I will sleep with them under my pillow tonight, and tomorrow morning first thing I will take them round to the bank for you. After this," he said good night. Lady Angela let herself into the house with her latchkey, and Captain Shillington then dismissed the car, saying that he would enjoy a bit of a walk, as the rooms at Grosvenor Square had been so desperately hot. And it was at this point, the man in the corner now said with deliberate emphasis, as he worked away at an exceptionally intricate knot in his beloved bit of string, it was at this point that certain facts leaked out which lent to the whole case a sinister aspect. It appears that on the Saturday morning, at break of day, one of the boats belonging to the Thames District Police found a grey Homburg hat floating under one of the old steamship landing stages, and stuck to one of the wooden piles close by a man's silk scarf. There was no name inside the hat or any other clue as to the owner's identity, but both the scarf, which had once been white or light gray, and the hat were terribly soiled and torn, and both were stained with blood. The police had tried on the quiet to trace the owner of the hat and scarf, but without success. After Lady Angela had told her story of the missing pearls, the things were shown to Miss Shillington, who at once identified the hat as belonging to her brother. The scarf, however, she knew nothing about. But this was not by any means all. It appears that for some reason, which was never quite clear, after he said good night to Lady Angela, altered his mind about the proposed walk. It may have started to rain, or he may not, after all, have liked the idea of walking about the streets at night with £25,000 worth of pearls in his pocket. Be that as it may, he hailed a passing taxi and drove to Mexfield House. The driver came forward voluntarily in answer to an advertisement put in the papers by the police. He stated that he remembered the circumstance quite well because of what followed. He remembered taking up a fare outside Stanhope Gate and being ordered to drive to Mexfield House in Somerset Street. When he slowed down close to Mexfield House, he noticed a man with his hands in his pockets lounging under the doorway of one of the houses close by. As far as he could see, the man was in evening dress and wore a light overcoat. He had on a silk hat tilted right over his eyes so that only the lower part of his face was visible, and he had a white or pale gray scarf tied loosely round his neck. The chauffeur also noticed that he had a large white flower, probably a carnation, in his buttonhole. After the taxi man had put down his fare, he drove off, and as he did so, he saw the man in the light overcoat step out from under the doorway where he had been lounging and turn in the direction of Mexfield House. What happened after that he didn't know, as he drove away without taking further notice. But the police were already in touch with another man who had been watching that night in Somerset Street, where a portion of the road was up for repair. This man, whose name I think was William Rugger, remembered quite distinctly seeing a swell in a light overcoat and wearing a light-colored scarf round his neck, loafing around Mexfield House. He remembered the taxi drawing up and a gentleman getting out of it, whereupon the one in the light overcoat and the scarf went up to him and said, "Hallo, Denver," at which the other gent, the one who had come in the taxi, appeared very surprised, for Rugger heard him say, "Good Lord, Henry, what are you doing here?" Rugger didn't hear any more because the gentleman in the light overcoat then took the other one by the arm, and together the pair of them walked away down the street. When they had gone, Rugger noticed a large white carnation lying on the pavement. He picked it up and subsequently took it home to his missus. You may imagine what a stir and excitement this story, which pretty soon leaked out in all its details, caused amongst the public. It seems that, although neither the taxi driver nor the man Rugger had seen the face of the man who had stepped out from under a neighboring doorway and accosted Captain Shillington, they were both of them quite positive that he was in evening dress, and that he wore a silk hat, a light overcoat, and had a pale gray or white scarf wound round his neck. And besides that, there was the white carnation. But, of course, the crux of the whole evidence was Rugger's assertion that he heard one gentleman, the one who got out of the cab, say to the other in tones of great surprise, "Good Lord, Henry, what are you doing here?" Questioned again and again, he never wavered in this statement. He heard the name Henry quite distinctly, and it stuck in his mind because his eldest boy was Henry. He was also asked whether the gentleman who had stepped out of the taxi, obviously Captain Shillington, since the other had called to him, "Hello, Denver," walked away reluctantly or willingly when he was thus summarily taken hold of by the arm. Rugger was under the impression that he walked away reluctantly. He freed his arm once, but the other got hold of him again, and though Rugger did not catch the actual words, he certainly thought that the two gentlemen were quarreling. And thus public opinion, which at first had been dead against the Australian captain, now went equally dead against Henry Buckley. Ugly stories were current of his extravagance, his gambling debts, his addiction to drink. People who knew him remembered one or two ugly pages in his life's history. Altercations with the police, raids on gambling clubs of which he was a prominent member. There was even a fraudulent bankruptcy, which had been the original cause of his being sent out to Australia by his harassed parents until the worst of the clouds had rolled by. The only thing that told in his favor, as far as the public was concerned, was the bitter vindictiveness displayed against him by Miss Shillington. That the girl had cause for bitterness was not to be denied. For a time, at any rate, public opinion had branded her brother as a common trickster and a thief, and she and her mother had no doubt suffered terribly under the stigma. In consequence of this, Mrs. Shillington's health, always in a precarious state, had completely broken down, and the old lady had taken to her bed, not suffering from any particular disease, but just from debility of mind and body, obstinately refusing to see a doctor, declaring that nothing would cure her except the return of her son. And on the top of all that came the growing conviction that the son never would return, and that he had been foully murdered for the sake of Lady Angela's pearls, which he so foolishly was carrying in his pocket that night. No wonder, then, that his sister Marian felt bitter against the people who were the original cause of all these disasters. No wonder that she threw herself heart and soul into the search for evidence against the man whom she sincerely believed to be guilty of a most hideous crime. It was mainly due to her that the police came on the track of William Rugger, the night watchman, and through the latter that the driver of the taxicab was advertised for, because Rugger remembered seeing the gentleman alight from a taxi outside Mexfield House. But Miss Shillington's valuable assistance in the matter of investigation went even further than that. She at last prevailed upon the old manservant at Mexfield House to come forward like a man and to speak the truth. He was a poor creature, not really old, probably not more than 50, but timid and almost abject. He had at first declined to make any statement whatever, declaring that he had nothing to say. To every question put to him by the police, he gave the one answer, "I saw nothing, sir. I heard nothing. I went to bed as usual on the Friday night. The captain, he never expected me to sit up for him when he was out to parties, and I never 'ear him come in, as I sleep at the top of the house. No, sir, I didn't 'ear nothing that night. The last I seed of the captain was at 9 o'clock, when he got into the car and said good night to me." When he was shown the blood-stained hat, he burst out crying and said, yes, sir, that is the captain's hat. My lord, what has become of him?" He also failed to identify the scarf as being his master's property. Then, one day, Miss Shillington, still suffering from a cold in the head, but otherwise very businesslike and brisk, arrived at Scotland Yard with the man, James Rose was his name, in tow. By what means she had persuaded him to speak the truth at last, no one ever knew, but in a tremulous voice and shaken with nervousness, he did tell what he swore to be the truth. "I must have dropped asleep in the dining-room," he said. "I was very tired that evening, and I remember after I had cleared supper away, I just felt as 'ow I couldn't stand on my legs any longer, and I sat down in an armchair and must have dozed off. What woke me was the front door-bell, which rings in the hall as well as in the basement. I looked at the clock. It was past midnight. Captain forgot his key, that's what I thought. Lucky I hadn't gone to bed, or I should never have heard him. Funny, his forgetting his key, I thought. Never done such a thing before, I thought, and went to open the door for him. But it wasn't the captain," Rose went on, his voice getting more and more husky, as no doubt he realized the deadly importance of what he was about to say. "No, it wasn't the captain," he reiterated, and shook his head in a doleful manner. "Who was it?" the inspector demanded. "The young gentleman who sometimes came to the house," Rose repeated under his breath. "Mr. 'Enery Buckley it was, sir. Yes, Mr. 'Enery. That's who it was." "And what did he say?" Rose was asked. "He asked if the captain was in, and I said no, not as I knew, but I would go and see. So I went up to the captain's room and saw he wasn't there, not yet, and I told Mr. 'Enery so when I came down again." "Then what happened?" "Mr. 'Enery, he told me that he wouldn't wait, and that I was to tell the captain he had called, and that he would call again in 'arf an hour. I said that I was going to bed, and I wouldn't probably see the captain. He might be ever so late. Then Mr. 'Enery, he just said, 'Very good,' and 'Never mind,' and 'Good night, Rose,' he said, and then I let him out." "Well, and what happened after that?" "I don't know, sir," the old man concluded. "I went to bed, and I never seed the captain again, nor yet Mr. 'Enery, not from that day to this, sir. No, not again, sir." And Rose once more shook his head in the same doleful manner. Of course, the police were very down on him for keeping back this valuable piece of information, and they were even inclined to look with suspicion upon the man. They wanted to know something about his antecedents, and why he seemed so frightened of facing the police authorities. Fortunately for him, however, Miss Shillington could give them all the information they wanted. She said that James Rose had been for years in the service of a Mrs. O'Shea, who was a great friend of Mrs. Shillington's. When Mrs. O'Shea died, she left him £100, but the poor thing had never been very strong, and he was nothing to look at. He couldn't get another place, and the £100 vanished bit by bit. About a month ago, Mrs. Shillington, who was requiring a manservant, advertised for one in the Daily Mail. Rose answered the advertisement, and though the poor thing in the meanwhile had gone terribly downhill physically, Mrs. Shillington, remembering how honest and respectable he had always been when he was in Mrs. O'Shea's service, engaged him out of compassion and for the sake of old times. Miss Shillington gave him an excellent character, and the police were satisfied. "I think," the old man in the corner said, amorously contemplating a marvelously intricate knot which he had just made in his bit of string, "I think that the police were mainly satisfied because at last they felt that they had made out a case. From that moment, the detectives and inspectors in charge became absolutely convinced that Henry Buckley had enticed Captain Denver Shillington to some place of evil fame close to the river, and there, in collusion probably with other disreputable characters, had robbed and murdered him. To say the least, the case looked black enough against Buckley. His fast living, his mountain of debt, the absence in him of moral rectitude, as proved by his fraudulent bankruptcy, all told against him. And now it was definitely proved that he had sought out and actually been in the company of Captain Shillington the night that the latter disappeared. A light gray overcoat similar to the one described by Rugger and by the chauffeur as worn by the gentleman who was loafing in Somerset Street was found to be a part of his wardrobe. No one could swear, however, as to the scarf, but it turned out that he never went out in the evening without wearing a large white carnation in his buttonhole. The fact that he had not stated from the beginning that he had called at Mexfield House that night, and subsequently met the missing man and walked away with him, naturally told terribly against him. Obviously, the man lost his head. Questioned by the police, he tried at first to deny the whole thing. He declared that the man with the white carnation and the light-colored scarf was some other man whose name happened to be Henry, and he tried to upset Rose's evidence by declaring that the man lied, and that he never called at Mexfield House that night. But unfortunately for him, he had taken a taxi from his club to the house. The taxi driver was found, and the noose was further tightened round the Honorable Henry Buckley's neck. In vain did he assert, after that Denver Shillington had told him to call at Mexfield House at midnight midnight on that fatal Friday. He was no longer believed. He admitted that he was in financial difficulties, and that he had spoken about these to Captain Shillington earlier in the evening. He admitted, tardily enough, that he went to Mexfield House hoping that Denver would give him some money in order to wipe out his most pressing debts. When he found that the captain had not yet come home, he left a message with the manservant and thought he would go on to the club for a little while and return later to see Shillington. Unfortunately, he drank rather heavily whilst he was at the club and never thought any more about his money worries or about the captain. In fact, he remembered nothing very clearly beyond the fact that he went home in the small hours and went straight to bed. He then went on to say that he woke up the next morning with a splitting headache. It was pouring with rain, and London was looking particularly beastly, as he picturesquely termed it. He recollected that his sister Angela had planned to go down with old Squaretoes to some friends near Newmarket for the weekend. He too had been asked, but had declined the invitation. But now he began to wish he hadn't. While he was out of town, moneylenders couldn't dun him, and a breath of country air would certainly do him good. And he was just cogitating over these matters at 8 a.m. on that Saturday morning when his sister Angela came into his room. "She told me," he went on, "that old Squaretoes was unable to accompany her to these friends in Cambridgeshire, and she didn't want to go alone, and would I hire a car and drive her down. She offered to pay for the car, and as the scheme happened to suit me, I agreed. We drove down to Tatchford, and on the Tuesday I had an unpleasant reminder from one of my creditors and thought that I must get back to see what old Squaretoes would do for me. I got home that same evening, and the next morning early Miss Shillington rang me up and told me over the phone that they had heard nothing of Captain Shillington since the previous Friday, and that they were getting anxious. And that's all I know," he concluded. "I swear that I never set eyes on Shillington after he drove off from the Duchess of Flint's with my sister in his car. I did call at Mexfield House, but it was at Shillington's suggestion. But when the man told me that the captain was not yet home, I did not loaf about the street. I went straight back to the club and then home." Of course, this was all very clear and very categorical, but there were one or two doubtful points in Buckley's statements, which the police, dead out now to prove him guilty of murder, made the most of. Firstly, there was his former denial on oath that he had not called at Mexfield House that night. It was only when he was confronted with the testimony of the taxicab driver that he made the admission. The employees at his club, which, by the way, was in Hanover Square, had seen him come in at about 11:30. He went out again 20 minutes later, and the hall porter saw him hail a taxicab. He was once more in the club at 12:30, and it is a significant fact that two of the younger members chaffed him subsequently because he had not the usual white carnation in his buttonhole. Then again, it was more than strange that on the Friday he was so worried about his debts that he went in the middle of the night to his friend's house in order to try and borrow money from him, and yet when, according to his own statements, he never even saw his friend, off he went the very next morning to the country, stayed away 4 days, and on his return did not make any attempt, seemingly, to see the captain or to ask him for money. Thirdly, it was equally inconceivable that Captain Shillington should have appointed to see Buckley at that hour of the night, however pressed the latter might have been for money. Why should he? The next morning would have done just as well, whether he meant to help him or whether he did not. And according to the testimony of the night watchman, William Rugger, when he was accosted by Buckley, he exclaimed in tones of great surprise, "Good Lord, Henry, what are you doing here?" These are not words which a man would say to a friend whom he had appointed to meet at this very hour. However, this portion of the taxi driver's and Rugger's testimony Buckley still strenuously denied. He could not deny the other. He had called at Mexfield House and reluctantly admitted that it had been nothing but blue funk that had prompted him at first to hold his tongue about that and then to deny the fact altogether. But above all, there was yet another fact, which to the police was more conclusive, more damning than any other, and that was that on the Wednesday morning the Honorable Henry Buckley had called at Messrs. Foster and Turnbull, the well-known pawnbrokers of Oxford Street, and had pledged a pair of diamond earrings and a couple of valuable bracelets there, for which he received £350. Here again, if Buckley had volunteered this statement, all might have been well, but it was the pawnbrokers who gave information to the police. It turned out that the earrings and the 2 bracelets were the property of his sister, Lady Angela. Buckley declared that she had given them to him, and she, very nobly, did her best to corroborate this statement of his, but it had become impossible to believe a word he said. Lady Angela's valiant efforts on his behalf were thought to be unconvincing, and as a matter of fact, the public has never known from that day to this whether Henry Buckley stole his sister's jewelry or whether she gave them to him voluntarily. End of Section 17. The Mystery of the White Carnation, Part 1. Section 18 of Unraveled Knots by Baroness Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mystery of the White Carnation, continued. Chapter 3. Mind you, there can be no question but that the police acted very injudiciously when they actually preferred a charge of murder against Henry Buckley. There were 2 such damning flaws in the chain of evidence that had been collected against him that the man ought never to have been arrested. Even the magistrate was of that opinion. As you know, if there is the slightest doubt about such a serious charge, the magistrates will always commit a man for trial and let a jury of 12 men pronounce on the final issue rather than decide such grave matters on their own. But in this case there was really no proofs. There were deductions. The accused was a young blackguard, a moral coward and a liar. There was the blood-stained scarf, the hat and the white carnation. There was the testimony of the taxi driver and the night watchman that Henry Buckley had been in the company of Captain Shillington that night, but there was no proof that he had murdered his friend and stolen the pearls. To begin with, if there had been a murder, where was it committed, and what became of Captain Shillington's body? Of course, the police still hope to find traces of it, but as you know, they have not yet succeeded. Various theories are put forward that Henry Buckley was member of a gang of ruffians with headquarters in some obscure corner of London close to the river, and that he enticed the captain there and murdered him with the help of his criminal associates, with whom he probably shared the proceeds of the crime. But over a year has gone by since Shillington disappeared, and the police are no nearer finding the body of the missing man. The magistrate dismissed the case against Henry Buckley. There was not sufficient evidence to commit him for trial. What told most in his favor in the end was the question of time. He was able to prove that he was at his club in Hanover Square at midnight midnight on the fateful night. Now, according to James Rose's testimony, it was after midnight when he, Buckley, called at Mexfield House. Even supposing that Shillington had arrived in the taxi 5 minutes later, it was inconceivable that a man could entice another to an out-of-the-way part of London, murder him, even if he left others to dispose of the body, and walk back unconcernedly to Hanover Square, all in less than half an hour. Nor were the pearls or any large sum of money ever traced to Henry Buckley. He was just as deeply in debt after the disappearance of Captain Shillington as he had been before. Now he has gone on another tour round the world, and the Shillingtons, mother and daughter, have given up all hopes of ever seeing the gallant captain, who was such a model son, again. A little while ago, the illustrated papers published photos of the 2 ladies on board a P&O steamer bound for Australia, but the public had forgotten all about Lady Angela's pearls and the mysterious white carnation. No one was interested in the old lady with the white hair and stooping figure, who was carried on board in a chair, and who obstinately refused to be interviewed by newspaper men eager for copy. The case is relegated, as far as the public is concerned, to the category of undiscovered crimes. But, I argued, as the man in the corner became silent, absorbed in the untying of an intricate knot which he had made a little while ago, surely the police have found out who the man was who accosted Captain Shillington in Somerset Street that night, the man with the light-colored scarf which was subsequently found in the river by the side of the missing man's hat, the man who called the captain Denver and whom the latter called Henry and was so surprised to see. If it was not Henry Buckley, who was it? Ah, The exasperating creature retorted with a fatuous smile. Who was it? That's just the point. A point just as dark as that a man like Captain Shillington could be enticed at that hour of the night to an out-of-the-way part of London, and at a moment when he had his fiancée's jewellery worth £25,000 in his pocket. Don't you think that that point is absolutely inconceivable? Well, I said, it does seem— Of course it does, he broke in eagerly. I ask you, is it likely? At one moment we are told that Captain Shillington was a pattern of all the virtues, and that his business acumen and abilities had earned for him not only a fortune, but the admiration of all those who knew him. And the very next we are asked to suppose that he would meekly allow a young blackguard, whom he knew to be dishonest and unscrupulous, to drag him reluctantly to some obscure haunt of a gang of criminals. Surely that should have jumped to the eyes of any sane person who had studied the case. I don't suppose, I retorted, that Captain Shillington allowed Buckley to drag him very far. Most people believed at the time that he was attacked directly he rounded the corner of Somerset Street. There are 1 or 2 entrances to Mews just about there. Yes, the funny creature rejoined excitedly, but not one nearer than 50 yards from Mexfield House. And do you think that the immaculate Australian would have walked 10 at night with young Buckley and with those pearls in his pocket? Why should he? He was outside his own door. Wouldn't he have taken Henry into the house with him if he wished to speak to him? No, the whole theory is inconceivable. But Captain Shillington disappeared, I argued, and so did the pearls, and his hat was found floating in the river, torn and blood-stained. You cannot deny that. I certainly cannot deny, he replied, that a blood-stained hat will float on the water if it is thrown, say, from a convenient bridge. But the scarf? I retorted. A scarf will obey the same laws of nature as a hat. But surely you are not going to tell me— What? That the whole thing was a confidence trick after all? I am certain that it was. A clever one, I'll admit, and even I was puzzled at the time. I couldn't think who Henry could possibly be. It wasn't young Buckley, that was obvious. The alibi was conclusive as to that. The miscreants who had planned to throw dust in the eyes of the police by trying to fasten a hideous crime on that unfortunate young Buckley set their stage rather too elaborately when they devised the trick about the scarf. By identifying the murderer with the wearer of the scarf, they saved Buckley from the gallows. Without it, there might have remained some doubt in the mind of some of the jury. But of course it raised a tremendous puzzle. Who was the Henry of Somerset Street? And was it not a curious coincidence that he should be wearing an overcoat similar to the one habitually worn by Henry Buckley, and a white carnation which many friends would at once associate with that unfortunate young man? From the examination of the puzzle to its solution was but a step. I came at once to the conclusion that here was no coincidence, but a deliberate attempt to impersonate Henry Buckley, the man most likely in the eyes of the public to waylay, rob, and even murder a man whom he knew to be in possession of valuable jewelry. Such a deliberate attempt, therefore, argued that Captain Shillington himself must have been in it. Good Lord, Henry, what in the world are you doing here? Was obviously intended for any passerby to hear, in the same way that the White Carnation was intended for any chance passerby to pick up. Having established the mise en scène, the 2 scoundrels walked off, having previously provided themselves with a blood-stained hat, which presently Miss Shillington would identify as the property of her brother. Miss Shillington? I broke in eagerly. Then you think that the whole Australian family was in the conspiracy? And what about the man Rose? The whole family, he rejoined, only consisted of 2. Man and wife, most likely. But the man Rose? I insisted. An excellent part, alternately played with remarkable skill by the captain and his female accomplice. Do reconstruct the whole thing for me, I pleaded. I own that I am bewildered. And from my bag I extracted a brand-new piece of string, which I handed to him with an engaging smile. Nothing could have pleased the fatuous creature more. With long, claw-like fingers twiddling the string, he began leisurely. Nothing could be more simple. Captain Shillington takes leave of his fiancée, having the pearls in his pocket. It is then about 11:30. Henry Buckley has gone to his club, Shillington having appointed to see him at Mexfield House soon after midnight. There is therefore plenty of time. Shillington hurried home, changes his personality into that of James Rose, as he often has done before, and subsequently interviews Henry Buckley on the doorstep. You can see that, can't you? Easily, I replied. Then, as soon as he has got rid of Buckley, Our friend the captain quits the personality of a snuffy, middle-aged manservant and becomes himself once more. He goes back to the neighborhood of Mayfair, hails a taxi, and drives to Mexfield House. But in the meanwhile, the female confederate, we'll call her Miss Shillington for convenience sake, in male attire and evening dress, wearing a light overcoat, a light-colored scarf, and a white carnation in her buttonhole, lounges under a doorway in Somerset Street, waiting to play her part. Now do you see how simple it all is? Perfectly, I admitted. As you said before, they had provided themselves with a blood-stained hat, which presently they threw into the river, together with the scarf. And what happened after that? They walked home quietly and went to bed. What, both of them? But the mother? I don't believe in the mother, he retorted blandly. Do you? I thought... She takes to her bed. She never sees a doctor. She and her daughter never see anyone. They have no friends, no servants, save the man Rose. Put two and two together, my dear, the funny old man concluded, as he slipped the piece of string in his pocket. Captain Shillington was the only one in that house who ever went outside the doors. The mother never did. No one ever saw her. The daughter had a perpetual cold in the head. The man Rose had no one to speak for him, and no one to relate his past history except Miss Shillington. Where is he now? What has become of him? There's nobody to inquire after him, so the police don't trouble. The two Shillingtons, supposed to be mother and daughter, went back to Australia last year, but not the man Rose. Then where is he? But I say that the two passengers on board that P&O boat were not mother and daughter, but male and female confederates in as fine a bit of rascality as I've ever seen. And the man Rose never existed. He was just a disguise assumed from time to time by Captain Shillington. It is not difficult, you know, to assume a personality of that sort. The police inspectors who questioned him had never seen Captain Shillington, and dirt and shabby clothes are very perfect disguises. Now the pair of them are knocking about the world somewhere. They will dispose of the pearls to continental dealers, not over-scrupulous, where a good bargain can be struck. If you will just think of Captain Shillington impersonating James Rose and a decrepit old woman alternately, and of Miss Shillington impersonating Henry Buckley on that one occasion, you will see how conclusive are my deductions. I have a snapshot here of the two Australian ladies taken on board the boat. This muffled-up bundle of bonnet and shawl is supposed to be Mrs. Shillington. It might as well be Monsieur Poincaré or the Kaiser, don't you think? And here is a snapshot of James Rose giving evidence to the magistrate's court. Unfortunately, I have no photo of Captain Shillington, or I could have shown you just how to trace the personality of the handsome young man about town under that of this snuffy, dirty, ill-kempt, unwashed, and badly clothed, stooping figure of an out-at-elbows servant. He threw a bundle of newspaper clippings down on the table. I gazed at them, still puzzled, but nevertheless convinced that he was right. When I looked up again, I only saw a corner of his shabby checked ulster disappearing through the swing doors. End of section 18. End of the Mystery of the White Carnation. Section 19 of Unraveled Knots by Baroness Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 10. The Mystery of the Montmartre Hat. Chapter 1. It was during a foggy, rainy night in November a couple of years ago, the man in the corner said to me that day, that the inhabitants of Wicklow Lane, Southwark, were startled by a terrible row proceeding from one of the houses down the street. There was a lot of shouting and banging, then a couple of pistol shots. After that, nothing more. It was then just after midnight. The dwellers in Wicklow Lane are all of them poor. They are all of them worried about the cares of large families, small accommodation, and irregular work, all of which we must take it make for indifference to other people's worries, and above all to other people's quarrels. Rows were not an unknown occurrence in Wicklow Lane, not always perhaps at dead of night, and not necessarily accompanied by pistol shots, but nevertheless sufficiently frequent not to arouse more than passing interest. Half a dozen tousled heads, no more, were thrust out of the windows to ascertain what this particular row was about. But as everything was quiet again, as no police was in sight to whom one might give directions, and the mixture of rain and fog was particularly unpleasant, the tousled heads after a few minutes disappeared again, and once more peace reigned in Wicklow Lane. Of course, the next morning the event of the night was mentioned and mildly discussed, both by the men whilst going to their work, and by the ladies whilst scrubbing their doorsteps. Everyone agreed that the pistol shots were fired soon after midnight, but no one seemed to be very clear in which particular house the row had occurred. 2 or 3 of the people who lived in number 11 and number 15, respectively, would have it that it occurred next door, but as the house next door to them both could only be the one between them, namely number 13, and as number 13 had been empty for months, this testimony was at first strongly discounted. Presently, however, a helmeted and blue-coated representative of the law came striding leisurely down the lane. Within a minute or two he was surrounded by a number of excited ladies, all eager to give him their own version of the affair. "You can see him, can't you?" the man in the corner went on with a grin, stalking up the street, his thumbs thrust into his belt, his face wearing that marvelous look of impassivity peculiar to the force, and followed by this retinue of gesticulating ladies, dressed in what they happened to have picked up in neighboring old clothes shops, and by a sprinkling of callow youths and unkempt, unshaven men. You can see him solemnly plying the knocker on the dilapidated front door of number 13, while for the space of a minute or two the gesticulating ladies, the youths, and the men were silent and motionless. But not a sound came in response to the bobby's vigorous knocking. The house was silent as the grave. Just above the front door a weather-worn board, swaying and creaking in the wind, mutely gave it out that the lease of these desirable premises was to be sold, and that the key could be had on application to Messrs. J.D. Wishkin and Sons of Newnham Road, southeast. The ladies, with cheeks blanched under the grime, looked aghast at one another. The youths tittered nervously. The men swore. No one appeared altogether displeased. Here was a real excitement at last, to vary the monotony of life, something that would keep gossip alive at the White Lion for many a day to come. The majestic representative of the law then blew his whistle. This broke the spell of silence, and voluble tongues started wagging again. Soon the second representative of the law appeared, as ponderous, as impassive as his mate. He was quickly put in possession of all the known and unknown facts connected with the mysterious occurrence. Leaving his mate in charge, he stalked off to get assistance. Well, you remember, no doubt, what happened after that. A police inspector called straightway on Messrs. Wishkin and Sons and elicited from them the information that effectively number 13 Wicklow Lane was for sale, had been for some time, and that on the previous morning, it was of course Thursday, a well-dressed gentleman had called to make inquiries about the house. Young Mr. Wishkin gave him the key and asked him to be sure and return it before 1 p.m., as the office closed early on Thursdays. Well, the gentleman hadn't come back yet with the key, but Mr. Wishkin was not troubling much about that, there being nothing in the house, not for a matter of that in the street, likely to tempt a thief. Young Mr. Wishkin thought that he would be able to identify the gentleman if he saw him again. He had rather a red face and a thick nose, which suggested that he was accustomed to good living, rough ginger-colored hair, and a straggly ginger beard and walrus mustache, all of which gave him rather a peculiar appearance. He wore a neat brown lounge suit, a light overcoat, and gray Homburg hat, and he was carrying a large parcel under his arm. Mr. Wishkin added that he had never seen the man before or since. As soon as these facts became known, there was more voluntary information forthcoming. It appears that 1 or 2 of the residents in Wicklow Lane remembered seeing a man in light overcoat and soft gray hat and carrying a parcel under his arm enter number 13 with a latchkey. No one had taken particular notice, however, chiefly because the occurrence was not an unusual one. Often people would go in to look at the empty house and come out again after inspection. Unfortunately, too, because of this there was distinct confusion of evidence, some witnesses declaring that the man carried a large parcel and that he went away again, but not until the evening. Others would have it that he had a very small parcel and that he wore a bowler hat, others that the man with the bowler hat was another person altogether and did not call till the evening. Whilst this again was contradicted by another witness who said that the man who called in the evening had very conspicuous ginger-colored hair and beard, but that he certainly wore a bowler hat. And through this mass of conflicting evidence there was always the fact that the fog was very thick that night, and that no one therefore was able to swear very positively to anything. This, then, being all the information that could be gathered for the moment from the outside, the police next decided to force an entry into the empty house. Its unlucky number justified, as you know, its sinister reputation, because the first sight that greeted the inspector when he entered the front room on the ground floor was the body of a man lying in a pool of blood. At first glance he looked like a foreigner, youngish, with jet-black hair and mustache. By the side of him there was a damp towel, also stained with blood. Closer examination revealed the fact that he was not dead, but he seemed in a dead faint, and the inspector sent one of the men off at once to telephone for the divisional surgeon. The wounded man was dressed in a dark suit. He had on a gold watch of foreign make, 20 pounds in notes and some loose silver in his pockets, and a letter addressed to Alan Lloyd, Esquire, at an hotel in Bologna. The letter was a private one relating unimportant family events. It was signed by a Christian name only and bore a London postmark, but no address. The police inspector took charge of the letter and the money, and as the divisional surgeon had now arrived and was busy with the wounded man, he proceeded to examine the premises. The houses in Wicklow Lane all have small yards at the back. These yards end in a brick wall, the other side of which there is a railway cutting. It was obvious that number 13 had been untenanted for some time. The dust of ages lay over the window and door frames, over broken mantelpieces and dilapidated stoves. There was not a stick of anything anywhere. Even the rubbish in the basement, such as is found in every empty house, residue left over by the last tenant, had been picked over until there was nothing left but dust and a few empty bottles. The front room in which the wounded man lay revealed very little. 2 bullets were found lodged in one of the walls, one quite close to the ceiling, suggesting that it had been fired in the air, and the other at a height of 7 feet from the ground. The dust on the floor had certainly been disturbed, but by how many pairs of feet it was impossible to say. On the other hand, the back room on the same floor had quite a grim tale to tell. It gave on the small backyard, with the wall as a background, beyond which was the railway cutting. The window in this room was open. In one corner there was an ordinary sink which showed that water had been running from the tap quite recently. There was a small piece of soap in the sink which had also recently been used. On the mantelpiece a small oak-framed mirror was propped up against the wall, and beside it on the shelf there was the remnant of a burnt-out candle and a box of matches, half empty. And thrown down on the floor in a corner of the room were a black Inverness cape and soft black hat with a very wide brim, such as are usually affected by French students. It was, of course, difficult to reconstruct the assault just at present, the wounded man being still in a state of stupor and unable to give any account of himself, but the revolver was found lying at the bottom of the yard, close to the end wall. In the meanwhile, the divisional surgeon had concluded his examination. He pronounced the wound to have been caused by one of the bullets that had lodged in the wall of the front room. It had been fired at very close range, as the flesh was singed all round the wound. The bullet had gone right through the left deltoid, front to back and slightly upwards, just grazed the top of the shoulder, and then lodged in the wall. The surgeon was inclined to think that the wound was self-inflicted, but this theory was thought to be untenable, because if a man was such an obviously poor shot, he would surely have chosen some other way of putting an end to himself, unless, indeed, he was a lunatic, which might account for any incongruity in the known facts, even to the noise, the shouting and the banging that all the neighbors agreed had preceded the revolver shots. But there certainly was one fact which discounted the attempted suicide theory, and that was the undoubted presence of another man upon the scene, the man with the ginger hair and the thick nose who had called for the key at Messrs. Wiskin and Sons, and whom several witnesses had actually seen entering the empty house, the man with the parcel. Now no one saw him come out again by the front door. He must have been in the house when the foreigner with the jet-black hair came and joined him, and he must have slipped out later on in the dark under cover of the fog and rain, either by the front door when nobody happened to be passing by, or over the wall and then by the railway cutting. Now what had brought these 2 men together in an empty house in one of the worst slums in London? One man was wounded. Where was the other? Had the revolver been dropped by one of them in his flight, or flung out of the window by a lunatic? Was it attempted suicide by a madman, or murder consequent on a quarrel, or blackmail? None of these questions was ever answered, nor was the man with the ginger-colored hair ever found. There was absolutely no clue by which he might be traced. The earth had just swallowed him up as if he had been a spook. Nor was the identity of the wounded man ever satisfactorily established. Who he was, where he came from, who were his associates, and what were his antecedents, he never revealed. He was detained in hospital for a time, as he certainly was suffering from loss of memory. But presently they had to let him go. He had money, and he was otherwise perfectly sane. But to every question put to him, he only answered, "I don't know, I can't remember." He spoke English without the slightest trace of foreign accent. All that was foreign about him was his jet-black hair and beard. Nor was the history of the revolver ever traced to its source. Where was it bought? To whom was it sold? And by whom? Nobody ever knew. "But where did the man go after he left the hospital?" I now asked, seeing that the funny creature looked like curling himself up in his corner and going to sleep. "Surely he was kept under observation when they let him out." "Of course he was," he replied glibly, "and for some time after that." "Then where did he go?" I reiterated impatiently, "when he was discharged from the hospital?" "He asked the way to the nearest public library and went straight there. He looked down the columns of the Morning Post, scribbled a few addresses on a scrap of paper, then he took a taxi and drove to one of the private hotels in Mexborough Gate, where he engaged a room, paying a fortnight's board and lodging in advance. Here he lived for some considerable time. He was always plentifully supplied with money. He bought himself clothes and linen, but where he got the money from was never discovered. For a time he was watched both by the police and by amateur detectives eager for copy, but nothing was ever discovered that would clear up the mystery. From time to time, letters came for him at the hotel in Mexborough Gate. They were addressed to Allen Lloyd, Esquire, which may or may not have been a taken-up name. Presumably these letters contained remittances in cash. They were never traced to their source. Anyway, he always paid his weekly bills at the hotel, but he never spoke to anyone in the place, nor, as far as could be ascertained, did he ever meet anyone or enter any house except the one he lodged in. Then, one fine day, he left the hotel, never to return. He went out one afternoon, and nothing has been seen or heard of him from that day to this. The mysterious Mr. Allen Lloyd has disappeared in the whirlpool of London, leaving no trace of his identity. He had paid his bill at the hotel that very day. He left no debts and just a very few personal belongings behind. To all intents and purposes, the matter was relegated in the public mind to the category of unsolved and unsolvable mysteries. End of Section 18, The Mystery of the Montmartre Hat, Part 1. Section 20 of Unraveled Knots by Baroness Orczy. This librivox recording is in the public domain. The Mystery of the Montmartre Hat, continued. Chapter 2. The man in the corner had paused. From the capacious pocket of his tweed ulster he now extracted a thick piece of string, his claw-like fingers set to work. The problem which the police and public had never been able to solve had, I had no doubt, presented few difficulties to his agile brain. "Tell me," I suggested. He went on working away for a little while at an intricate knot. Then he said, "If you want to know more, you will have to listen to what will seem to you an irrelevant story." I professed my willingness to listen to anything he might choose to tell me. "Very well, then," he said. "Let me take your mind back to that same winter 2 years ago. Do you remember the extraordinary theft of a valuable collection of gems, the property of Sir James Narford?" "I do." "Do you know who Sir James Narford was?" "I would prefer you to tell me," I replied. "Sir James Narford," the funny creature went on glibly, "was a young gentleman who had been employed during the war in one of the government departments. He was the only son of his father, who was an impoverished Irish baronet. Soon after the armistice, Sir James went to South America to visit some relations. He must have made a very favorable impression on one of these, an eccentric old cousin who died a few months later and left to his English relative a marvelous collection of pearls and other gems. Some of these were of priceless value, and as is the way with anything that is out of the common, all sorts of stories grew around the romantic legacy. The great worth and marvelous beauty of the gems were told and retold, with many embellishments, no doubt, in the English papers. It was asserted that the Brazilian government had valued them for probate at £1,000,000 sterling, that there were diamonds, some still uncut, that would make the Koh-i-Noor or the Orloff look like small bits of glass, and so on. I dare say you can remember some of the legends that gathered around Sir James Narford's gems. By the time the lucky owner of the fabulous treasure, who had gone out again to Brazil in order to fetch away his jewels, had returned to England, he was the object of universal interest, and he and his gems were photographed and paragraphed all over the place. But as I told you, the recipient of this princely legacy had always been a poor man. We may take it that the payment of legacy duty on £40,000 worth of gems had impoverished him still further. Busybodies, of course, tried to persuade him to sell the gems. He had numberless letters from diamond and pearl merchants asking for permission to see them with a view to purchase. But, naturally enough, he didn't want to do anything in a hurry. He deposited his treasure at the bank and then thought things over. He didn't want to sell, for he was inordinately proud of his new possession and of the notoriety which it had conferred upon him. It was even rumored that he had received more than one hint from fair lips that if he proposed marriage, the owner of such beautiful jewels would be certain of acceptance. I don't know who first suggested the idea to Sir James Norford that he should exhibit the gems for the benefit of disabled soldiers and sailors. It was a splendid idea. 2s. 6d. was to be charged for admission, and after deducting expenses of rent and attendance, the profits were to go to that very laudable able charity. Suitable premises were secured in Sackville Street. These consisted of a shop with a large plate-glass front and a small room at the back. The entrance was through a front door and passage which were common to the rest of the house, and there were 2 doors in the passage, one of which gave into the shop and the other into the back room. Sir James spent a little money in getting up the place in modern style, and he had some cases made for the display of the gems. The door which gave from the passage into the shop was condemned, and a very heavy piece of furniture placed against it. The back room was only to be used as an office and anteroom with communicating doors leading into the shop. In the daytime, the gems were displayed in glass cases ranged right and left of the shop. At night they were locked up in a safe which stood in the middle of the shop, facing the plate-glass window, and with a blazing electric light kept on all night, just above the safe. This is a very usual device with jewelers in a smaller way of business. The policeman on night duty can see at once if there is anything wrong. Everything being ready, Sir James Norford asked a distinguished lady friend of his to declare the show open, and for the first fortnight, this, I must tell you, was in October, there was a steady stream of visitors, ladies for the most part, who came to gaze on the much advertised gems. You might wonder what pleasure there could be in looking at things one could never hope to possess, especially at loose gems, however precious, which to my mind only become beautiful when they are mounted and set in artistic designs. However, I do not profess to understand feminine mentality. All I know is that Sir James Norford declared himself on more than one occasion satisfied with the result of his little venture. True that after the first fortnight the attendance at the show fell off considerably, and a few people did wonder why Sir James should continue to keep it open for so long. Those who had been most curious to see the gems of fabulous value had flocked in the first few days. After that there was only a very thin sprinkling of people up from the country, or foreigners who paid their 2s. 6d. admission for the sight. But be that as it may, the jewels were certainly getting an additional amount of advertisement, and when presently the owner would put them up for sale, as no doubt he intended to do, they would fetch a higher figure in consequence. In the meanwhile, Sir James went on living very quietly in a small service flat in George Street, waited on by a faithful servant, a man named Ruggles, whom he had known for years. Every day he would stroll round to Sackville Street to look at his treasure and to talk to 1 or 2 friends. At 6 o'clock the exhibition would be closed, and Sir James would himself deposit all the gems into the safe, lock up the premises, and take the keys back with him to his flat. He went out very little in society and only occasionally to his club. His one extravagance appeared to be a mania for traveling in all sorts of out-of-the-way places. He had been seemingly in every corner of Europe, in Czechoslovakia and Yugoslavia, in Montenegro, Bosnia, and Bessarabia. Before this, whenever he went off on his travels, he would take his man with him and shut up the flat. But on the occasion which presently arose, he left Ruggles in charge of the exhibition in Sackville Street. This was early in November, about a fortnight after the opening of the exhibition, and when Sir James had gone it was Ruggles who, every night at 6 o'clock, put the gems away in the safe and locked up the premises. He then made a point of going for a brisk walk and returned to the flat at about 7:30, had his supper, read his paper, and then went to bed at about 10 o'clock with the keys of the safe and of the Sackville Street premises under his pillow. One of the staff in the flats at George Street always got his supper ready for him, some cold meat, bread and cheese, and half a pint of beer, which the lift boy invariably fetched for him from the Crown and Scepter round the corner. He prepared his own breakfast in the morning, and his other meals he took in Sackville Street. They were sent in from one of the cheaper restaurants in Piccadilly. Every morning the charwoman who cleaned the steps outside the block of flats in George Street would see Ruggles come out of the house and walk away in the direction of Sackville Street. Even on Sundays he would stroll round as far as the shop to see that everything was all right. It was on a snowy morning in January that the charwoman failed to see Ruggles at his accustomed time. As the quiet neighborhood did not as a rule lend itself much to gossip, the present opportunity was not to be missed. The charwoman, on meeting with the lift boy, imparted to him the priceless news that Mr. Ruggles must either be ill or had gone and overslept himself. Whereupon the lift boy was ready with the startling information that he had just observed that one of the glass panels in the front door of Sir James Norford's flat was broken. The glass wasn't broken in the evening, 10:30, he went on to say, when I took a party down who'd been visiting Miss Jenkins. It seems that Miss Jenkins was maid to a lady who had a flat on the same floor as Sir James Norford. But there was the length of a passage with staircase and lift between the two flats, and neither the lady nor the maid, when spoken to by the lift boy about the broken glass panel, had heard anything during the night. Now all this seemed very strange, more especially as the morning hours wore on and there was still no sign of Mr. Ruggles. The lift boy was kept busy for the next hour taking the staff of the service flats up and down in his lift, as everyone wished to have a look at the broken panel and wanted to add their quota of opinion as to what had gone on last night in Sir James Norford's flat. At 10 o'clock, the housekeeper, more responsible or more enterprising than the rest of the staff, resolved to knock at the flat door. No answer came. She then tried to peep through the broken glass panel and to apply her ear to it. For a time, all was silence. The charwoman, the lift boy, and the scullery maid, and the head housemaid stood by on the landing, holding their breath. Suddenly, they all gave a simultaneous gasp. A groan, distinctly a groan, was heard issuing from inside the flat. The group of watchers looked at one another in dismay. "What's to be done?" they murmured. The lift boy had the key of the flat, but as the front door was bolted on the inside, the key in itself was no use. The housekeeper, with the air of a general in command about to order a deathly charge, said resolutely, "I shall force my way in." And it was the lift boy who gasped, awe-stricken, "You can put your hand through the broken panel, Mum, and pull the bolt." Somehow this bright idea, which had occurred to the lift boy, made everyone there feel still more uncomfortable. The housekeeper, who had been so bold a while ago, stammered something about fetching the police, and when at the precise moment the lift bell rang, the head housemaid declared herself ready to faint. But it was only Sir James Norford who had rung for the lift from below. He had arrived by the night mail from Paris and had only his small suitcase with him. The lift boy had the satisfaction of being the first to impart the exciting news to him. "He took it badly, he did," was the young gentleman's comment on Sir James's reception of the news. Without taking the slightest notice of the group of excited women on the landing, Sir James went straight to his front door, thrust his hand through the broken panel, drew back the inside bolt, and stepped into his flat. The next moment the agitated crowd on the landing heard him cry out, "My God, Ruggles, what has happened?" A feeble voice, which was scarcely recognizable as that of Ruggles, was then heard talking in short, jerky sentences, and a few moments later Sir James's voice could be distinctly heard speaking on the telephone. "He is telephoning for the police," the housekeeper solemnly announced to the staff. "Well," the man in the corner continued after a while, "let me shorten my tale by telling you briefly the story which Ruggles told the police. It did not amount to a great deal, but such as it was, it revealed a degree of cunning and of daring in the ways of burglary that have seldom been equaled. Ruggles, it seems, had as usual put away the gems in the safe and locked up the premises in Sackville Street, and then walked home to the flat, very glad, he declared, that his responsibility would cease before another day went by, as he expected Sir James home from abroad the following morning. He had his supper as usual, but when he settled down to read his paper, he felt so sleepy that he just went and bolted the front door, placed the keys underneath his pillow, and went straight to bed. He remembered nothing more until he felt himself roughly shaken and heard his master's voice calling to him. It took him some time to collect himself. He felt dazed, and his head ached terribly. When Sir James told him that it was past 10 o'clock, he could not conceive how he could have overslept himself in this way. Through force of habit, he put his hand under his pillow to grope for the keys. They had gone. Then Sir James telephoned to the police. That was all that Ruggles could say. His condition was pitiable. Alternately bemoaning his fate and cursing himself for a fool, he knelt at his master's feet and, with hands clasped, begged for forgiveness. "I'd have done anything in the world for Sir James," he kept reiterating to the police officer, "and 'ere I've been in the ruin of him, just through oversleeping." The police inspector got quite impatient with him, and at one time, I think, he thought that the man was acting a part. But Sir James Narford himself indignantly repudiated any suggestion of the sort. "I would trust Ruggles," he said emphatically, "as I would myself. I have known him for 30 years, and he was in my father's service before that. I trust him with my keys, with money, with everything. He would have plenty of opportunity to rob me comfortably if he had a mind. What would a man of his class do with valuable gems? All the same, I fancy that the police did not altogether lose sight of the possibility that Ruggles might know something about the affair. But in spite of very clever questioning and cross-questioning, his story never varied, even in the minutest detail. All that he added to his original statement that was of any value was the description of a foreign visitor at Sackville Street whom, in his own words, he didn't like the looks of. This was a youngish man with very sallow complexion, jet-black hair and mustache, and wearing a peculiar-looking caped overcoat and black soft hat with a very wide brim, who had remained over half an hour in the shop, apparently deeply interested in the gems. At one time he asked Ruggles whether he might have the glass cases opened so that he could examine the stones and pearls more closely. This request Ruggles very naturally refused. The young man then put a lot of questions to him. Where did the gems come from? What was their value? Were they insured? Where were they kept at night? Was the safe burglar-proof, or only fireproof? And so on. It seems that two ladies who were visiting the exhibition at the same time noticed this same young man with the sallow complexion and the jet-black hair. They heard him questioning Ruggles and remarked upon his foreign accent, which was neither Italian nor Spanish. They thought he might be Portuguese. His clothes were certainly very outlandish. The ladies had noticed the caped coat, a kind of black Inverness, and the hat à la Montmartre. The presence of this foreigner in the shop in Sackville Street became still more significant later on, when another fact came to light, a fact in connection with the half-pint of beer which the lift boy from the flats in George Street had fetched as usual on the evening preceding the robbery from the Crown and Sceptre public-house. A few drops of the beer had remained in the mug beside the remnants of Ruggles' supper. On examination, the beer was found to contain chloral. The lift boy at first was probably too scared to throw any light on this circumstance. He declared, fetched the beer as usual from the Crown and Sceptre, taken it up to No. 4, Sir James Narford's flat, and put it upon the table in the sitting-room where Mr. Ruggles' supper was already laid for him. After repeated questions from the police inspector, however, he recollected that on his way from the public-house to the flats, a gentleman accosted him and asked him the way to Regent Street. The boy, holding the mug of beer in one hand, pointed out the way with the other, and probably turned his head in the same direction as he did so. He couldn't say for certain. The gentleman seemed stupid, and didn't understand the directions all at once. The boy had to repeat them again and again, and altogether was in conversation with the gentleman quite a while. It was dark at the time, but he did see that the gentleman wore a funny sort of coat and a funny hat, and as the boy picturesquely put it, he spoke queer-like as if he were a Frenchman. To a lift boy, presumably every foreigner is a Frenchman, if he be not a German, and though the lad's description of the coat and hat only amounted to his calling them funny, there seemed little doubt but that the man who visited the shop in Sackville Street and the one who accosted the lift boy in George Street were one and the same. There was also little doubt but that he poured the drug into the mug of beer while the boy's head was turned away. And finally all doubts were set at rest when the funny coat and hat were discovered tied up in a bundle in the area of an empty house 2 doors higher up the street. Unfortunately, although these few facts were definitely established, all traces of the man himself vanished after that. How he got into the block of flats could not be ascertained. He might have slipped in after the lift boy while the latter went upstairs with the beer and concealed himself somewhere in the basement. It was impossible to say. The street door was kept open as usual until 11 o'clock, and until that hour the boy was in attendance at the lift. He had been up and down several times, taking up residents or their visitors. And while he ran to fetch the beer, one of the maids saw to the lift if the bell rang. At 11 o'clock every evening the street door was closed, but not bolted. It was provided with a Yale lock, and every resident had one key in case they came in late. The lift was not worked after that hour, but there was a light kept on every landing. These lights the housemaid switched off the first thing every morning when she did the stairs, and as a matter of fact she remembered that on the memorable morning the light on the top-floor landing, which is the landing outside Sir James Narford's flat, was already switched off when she went to do it. And those are all the facts, the man in the corner went on slowly, while he paused in his work of fashioning intricate knots in his beloved bit of string. All the facts that were ever known in connection with the theft of Sir James Narford's gems. Of course, as you may well suppose, not only the official but also the public mind at once flew to the mysterious personage originally found wounded in an empty house in Wicklow Lane. There could be no shadow of doubt that this man and the one who visited the shop in Sackville Street, who accosted the lift boy, drugged Ruggles' beer, and robbed him of his keys, were one and the same. There was the black-caped coat, the Montmartre hat, the jet-black hair, and the foreign look. True, the wounded man of Wicklow Lane spoke English without any foreign accent, but the latter could easily be assumed. Indeed, it all seemed plain sailing, and as soon as the word went round about the robbery in Sackville Street, and the description was given of the foreign-looking individual with the jet-black hair, the police thought they had a perfectly clear case. A clear case, yes, the funny creature went on with a grin, but not an easy one, because when the police called at the hotel in Mexborough Square, they learned that the mysterious Mr. Alan Lloyd had been gone 3 days. Having paid his bill, he had walked out of the house one dark afternoon and not been seen or heard of since. He went off carrying a paper parcel which no doubt contained the few belongings he had bought of late. Of course he was the thief, and a marvelously cunning one. Just think what it meant. It meant, first of all, immense presence of mind and daring to accost the lift boy and engage him in conversation whilst pouring a drug into a mug of beer. Then it meant sneaking into the block of flats in George Street, breaking the glass panel of a door, entering the flat, stealing the keys, sneaking out of the building again, going round to Sackville Street, watching until the police on duty had passed by, entering the house, opening the safe, collecting the gems, all in full view of the street, mind you, or else in absolute darkness, then relocking the safe and again watching for the opportunity to sneak out of the house until the man on duty was out of sight. Clever? I should think it would have been clever, if it had ever been done. How do you mean, if it had ever been done? I ejaculated with some impatience. Whoever the thief was, and I suppose that you have your theory, he must have done all those things. Oh, no, he did not, the funny creature asserted emphatically. He merely put all the gems away in his own pocket after the exhibition was closed for the night, instead of locking them up in the safe. Then you think it was Ruggles? I exclaimed. In conjunction with his master. Sir James Narford? But why? For the sake of the insurance money. But man alive, I ejaculated. That was the tragedy of the whole thing. I remember reading about it at the time. I suppose that it was either out of meanness or because he had so little ready money, but Sir James Narford had only insured his treasure for £20,000, whereas the jewels were not worth a penny more than that, the man in the corner broke in with his bland smile. The public may have been bamboozled with tales of fabulous value. Nowadays people talk as glibly of millions as the past generation did of thousands. But insurance companies don't usually listen to fairy tales. But even so, I argued, the jewels must have been worth more than the insurance after all the advertisement they got. Why shouldn't Sir James have sold them rather than take the risk of stealing them? "But, my dear young lady," he retorted, "can't you see that the jewels can still be sold, and that they will be abroad, presently, one by one? £20,000 insurance money is good, but you double the amount, and it is better." "But what about the wounded man in Wicklow Lane?" I asked. "A red herring across the trail," he replied with a smile. "Only with this difference, that it was dragged across before the hounds were on the scent. And that is where the immense cleverness of the man comes in. To create a personality on whom to draw suspicion of a crime, and then make that personality disappear before the crime is committed, is as clever a bit of rascality as I have ever seen. It needed absolute coolness and a knowledge of facial makeup, in both of which we must take it Sir James Narford was a past master. Think then how easy everything else would be for him. Just let me reconstruct the whole thing for you from beginning to end. That is, from the moment when Sir James Narford first conceived the idea of doubling the value of his gems, and took his man Ruggles as partner in that fine piece of rascality. He couldn't have done it without a partner, of course, and probably this was not the first villainy those two scoundrels carried through together. Well then, Narford, having given instructions to Ruggles, and arranged certain matters of detail with him, begins his campaign by ostensibly starting on a journey. He crossed over to France, probably, and then back to England. It is easy enough for a man to disappear in crowded trains or railway stations if there is no one on his track, easy enough for him to stay in one hotel after another in any big town if he chooses hotels whose proprietors have reason to dread the police and will not volunteer information if any of their visitors are wanted. A month only of such wanderings, and Sir James Narford, habitually a very dapper man with sleek, sandy hair, cropped very close, a tiny toothbrush mustache, and shaven cheeks and chin, can easily be transformed into one with shaggy hair and beard and walrus mustache. Add to this a nose built out with grease paint and highly colored, and cheeks stained a dull red, and you have the man who called for the key of the empty house at Messrs. Wishkin and Sons, with a parcel under his arm which contained the black cape and Montmartre hat purchased abroad at some time previously during the course of his wanderings. "That's simple, is it not?" the funny creature continued, while his thin, claw-like fingers worked away feverishly at his piece of string. "Now all that our rascal wants is to change his clothes and his face. So late that evening, by preconcerted plan, Ruggles meets him at the empty house under cover of the fog. Here he and his precious master change clothes with one another. Narford then completes his toilet by applying to his shaggy hair and beard one of those modern dyes that are so much advertised for the use of ladies desiring to possess raven locks. And so we have the explanation of all the conflicting evidence of the witnesses who saw a man with a parcel and yet were so much at variance both as to the time when they saw him, as to his appearance, and even as to the size of the parcel. Having thus created the personality of a foreign-looking individual in black clothes, you will easily see how important it was for the general scheme that the comedy of the row and the pistol shots in the empty house should be enacted. Attention had to be drawn to the created personage, attention coupled with mystery, and at this stage of the scheme there was not the slightest danger of the wounded man in Wicklow Lane being in any way connected with Sir James Narford of George Street, Mayfair. Time was no object. The mysterious Mr. Alan Lloyd of Wicklow Lane might be detained days, weeks, even months, but he would have to be let out some time or other. He was perfectly harmless, apparently, and otherwise sane. He could not be kept forever at the country's expense. He was eventually discharged, went to an hotel, and lived there quietly for a while longer until he thought that the time was ripe for complete disappearance. In the meanwhile, we must suppose that he was in touch with Ruggles. Ruggles made a point of taking a brisk walk every evening. Well, winter evenings are dark, and London is a very crowded place. Ruggles would bring what money was required. What more easy than to meet in a crowd? Then at last the two rascals thought that the time was ripe. The mysterious Mr. Alan Lloyd disappeared from the hotel in Mexborough Gate. He went to Sackville Street, where he shaved off his shaggy mustache and beard, and cut his hair once more so close that nothing of the dyed ends could be seen. He changed into his own clothes, which Ruggles kept there ready for him. Then he slipped round to Victoria Station and crossed over to France, only in order to return to England openly this time as Sir James Narford, and just in time to find Ruggles just aroused from a drugged sleep, and the whole flat seething with excitement. But it was he who, in the black cape and Montmartre hat, visited the shop in Sackville Street. It was Ruggles who the following night spoke to the lift boy, even while Norford was procuring for himself a perfect alibi by crossing over quite openly from France. Ruggles' task was, of course, much easier. All he had to do was to put the gems in his pocket, and these Norford took over from him in the morning at the flat before he telephoned for the police. To put on the black cape and hat and to accost the lift boy was easy enough on a dark, snowy night in January. And now all the excitement has died down. The whole thing was so cleverly planned that the real rascal was never suspected. Ruggles may have been, but nothing could really be brought up against him. The gems haven't been found, and to all appearances he has not benefited by the robbery. He is just the faithful, trusted servant of his master. Sir James Norford has got his money from the insurance company, and since then has left for abroad. By the way, the man in the corner concluded, as he gathered up his precious bit of string and slipped it in the pocket of his ulster, I heard recently that he has bought some property in Argentina and has settled down there permanently with his friend Ruggles. I think he was wise to do that, and if you care to publish my version of that mysterious affair, you are at liberty to do so. I don't think that our friend would sue you for defamation of character, and anyway, I'll undertake to pay damages if the case comes into court. End of section 20. End of The Mystery of the Montmartre Hat. Section 21 of Unraveled Knots by Baroness Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 11. The Miser of Maida Vale. Chapter 1. One of the most puzzling cases I ever remember watching, the man in the corner said to me that day, was the one known to the public as that of the Miser of Maida Vale. It presented certain altogether novel features, and for once I was willing to admit that, though the police had a very hard nut to crack in the elucidation of the mystery, and in the end failed to find a solution, they were at one time very near putting their finger on the key of the puzzle. If they had only possessed some of that instinct for true facts, with which nature did so kindly endow me, there is no doubt that they would have brought that clever criminal to book. I wish it were in my power to convey something of that air of ludicrous complacency with which he said this. I could almost hear him purring to himself, like a lean, shabby old cat. He had his inevitable bit of string in his hand and had been in rapturous contemplation of a series of knots which he had been fashioning until the moment when I sat down beside him and he began to speak. But as soon as he embarked upon his beloved topic, he turned his rapturous contemplation on himself. He just sat there and admired himself, and now and again blinked at me with such an air of self-satisfaction that I longed to say something terribly rude first and then to flounce out of the place, leaving him to admire himself at his leisure. But of course this could not be. To use the funny creature's own verbiage, nature had endowed me with the journalistic instinct. I had to listen to him. I had to pick his brains and to get copy out of him. The irresistible desire to learn something new, something that would thrill my editor as well as my public, compelled me to swallow my impatience, to smile at him, somewhat wryly, perhaps, and then to beg him to proceed. I was all attention. "Well," he said, still wearing an irritating air of condescension, "do you remember the case of the old miser of Maida Vale?" "Only vaguely," I was willing to admit. "It presented some very interesting features," he went on blandly, "and assuming that you really only remember them vaguely, I will put them before you as clearly as possible, in order that you may follow my argument more easily later on. The victim of the mysterious tragedy was, as no doubt you remember, an eccentric old invalid named Thornton Ashley, the well-known naval constructor, who had made a considerable fortune during the war and then retired, chiefly, it was said, owing to ill health. He had 2 sons, one of whom, Charles, was a misshapen, undersized creature, singularly unprepossessing both in appearance and in manner, whilst the other, Philip, was a tall, good-looking fellow, very agreeable and popular wherever he went. Both these young men were bachelors, a fact which, it appears, had been for some time a bone of contention between them and their father. Old Ashley was passionately fond of children, and the one desire of his declining years was to see the grandchildren who would ultimately enjoy the fortune which he had accumulated. Whilst he was ready to admit that Charles, with his many afflictions, did not stand much chance with the fair sex, there was no reason at all why Philip should not marry, and there had been more than one heated quarrel between father and son on that one subject. So much so, indeed, that presently Philip cut his stick and went to live in rooms in Jermyn Street. He had a few hundreds a year of his own left to him by a godmother. He had been to Rugby and to Cambridge, and had been a temporary officer in the war. Pending his obtaining some kind of job, he settled down to live the life of a smart young bachelor in town, whilst his brother Charles was left to look after the old man, who became more and more eccentric as his health gradually broke up. He sold his fine house in Hyde Park Gardens, his motor, and the bulk of his furniture, and moved into a cheap flat in Maida Vale, where he promptly took to his bed, which he never left again. His eccentricities became more and more pronounced, and his temper more and more irascible. He took a violent dislike to strangers, refused to see anybody except his sons and two old friends, Mr. Oldwall, the well-known solicitor, and Dr. Fanshawe Bigg, who visited him from time to time, and whose orders he obstinately refused to obey. Worst of all, as far as the unfortunate Charles was concerned, he became desperately mean, denying himself, and incidentally his son, every luxury, subsisting on the barest necessities, and keeping no servant to wait on him except a daily char. Soon his miserliness degenerated into a regular mania. "Charles and I are saving money for the grandchildren you are going to give me one day," he would say with a chuckle whenever Philip tried to reason with him on the subject of this self-denying ordinance. "When you have an establishment of your own, you can invite us to come and live with you. There will be plenty then for housekeeping, I promise you." At which the handsome Philip would laugh and shrug his shoulders and go back to his comfortable rooms in Jermyn Street. But no one knew what Charles thought about it all. To an outsider, his case must always have appeared singularly pathetic. He had no money of his own, and his delicate health had made it impossible for him to take up any profession. He could not cut his stick like his brother Philip had done, but truth to tell, he did not appear to wish to do so. Perhaps it was real fondness for his father that made him seem contented with his lot. Certain it is that as time went on he became a regular slave to the old man, waiting on him hand and foot, more hard-worked than the daily char, who put on her bonnet and walked out of the flat every day at 6 o'clock, when her work was done, and who had all her Sundays to herself. All the relaxation that Charles ever had were alternate weekends, when his brother Philip would come over and spend Saturday to Monday in the flat, taking charge of the invalid. On those occasions Charles would get on an old bicycle, and with just a few shillings in his pocket, which he had saved during the past fortnight out of the meagre housekeeping allowance which he handled, he would go off for the day somewhere into the country, nobody ever knew where. Then on Monday morning he would return to the flat in Maida Vale, ready to take up his slave's yoke, to all appearances with a light heart. "Charles Ashley is wise," the gossiping acquaintances would say. "He sticks to the old miser. Thornton Ashley can't live forever, and Oldwall says that he is worth close on $250,000. Philip, on the other hand, could have had no illusion with regard to his father's testamentary intentions. The bone of contention, Philip's celibacy, was still there, making bad blood between father and son. More than once the old miser had said to him with a sardonic grin, "Let me see you married soon, my boy, and with a growing family around you, or I tell you that my money shall go to that fool Charles, or to the founding of an orphan asylum, or to the establishment of a matrimonial agency." Mr. Oldwall, the solicitor, a very old friend of the Ashleys, and who had seen the two boys grow up, threw out as broad a hint to Philip on that same subject as professional honor allowed. "Your father," he said to him one day, "has got that mania for saving money, but otherwise he is perfectly sane, you know. He'll never forgive you if you don't gratify his wish to see you married. Hang it all, man, there are plenty of nice girls about, and what on earth would poor old Charles do with $250,000, I'd like to know?" But for a long time Philip remained obstinate, and his friends knew well enough the cause of this obstinacy. It had its root in a pre-war romance. Philip Ashley had been in love. Some say that he had actually been engaged to her, with a beautiful girl, Muriel Balin, the daughter of an eminent surgeon, Sir Arnold Balin. The two young people were thought to be devoted to one another, but the lovely Muriel had, as it turned out, another admirer in Sir Wilfrid Pete Jackson, the wealthy shipowner, who worshipped her in secret. Philip Ashley and Wilfrid Pete Jackson were great friends. They had been at school and varsity together. In 1915, they both obtained a commission in the Coldstreams, and in 1916, Pete Jackson was very severely wounded. He was sent home to be nursed by the beautiful Muriel in her father's hospital in Grosvenor Square. His case had already been pronounced hopeless, and Sir Arnold himself, as well as other equally eminent surgeons, gave it as their opinion that the unfortunate young man could not live more than a few months, if that. We must then take it that pity and romance played their part in the events that ensued. Certain it is that London society was one day thrilled to read in its Times that Miss Muriel Belline had been married the previous morning to Sir Wilfrid Pete Jackson, the wealthy ship-owner and owner of lovely Deverell Castle in Northamptonshire. Her friends at once put it about that Muriel had only yielded to a dying man's wish, and that there was nothing mercenary or calculating in this unexpected marriage. She probably would be a widow within a very short time, and free to return to her original love and to marry Philip Ashley. But in this case, like in so many others in life, the unexpected occurred. Sir Wilfrid Pete Jackson did not die, not just then. He lived 6 years after the doctors had said that he must die in 6 months. He remained an invalid, and he and his beautiful wife spent their winters in the Canaries and their summers in Switzerland. But Muriel did not become a widow until 1922, and Philip Ashley all that time never looked at another girl. He was even willing to allow a fortune to slip away from him because he always hoped that the woman who he had never ceased to worship would be his wife one day. Probably old Ashley knew all that. Probably he hated the idea that this one woman should spoil his son's life for always. Probably he thought that threat of disinheritance would bring Philip back out of the realms of romance to the realities of life. All this we shall never know. The old man spoke to no one about that, not even to Mr. Oldwall, possibly not even to Charles. By the time that Sir Wilfrid Pete Jackson had died, and Philip had announced his engagement to the beautiful widow, Thornton Ashley was practically a dying man. However, he did have the satisfaction before he died of hearing the good news. Philip told him of his engagement one Saturday in May, when he came for his usual fortnightly week-end visit. Strangely enough, although the old man must have been delighted at this tardy realization of his life's desire, he did not after that make any difference in his mode of life. He remained just as irascible, just as difficult, and every bit as mean as he had always been. He never asked to see his future daughter-in-law, whom he had known in the past, though she did come once or twice to see him, nor did he encourage Philip to come and see him any more frequently than he had done before. The only indication he ever gave that he was pleased with the engagement was an obvious impatience to see the wedding day fixed as soon as possible, and one day he worked himself up into a state of violent passion because Philip told him that Lady Pete Jackson was bound to let a full year lapse before she married again, out of respect for poor Wilfrid's memory. Chapter 2. Of course, a good deal of gossip was concentrated on all these events. Although Thornton Ashley had, for the past 3 years, cut himself adrift from all social intercourse, past friends and acquaintances had not altogether forgotten him, whilst Philip Ashley and Lady Pete Jackson had always been well-known figures in a certain set in London. It was not likely, therefore, that their affairs would not be discussed and commented on at tea parties and in the clubs. Philip Ashley was exalted to the position of a hero. By his marriage, he would at last grasp the fortune which he had so obstinately and romantically evaded. True love was obtaining its just reward, and so on. Lady Pete Jackson, on the other hand, was not quite so leniently dealt with by the gossips. It was now generally averred that she had originally thrown Philip Ashley over only because Pete Jackson was a very rich man and had a handle to his name, and that she was only returning to her former love now because Thornton Ashley had already one foot in the grave and was reputed to be worth $250,000. "I have a photograph here," the man in the corner went on, and threw a bundle of newspaper cuttings down before me, "of Lady Pete Jackson. As no doubt you will admit, she is very beautiful, but the face is hard. Looking at it, one feels instinctively that she is not a woman who would stand by a man in case of trouble or disgrace. But it is difficult to judge from these smudgy reproductions, and there is no doubt that Philip Ashley was madly in love with her. That she had enemies, especially amongst those of her own sex, was only natural in view of the fact that she was exceptionally beautiful, had made one brilliant marriage, and was on the point of making another. But the two romantic lovers were not the sole food of the gossip mongers. There was the position of Charles Ashley to be discussed and talked over. What was going to become of him? How would he take this change in his fortune? If rumor, chiefly based on Mr. Oldwall's indiscretions, was correct, he would be losing that reputed $250,000 if Philip's marriage came off. But in this case, gossip had to rest satisfied with conjectures. No one ever saw Charles, and Philip, when questioned about him, had apparently very little to say. "Charles is a queer fish," he would reply. "I don't profess to know what goes on inside him. He seems delighted at the prospect of my marriage, but he doesn't say much. He is very shy and very sensitive about his deformity, and he won't see anyone now, not even Muriel." And thus the stage was set, the funny creature continued with a fatuous grin, for the mysterious tragedy which has puzzled the public and the police as much as the friends of the chief actors in the drama. It was set for the scene of Philip Ashley's marriage to Muriel, Lady Pete Jackson, which was to take place very quietly at St. Saviour's, Warwick Road, early in the following year. On August 27th, old Thornton Ashley died. That is to say, he was found dead in his bed by his son Charles, who had returned that morning from his fortnightly weekend holiday. The cause of death was not in question at first, though Dr. Fanshawe Bigg was out of town at the moment. His locum tenens knew all about the case, and had seen the invalid on the Thursday preceding his death. In accordance with the amazing laws of this country, he gave the necessary certificate without taking a last look at the dead man, and Thornton Ashley would no doubt have been buried then and there, without either fuss or ceremony, but for the amazing events which thereupon followed one another in quick succession. The funeral had been fixed for Thursday the 30th, but within 24 hours of the old miser's death, it had already transpired that he had indeed left a considerable fortune, which included 1 or 2 substantial life insurances, and that the provisions of his will were very much as Philip Ashley and his friends had surmised. After sundry legacies to various charitable institutions concerned with the care of children, Thornton Ashley had left the residue of his personality to whichever of his sons was first married within a year from the time of the testator's death, the other son receiving an annuity of £300. This clearly was aimed at Philip, as poor misshapen Charles had always been thought to be out of the running. Moreover, a further clause in the will directed that in the event of both the testator's sons being still unmarried within that given time, then the whole of the residue was to go to Charles, with an annuity of £100 to Philip and a sum of £10,000 for the endowment of an orphan asylum at the discretion of the Charity Organization Society. There were a few conjectures as to whether Charles Ashley, who by his brother's impending marriage would be left with a paltry £300 a year, would contest his father's will on the grounds of non compos mentis, but as you know, it is always very difficult in this country to upset a will, and the provisions of this particular one were so entirely in accord with the wishes expressed by the deceased on every possible occasion that the plea that he was of unsound mind when he made it would never have been upheld. Quite apart from the fact that Mr. Oldwall, who drew up the will and signed it as one of the witnesses, would have repudiated any suggestion that his client was anything but absolutely sane at the time. Everything then appeared quite smooth and above board when suddenly, like a bolt from the blue, came the demand from the insurance company in which the late Mr. Thornton Ashley had a life policy for £40,000 for a post-mortem examination, the company not being satisfied that the deceased had died a natural death. Naturally, Dr. Percy Jutt, who had signed the death certificate, was furious, but he was overruled by the demands of the insurance company, backed by no less a person than Charles Ashley. Indeed, it soon transpired that it was in consequence of certain statements made by Mr. Triscott, a local solicitor, on behalf of Charles Ashley to the general manager of the company, that the latter took action in the matter. Philip Ashley, through his solicitor, Mr. Oldwall, and backed by Dr. Jutt, might perhaps have opposed the proceedings, but quite apart from the fact that opposition from that quarter would have been impolitic, it probably would also have been unsuccessful. Anyway, the sensation mongers had quite a tidbit to offer to the public that afternoon. The evening papers came out before midday with flaring headlines, "The Mystery Miser of Maida Vale," also "Sensational Developments," and "Sinister Rumors." By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, some of the papers had it that a post-mortem examination of the body of the late Mr. Thornton Ashley had been conducted by Dr. Dawson, the divisional surgeon, and that it had revealed the fact that the old miser had not died a natural death, traces of violence having been discovered on the body. It was understood that the police were already in possession of certain facts and that the coroner of the district would hold an inquest on Thursday the 30th, the very day on which the funeral was to have taken place. End of section 21. The Miser of Maida Vale, Part 1. Section 22 of Unraveled Knots by Baroness Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Miser of Maida Vale, continued. Chapter 3. Now I have attended many an inquest in my day, the man in the corner continued after a brief pause, during which his claw-like fingers worked away with feverish energy at his bit of string. But seldom have I been present at a more interesting one. There were so many surprises, such an unexpected turn of events, that one was kept on tenterhooks the whole time as to what would happen next. Even to those who were in the know, the witnesses in themselves were a surprise. Of course, everyone knew Mr. Oldwall, the solicitor and lifelong friend of old Thornton Ashley, and the divisional surgeon, whose evidence would be interesting. Then there was poor Charles Ashley and his handsome brother Philip, now the owner of a magnificent fortune, whose romantic history had more than once been paragraphed in the press. But what in the world had Mr. Triscott, a local lawyer whom nobody knew, and Mrs. Trapp, a slatternly old char, to do with the case? And there was also Dr. Percy Jutt, who had not come out of the case with flying professional colors, and who must have cursed the day when he undertook the position of locum tenens for Dr. Fanshawe Bigg. The proceedings began with the sensational evidence of Dr. Dawson, the divisional surgeon, who had conducted the post-mortem. He stated that the deceased had been in an advanced state of uremia, but that this had not actually been the cause of death. Death was due to heart failure caused by fright and shock following on violent aggression and an attempt at strangulation. There were marks round the throat and evidences of a severe blow having been dealt on the face and cranium, causing concussion. In the patient's weak state of health, shock and fright had affected the heart's action with fatal results. All the while that the divisional surgeon gave evidence, going into technical details which the layman could not understand, Dr. Percy Jutt had obvious difficulty to control himself. He had a fidgety, nervous way with him, and was constantly biting his nails. When he, in his turn, entered the witness box, he was as white as a sheet, and tried to hide his nervousness behind a dictatorial, blustering manner. In answer to the coroner, he explained that he had been acting as locum tenens for Dr. Fanshawe Bigg, who was away on his holiday. He had visited the deceased once or twice during the past fortnight, and had last seen him on the Thursday preceding his death. Dr. Fanshawe Bigg had left him a few notes on the case. I found, he went on to explain, the deceased in an advanced stage of uremia, and that there was very little that I could do, more especially as I was made to understand that my visits were not particularly wanted. On the Thursday, deceased was in a very drowsy state, this being one of the best-known symptoms of the disease, and I didn't think that he could live much longer. I told Mr. Charles Ashley so. At the same time, I did not think that the end would come quite as soon. However, I was not particularly surprised when on the Monday morning I received a visit from Mr. Charles Ashley, who told me that his father was dead. I found him very difficult to understand, Dr. Jutt continued in response to a question from the coroner. Emotion had, I thought, addled his speech a little. He may have tried to tell me something in connection with his father's death, but I was so rushed with work that morning, and, as I say, I was fully prepared for the event, that all I could do was to promise to come round some time during the day, and in the meanwhile, in order to facilitate arrangements for the funeral, I gave the necessary certificate. I was entirely within my rights, he concluded with somewhat aggressive emphasis, and as far as I can recollect, Mr. Charles Ashley said nothing that in any way led me to think that there was anything wrong. Mr. Oldwall, the solicitor, was the next witness called, and his testimony was unimportant to the main issue. He had drafted the late Mr. Thornton Ashley's will in 1919, and had last seen him alive before starting on a short holiday sometime in June. Deceased had just heard then of his son's engagement, and witness thought him looking wonderfully better and brighter than he had been for a long time. "Mr. Ashley," the coroner asked, "didn't say anything to you then about any alteration to his will?" "Most emphatically no," the witness replied. "Or at any time?" "At no time," Mr. Oldwell asserted. These questions put by the coroner in quick succession had, figuratively speaking, made everyone sit up. Up to now, the general public had not been greatly interested. One had made up one's mind that the old miser had kept certain sums of money, after the fashion of his kind, underneath his mattress, that some evildoer had got wind of this and entered the flat when no one was about, giving poor Thornton Ashley a fright that had cost him his life. But with this reference to some possible alteration in the will, the case at once appeared more interesting. Suddenly one felt on the alert. Excitement was in the air, and when the next witness, a middle-aged, dapper little man wearing spectacles, a gray suit and white spats, stood up to answer questions put to him by the coroner, a suppressed gasp of anticipatory delight went round the circle of spectators. The witness gave his name as James Truscott, solicitor of Warwick Avenue. He said that he had known the deceased slightly, having seen him on business in connection with the lease of 73 Malvine Mansions, the landlord being a client of his. On the previous Friday, that is the 24th, witness received a note written in a crabbed hand and signed A. Thornton Ashley, asking him to call at Malvine Mansions any time during the day. This Mr. Truscott did that same afternoon. The door was opened by Mr. Charles Ashley, whom he had also met once or twice before, who showed him into the room where the deceased lay in bed, obviously very ill, but perfectly conscious and reasonable. "After some preliminary talk," the witness went on, "the deceased explained to me that he was troubled in his mind about a will which he had made some 4 years previously, and which had struck him of late as being both harsh and unjust. He desired to make a new will, revoking the previous one. I naturally told him that I was entirely at his service, and he then dictated his wishes to me. I made notes and promised to have the will ready for his signature by Monday. The thought of this delay annoyed him considerably, and he pressed me hard to have everything ready for him by the next day. Unfortunately, I couldn't do that. I was obliged to go off into the country that evening on business for another client, and couldn't possibly be back before midday Saturday, when my clerk and typist would both be gone. All I could do was to promise faithfully to call again on Monday at 11 o'clock with the will quite ready for signature. I said I would bring my clerk with me, who could then sign as a witness. I quite saw the urgency of the business," Mr. Truscott went on in his brisk, rather consequential way, as the poor old gentleman certainly looked very ill. "Before I left, he asked me to let him at least have a copy of my notes before I went away this evening. This I was able to promise him. I got my clerk to copy the notes and to take them round to the flat later on in the day. I can assure you," the man in the corner said, "that while that dapper little man was talking, you might have heard the proverbial pin drop amongst the public. You see, this was the first that anyone had ever heard of any alteration in old Ashley's will, and Mr. Truscott's evidence opened up a vista of exciting situations that was positively dazzling. When he ceased speaking, you might almost have heard the sensation mongers licking their chops like a lot of cats after a first bite at a succulent meal. Glances were exchanged, but not a word spoken, and presently a sigh of eagerness went round when the coroner put the question which everyone had been anticipating. "Have you got the notes, Mr. Truscott, which you took from the late Mr. Thornton Ashley's dictation?" At which suggestion Mr. Oldwell jumped up, objecting that such evidence was inadmissible. There was some legal argument between him and the coroner, during which Mr. Truscott, still standing in the witness box, beamed at his colleague and at the public generally through his spectacles. In the end, the jury decided the point by insisting on having the notes read out to them. Briefly, by the provisions of the new will, which was destined never to be signed, the miser left his entire fortune with the exception of the same trifling legacies and of an annuity of £1,000 a year to Philip, to his son Charles absolutely, in grateful recognition for years of unflagging devotion to an eccentric and crabbed invalid. Mr. Truscott explained that on the Monday morning he had the document quite ready by 11 o'clock, and that he walked round with it to Malvine Mansions, accompanied by his clerk. Great was his distress when he was met at the door by Charles Ashley, who told him that old Mr. Thornton Ashley was dead. That was the substance of Mr. Truscott's evidence, and I can assure you that even I was surprised at the turn which the events had taken. You know what the sensation mongers are. Within an hour of the completion of Mr. Truscott's evidence, it was all over London that Mr. Philip Ashley had murdered his father in order to prevent his signing a will that would deprive him, Philip, of a fortune. That is the way of the world, the funny creature added with a cynical smile. Philip's popularity went down like a sail when the wind suddenly drops, and in a moment public sympathy was all on the side of Charles, who had been done out of a fortune by a grasping and unscrupulous brother. But there was more to come. The next witness called was Mrs. Truscott, the wife of the dapper little solicitor, and her presence here in connection with the death of old Thornton Ashley seemed as surprising at first as that of her husband had been. She looked a hard, rather common but capable woman, and after she had replied to the coroner's preliminary questions, she plunged into her story in a quiet, self-assured manner. She began by explaining that she was a trained nurse, but had given up her profession since her marriage. Now and again, however, either in an emergency or to oblige a friend, she had taken care of a patient. On Friday evening last, she continued, Mr. Truscott, who was just going off into the country on business, said to me that he had a client in the neighborhood who was very ill and about whom, for certain reasons, he felt rather anxious. He went on to say that he was chiefly sorry for the son, a delicate man, who was sadly deformed. Would I, like a good Samaritan, go and look after the sick man during the weekend? It seems that the doctor had ordered absolute rest, and Mr. Truscott feared that there might be some trouble with another son because, as a matter of fact, the old man had decided to alter his will. I knew nothing about Mr. Thornton Ashley's family affairs, the witness said in reply to a question put to her by the coroner, and calmly ignoring the sensation which her statement was causing, beyond what I have just told you that Mr. Truscott said to me, but I agreed to go to Malvine Mansions and see if I could be of any use. I arrived at the flat on Friday evening and saw at once what the invalid was suffering from. I had nursed cases of uremia before, and I could see that the poor old man had not many more days to live. Still, I did not think that the end was imminent. Mr. Charles Ashley, who had welcomed me most effusively, looked to need careful nursing almost as much as his father did. He told me that he had not slept for 3 nights, so I just packed him off to bed and spent the night in an armchair in the patient's room. The next morning Mr. Philip Ashley arrived, and I was told of the arrangement whereby Mr. Charles got a weekend holiday once a fortnight. I welcomed the idea for his sake, and as he seemed very anxious about his father, and remembering what my husband had told me, I promised that I would stay on in the flat until his return on the Monday. Thus only was I able to persuade him to go off on his much-needed holiday. Directly he had gone, however, I thought it my duty to explain to Mr. Philip Ashley that really his father was very ill. He was only conscious intermittently, and that in such cases the only thing that could be done was to keep the patient absolutely quiet. It was the only way, I added, to prolong life and to ensure a painless and peaceful death. Mr. Philip Ashley, the witness continued, appeared more annoyed than distressed when I told him this, and asked me by whose authority I was here, keeping him out of his father's room, and so on. He also asked me several peremptory questions as to who had visited his father lately, and when I told him that I was the wife of a well-known solicitor in the neighborhood, he looked for a moment as if he would give way to a violent fit of rage. However, I suppose he thought better of it, and presently I took him into the patient's room, who was asleep just then, begging him on no account to disturb the sufferer. After he had seen his father, Mr. Ashley appeared more ready to admit that I was acting for the best. However, he asked me, rather rudely, I thought, considering that the patient was nothing to me and I was not getting paid for my services, how long I proposed staying in the flat. I told him that I would wait here until his brother's return, which I was afraid would not be before 10 o'clock on Monday morning, whereupon he picked up his hat, gave me a curt good day, and walked out of the flat. To my astonishment, the witness now said, amidst literally breathless silence on the part of the spectators, it had only just gone 8 on the Monday morning when Mr. Philip Ashley turned up once more. I must say that I was rather pleased to see him. I was expecting Mr. Truscott home and had a lot to do in my own house. The patient, who had rallied wonderfully the last 2 days, had just gone off into a comfortable sleep, and as I knew that Mr. Charles would be back soon, I felt quite justified in going off duty and leaving Mr. Philip in charge, with strict injunctions that he was on no account to disturb the patient. If he woke, he might be given a little barley water first, and then some beef tea, all of which I had prepared and put ready. My intention was directly I got home to telephone to Dr. Judd and ask him to look in at Melvine Mansions sometime during the morning. Unfortunately, when I got home, I had such a lot to do that frankly I forgot to telephone to the doctor, and before the morning was over, Mr. Truscott had come home with the news that Mr. Thornton Ashley was dead. This, the man in the corner continued, was the gist of Mrs. Truscott's evidence at that memorable inquest. Of course, there were some dramatic incidents during the course of her examination, glances exchanged between Philip Ashley and Mr. Oldwall, and between him and the dapper little Mr. Truscott. The latter, I must tell you, still beamed on everybody. He looked inordinately proud of his capable, businesslike wife, and very pleased with the prominence which he had attained through this mysterious and intricate case. End of Section 22. The Miser of Maida Vale, Part 2. Section 23 of Unraveled Knots by Baroness Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Miser of Maida Vale, continued. Chapter 4. The luncheon interval gave us all a respite from the tension that had kept our nerves strung up all morning. I don't think that Philip Ashley, for one, ate much lunch that day. I noticed, by the way, that he and Mr. Oldwall went off together, whilst Mr. and Mrs. Truscott took kindly charge of poor Charles. I caught sight of the three of them subsequently in a blameless tea-shop. Charles was indeed a pathetic picture to look upon. He looked the sort of man who lives on his nerves, with no flesh on his poor, misshapen bones, and a hungry, craving expression in his eyes, as in those of an underfed dog. We had his evidence directly after luncheon, but as a matter of fact, he had not much to say. He had last seen his father alive on the Saturday morning when he went off on his fortnightly week-end holiday. He had cycled to Dorking and spent his time there at the Running Footman, as he had often done before. He was well known in the place. On Monday morning he made an early start and got to Melvine Mansions soon after 10 and let himself into the flat with his latchkey. He expected to find his brother or Mrs. Truscott there, but there was no one. He then went into his father's room and at first thought that the old man was only asleep. The blinds were down and the room very dark. He drew up the blind and went back to his father's bedside. Then only did he realize that the old man was dead. Though he was very ignorant in such matters, he thought that there was something strange about the dead man, and he tried to explain this to Dr. Judd. But the latter seemed too busy to attend to him, so when Mr. Truscott came to call later on, he told him of this strange feeling that troubled him. Mr. Truscott then thought that as Dr. Judd seemed so indifferent about the matter, it might be best to see the police. But this, Charles Ashley explained, I refused to do, and then Mr. Truscott asked me if I knew whether my dear father had any life insurances, and if so, in what company. I was able to satisfy him on that point, as I had heard him speak to Mr. Oldwall about a life policy he had in the Empire of India Life Insurance Company. Mr. Truscott then told me to leave the matter to him, which I was only too glad to do. Witness was asked if he knew anything of his father's intentions with regard to altering his will, and to this he gave an emphatic no. He explained that he had taken a note from his father to Mr. Truscott on the Friday, and that he had seen Mr. Truscott when the latter called at the flat that afternoon. But when the coroner asked him whether he knew what passed between his father and the lawyer on that occasion, he again gave an emphatic no. He had accepted gratefully Mr. Truscott's suggestion that Mrs. Truscott should come over for the week-end to take charge of the invalid, but he declared that this arrangement was in no way a reflection upon his brother. On the whole, then, Charles Ashley made a favorable impression upon the public and jury for his clear and straightforward evidence. The only time when he hesitated, and did so very obviously, was when the coroner asked him whether he knew of any recent disagreement between his father and his brother Philip, a disagreement which might have led to Mr. Thornton Ashley's decision to alter his will. Charles Ashley did hesitate at this point, and though he was hard-pressed by the coroner, he only gave ambiguous replies, and when he had completed his evidence, he left one under the impression that he might have said something if he would, and that but for his many afflictions the coroner would probably have pressed him much harder. This impression was confirmed by the evidence of the next witness, a Mrs. Trapp, who had been the daily char at Malvine Mansions. She began by explaining to the coroner that she had done the work at the flat for the past 2 years. At first, she used to come every morning for a couple of hours, with the exception of Sundays. But for the last 2 months or so, she came on the Sundays, but stayed away on the Monday. On Wednesday, she stayed the whole day until about 6, as Mr. Charles always did a lot of shopping those afternoons. Asked whether she remembered what happened at the flat on the Wednesday preceding Mr. Thornton Ashley's death, she said that she did remember quite well. Mr. Philip Ashley called. He did do that sometimes on a Wednesday when his brother was out. He stayed about an hour, and in Mrs. Trapp's picturesque language, he and his father carried on awful. "I couldn't 'ear what they said," Mrs. Trapp explained with eager volubility, "but I could 'ear the old gentleman screaming. I had 'eard him storm like that at Mr. Philip once before, about a month ago. But Lor' bless you, Mr. Philip, he didn't seem to care. And on Wednesday, when I let him out of the flat, he just looked quite cheerful like. But the old gentleman, he was angry. I had to give him a nip of brandy. He was sort of shaken after Mr. Philip went." "You see, then, don't you?" the man in the corner said with a grim chuckle, how gradually a network of sinister evidence was being woven around Philip Ashley. He himself was conscious of it, and he was conscious also of the wave of hostility that was rising up against him. He looked now not only grave, but decidedly anxious, and he held his arms tightly crossed over his chest, as if in the act of making a physical effort to keep his nerves under control. He gave me the impression of a man who would hate any kind of publicity, and the curious, eager looks that were cast upon him, especially by the women, must have been positive torture to a sensitive man. However, he looked a handsome and manly figure as he stood up to answer the questions put to him by the coroner. He said that he had arrived at the flat on the Saturday at about midday, explaining to the jury that he always came once a fortnight to be with his father, whilst his brother Charles enjoyed a couple of days in the country. On this occasion, however, he was told that his father was too ill to see him. Charles, however, went off on his bicycle as usual, but contrary to precedent, a lady had apparently been left in charge of the invalid. Witness understood that this was Mrs. Truscott, the wife of a neighbor who had kindly volunteered to stay over the weekend. She was an experienced nurse and would know what to do in case the patient required anything. For the moment he was asleep and must not be disturbed. "I naturally felt very vexed," the witness continued, "at being kept out of my father's room, and I may have spoken rather sharply at the moment, but I flatly deny that I was rude to Mrs. Truscott, or that I was in a violent rage. I did get a glimpse of my father as he lay in bed, and I must say that I did not think that he looked any worse than he had been all along. However, I was not going to argue the point. I preferred to wait until the Monday morning when my brother would be home, and I could tackle him on the subject." At this point, the coroner desired to know why, in that case, when the witness was told that his brother would not be at the flat before 10 o'clock, he turned up there as early as 8:30. "Because," the witness replied, "I was naturally rather anxious to know how things were, and because I hoped to get a day on the river with a friend, and to make an early start if possible. However, when I got to the flat, Mrs. Truscott wanted to get away, and so I agreed to stay there and wait until 10 o'clock, when, so Mrs. Truscott assured me, my brother would certainly be home. As a matter of fact, he always used to get home at that hour with clockwork regularity on the Monday mornings after his holiday. My father was asleep, and Mrs. Truscott left me instructions what to do in case he required anything. At 9:30 he woke. I heard him stirring, and I went into his room and gave him some barley water and sat with him for a little while. He seemed quite cheerful and good-tempered, and honestly, I did not think that he was any worse than he had been for weeks. Just before 10 o'clock he dropped off to sleep again. I knew that my brother would be in within the next half hour, and as this would not be the first time that my father was left alone in the flat, I did not think that I should be doing anything wrong by leaving him. I went back to my chambers and was busy making arrangements for the day when I had a telephone message from my brother that our father was dead. Questioned by the coroner as to the disagreement which he had had with his father on the previous Wednesday, Mr. Philip Ashley indignantly repudiated the idea that there was any quarrel. "My father," he said, "had a very violent temper and a very harsh, penetrating voice. He certainly did get periodically angry with me whenever I explained to him that my marriage to Lady Pete Jackson could not, in all decency, take place for at least another 6 months. He would storm and shriek for a little while," the witness went on, "but we invariably parted the best of friends." The man in the corner paused for a little while, leaving me both interested and puzzled. I was trying to piece together what I remembered of the case with what he had just told me, and I was longing to hear his explanation of the events which followed that memorable inquest. After a little while, the funny creature resumed. "I told you," he said, "that a wave of hostility had risen in the public mind against Philip Ashley. It came from a sense of sympathy for the other son who, deformed and afflicted, had been done out of a fortune. True that it would not have been of much use to him, and that in the original will ample provision had been made for his modest wants, but it now seemed as if, at the 11th hour, the old miser had thought to make reparation toward the son who had given up his whole life to him, whilst the other had led one of leisure, independence, and gaiety. What had caused old Thornton Ashley thus to change his mind was never conclusively proved. There were some rumors already current that Philip Ashley was in debt, and had appealed to his father for money, a fatal thing to do with a miser. But this also was never actually proved. The only persons who could have enlightened the jury on the subject were Philip Ashley himself and his brother Charles, but each of them, for reasons of his own, chose to remain silent. And now you will no doubt recall the fact that finally determined the jury to bring in their sensational verdict, in consequence of which Philip Ashley was arrested on the coroner's warrant on a charge of attempted murder. It seemed horrible, ununderstandable, unbelievable, but nevertheless a jury of 12 men did arrive at that momentous decision after deliberation lasting less than half an hour. What I believe weighed with them in the end was the fact that the assistant who came with the divisional surgeon to conduct the post-mortem found underneath the bed of the deceased a walking stick with a rather heavy knob, and the crumpled and torn copy of the notes for the new will which Mr. Truscott had prepared. Philip Ashley, when confronted with the stick, admitted that it was his. He had missed it on the Saturday when he was leaving the flat, as he was under the impression that he had brought one with him. However, he did not want to spend any more time looking for it, as he was obviously so very much in the way. Now both the charwoman and Mrs. Truscott swore that the patient's room had been cleaned and tidied on the Sunday, and there was no sign of a walking stick in the room then. Chapter 5. And so, the man in the corner went on, with a cynical shrug of his lean shoulders, Philip Ashley went through the terrible ordeal of being hauled up before the magistrate on the charge of having attempted to murder his father, an old man with one foot in the grave. He pleaded not guilty and reserved his defense. The whole of the evidence was gone through all over again, of course, but nothing new had transpired. The case was universally thought to look very black against the accused, and no one was surprised when he was eventually committed for trial. Public feeling remained distinctly hostile to him. It was a crime so horrible and so unique, you would have thought that no one would have believed that a well-known, well-educated man could possibly have been guilty of it. Probably, if the event had occurred before the war, public opinion would have repudiated the possibility. But so many horrible crimes have occurred in every country these past few years that one was just inclined to shrug one's shoulders and to murmur, perhaps one never knows. One thing remained beyond a doubt. Old Thornton Ashley died of shock or fright following a violent and dastardly assault. Finger marks were discovered round his throat, and there were evidences on his face and head that he had been repeatedly struck with what might easily have been the walking stick which was found under his bed. Add to this the weight of evidence of the new will about to be signed, and of the quarrel between father and son on the previous Wednesday, and you have as good a motive for the murder as any prosecuting counsel might wish for. Philip Ashley would not, of course, hang for murder, but it was even betting that he could get 20 years. Anyway, I don't think that, as things were, anyone blamed Lady Pete Jackson for her decision. A week before Philip Ashley's trial came on, she announced her engagement to Lord Francis Fermor, son of the Marquis of Ettridge, whom she subsequently married. But Philip Ashley was acquitted. You remember that? He was acquitted because Sir Arthur Inglewood was his counsel, and Sir Arthur is the finest criminal lawyer we possess, and because the evidence against him was entirely circumstantial. It was demolished by his counsel with masterly skill. Whatever might be said on the subject of motive, there was nothing whatever to prove that the accused knew anything of his father's intentions with regard to a new will, and there was only a charwoman's word to say that he had quarreled with his father on that memorable Wednesday. On the other hand, there was Mr. Oldwall and Dr. Fanshawe Bigg, old friends of the deceased, both swearing positively that Thornton Ashley had a peculiarly shrill and loud voice, that he would often get into passions about nothing at all, when he would scream and storm and yet mean nothing by it. The only evidence of any tangible value was the walking stick, but even that was not enough to blast a man's life with such a monstrous suspicion. Philip Ashley was acquitted, but there were not many people who followed that case closely who believed him altogether innocent at the time. What Lady Pete Jackson thought about it no one knows. It was for her sake that the unfortunate man threw up the chances of a fortune, and when it came within his grasp, it still seemed destined to evade him in the end. In losing the woman for whom he had been prepared to make so many sacrifices, poor Philip lost the fortune a second time, because as he was not married within the prescribed time limit, it was Charles who inherited under the terms of the original will. But I think you will agree with me that any sensitive man is well out of a union with a hard and mercenary woman. And now there has been another revolution in the wheel of fate. Charles Ashley died the other day in a nursing home of heart failure following an operation. He died intestate, and his brother is his sole heir. Funny, isn't it, that Philip Ashley should get his father's fortune in the end? But fate does have a way sometimes of dealing out compensations after she has knocked a man about beyond his deserts. Philip Ashley is a rich man now, and there is a rumor, I am told, current in the society papers, that Lady Frances Fermor has filed a petition for divorce, and that the proceedings will be undefended. But can you imagine any man marrying such a woman after all that she made him suffer? Then, as the funny creature paused and appeared entirely engrossed in the fashioning of complicated knots in his beloved bit of string, I felt that it was my turn to keep the ball rolling. "Then you, for one," I said, "are quite convinced that Philip Ashley did not know that his father intended to make a new will, and did not try to murder him?" "Aren't you?" he retorted. "Well," I rejoined, somewhat lamely, "someone did assault the old miser, didn't they? If it was not Philip Ashley, then it must have been just an ordinary burglar who thought that the old man had some money hidden away under his mattress." "Can't you theorize more intelligently than that?" the tiresome creature asked, in his very rude and cynical manner. I would gladly have slapped his face, only I did want to know. "Your own theory," I retorted, choosing to ignore his impertinence. "Seek him first whom the crime benefits." "Well, and whom did that particular crime benefit the most?" "Philip Ashley, of course," I replied. "But you said yourself—" "Philip Ashley did not benefit by the crime," the old scarecrow broke in with a dry cackle. No, but for the fact that a merciful providence removed Charles Ashley so very unexpectedly out of this wicked world, Philip would still be living on a few hundreds a year, most of which he would owe to the munificence of his brother. That, I argued, was only because that Pete Jackson woman threw him over. Otherwise— "And why did she throw him over? Because old Thornton Ashley died under mysterious circumstances, and Philip Ashley was under a cloud because of it. Anyone could have foreseen that that particular woman would throw him over the very moment that suspicion fell upon him." "But Charles?" I began. "Exactly," he broke in excitedly. "It was Charles who benefited by the crime. It was he who inherited the fortune." "But by the new will he would have inherited anyhow. Then why in the world—" "You surely don't believe in that new will, do you? The way in which I marshaled the facts before you ought to have paved the way for more intelligent reasoning." "But Mr. Truscott," I argued. "Ah, yes," he said. "Mr. Truscott, exactly. The whole thing could only be done in partnership, I admit. But does not everything point to a partnership in what to my mind is one of the ugliest crimes in our records? You ought to be able to follow the workings of Charles Ashley's mind, a mind as tortuous as the body that held it. Let me put the facts once more briefly before you. While Philip obstinately remained a bachelor, all was well. Charles stuck to the old miser, carefully watching over his interests lest they become jeopardized. But presently Lady Pete Jackson became a widow, and Philip gaily announced his engagement. From that hour, Charles, of course, must have seen the fortune on which he had already counted slipping away irretrievably from his grasp. Can you not see in your mind's eye that queer, misshapen creature setting his crooked brain to devise a way out of the difficulty? Can you not see the plan taking shape gradually, forming itself slowly into a resolve to stop his brother's marriage at all costs? But how? Philip, passionately in love with Muriel Pete Jackson, having won her after years of waiting, was not likely to give her up. No, but she might give him up. She had done it once for the sake of ambition. She might do it again well, Charles Ashley, obscure, poor, misshapen, was not likely to find a rival who would supplant his handsome brother in any woman's affections. Certainly not. But there remained the other possibility, the possibility that Philip, poor, or better still disgraced, might cease to be a prize in the matrimonial market. Disgraced, but how? By publicity? By crime? Yes, by crime. Now, can you see the plan taking shape? Can you see Charles cudgeling his wits as to what crime could most easily be fastened on a man of Philip's personality and social position? Probably a chance word dropped by his father put the finishing touch to his scheme, a chance word on the subject of a will. And there was the whole plan ready. The unsigned will, the assault on the dying man, and there were always plenty of quarrels between the peppery old miser and his somewhat impatient son. As for Truscott, the dapper little local lawyer, I suppose it took some time for Charles Ashley's crooked schemes to appear as feasible and profitable to him. Of course, without him, nothing could have been done, and the whole of my theory rests upon the fact that the two men were partners in the crime. Where they first met and how they became friends, I don't profess to know. If I had had anything to do with the official investigation of that crime, I should first of all have examined the servant in the Truscott household, and found out whether or no Mr. Charles Ashley had ever been a visitor there. In any case, I should have found out something about Truscott's friends and Truscott's haunts. I am sure that it would then have come to light that Charles Ashley and Mr. Truscott had constant intercourse together. I cannot bring myself to believe in that unsigned will. There was nothing whatever that led up to it, except the supposed quarrel on the Wednesday. But if that old miser did want to alter his will, why should he have sent for a man whom he hardly knew, and whom, mind you, he would have to pay for his services, rather than for his friend, Old Wall, who would have done the work for nothing? The man was a miser, remember. His meanness, we are told, amounted to a mania. A miser never pays for something he can get for nothing. There was also another little point that struck me during the inquest as significant. If Truscott was an entire stranger to Charles Ashley, why should he have taken such a personal interest in him and in the old man to the extent of sending his wife to spend 2 whole days and nights in charge of an invalid who was nothing to him? Why should Mrs. Truscott have undertaken such a thankless task in the house of a miser where she would get no comforts and hardly anything to eat? Why, I say, should the Truscotts have done all that if they had not some vital self-interest at stake? And I contend that that vital self-interest demanded that one of them should be there in the flat on the watch, to see that no third person was present whilst Philip spent his time by his father's bedside, a witness such as Lady Pete Jackson, perhaps, or some friend, whose testimony might demolish the whole edifice of lies which had been so carefully built up. And did you notice another point? The charwoman, by a new arrangement, was never at the flat on a Monday morning, and that arrangement had only obtained for the past 2 months. Now why? Charwomen stay away, I believe, on Sundays always. But I ask you, have you ever heard of a charwoman having a holiday on a Monday? I was bound to admit that it was unusual, whereupon the old scarecrow went on with excitement that grew as rapidly as did the feverish energy of his fingers manipulating his bit of string. And now, propel your mind back to that same Monday morning. When the coast being clear, Charles Ashley, back at the flat and alone with the old man, was able at last to put the finishing touch to his work of infamy. One pressure of the fingers, one blow with the walking stick, and the curtain was rung down finally on the hideous drama that he had so skillfully invented. Think of it all carefully and intelligently, the old man in the corner concluded, as he stuffed his beloved bit of string into the capacious pocket of his checked ulster. And you will admit that there is not a single flaw in my argument. The walking stick, I broke in quickly. Exactly, he retorted, the walking stick. Charles was quick enough to grasp the significance of that, and on Saturday, while his brother's back was turned, he carefully hid the walking stick, knowing that it would be a useful piece of evidence presently. Do you for a moment suppose, he added dryly, that any man would have been such a fool as to throw his walking stick and the crumpled notes of the will underneath his victim's bed? They could not have been left there, remember. They could not have been rolled under the bed, as the walking stick had a crook handle. They must deliberately have been thrown there. No, he said in conclusion, There is no flaw. It is all as clear as daylight to any receptive intelligence, and though human justice did err at first, and it looked at one time as if the innocent alone would suffer, and the guilty enjoy the fruits of this crime, a higher justice interposed in the end. Charles has gone, and Philip is in possession of the fortune which his father desired him to have. I only hope that his eyes are opened at last to the true value of the beautiful Muriel's love, and that it will be some other worthier woman who will share his fortune and help him forget all that he endured in the past. "And what about the Triscotts?" I asked. "Ah," he said with a sigh, "they are the wicked who prosper, and higher justice has apparently forgotten them, as it often does forget the evildoer for a time. We must take it that they were well paid for their share in the crime, and if the unfortunate Charles had lived, he probably would have been blackmailed by them and bled white. As it is, they have gone scot-free. I made a few inquiries in the neighborhood lately, and I discovered that Mr. Triscott is selling his practice and retiring from business. Presently we'll hear that he has bought himself a cottage in the country. Then perhaps your last doubt will vanish, and you will be ready to admit that I have found the true solution of the mystery that surrounded the death of the Miser of Maida Vale." The next moment he was gone, and I just caught sight of the corner of his checked ulster disappearing through the swing doors. End of section 23. End of The Miser of Maida Vale. Section 24 of Unraveled Knots by Baroness Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 12. The Fulton Gardens Mystery. Chapter 1. "Are you prepared to admit," the old man in the corner said abruptly as soon as he had finished his glass of milk, "that sympathy, understanding, largeness of heart, are invariably the outcome of a big brain? It is the fool who is censorious and cruel. Your clever man is nearly always sympathetic. He understands, he appreciates, he studies motives and understands them. During the war, it was the fools who tracked down innocent men and women under pretense that they were spies. It was the fools who did not understand that a German might be just as fine a patriot as a Briton or a Frenchman, if he served his own country. The hard, cruel man is almost always a fool. The backbiting old maid invariably so. I am tempted to say this," he went on, "because I have been thinking over that curious case which newspaper reporters have called the Fulton Gardens Mystery. You remember it, don't you?" "Yes," I said, "I do. As a matter of fact, I knew poor old Mr. Jessup slightly, and I was terribly shocked when I heard about that awful tragedy. And to think that that horrid young Leighton—" "Ha!" my eccentric friend broke in with a chuckle. "Then you have held on to that theory, have you?" "There was no other possible," I retorted. "But he was discharged." I shrugged my shoulders under pretense of being unconvinced. As a matter of fact, all I wanted was to make the funny creature talk. "A flimsy alibi," I said coldly. "And a want of sympathy," he rejoined. "What has sympathy got to do with a brutal assault on a defenseless old man? You can't deny that Leighton had something, at any rate, to do with it." "I did not mean sympathy for the guilty," he argued, "but for the women who were the principal witnesses in the case." "I don't see," I protested. "No, but I do. I understood, and in a great measure I sympathized." At which expression of noble sentiment I burst out laughing. I couldn't help it. In view of his preamble just now, his fatuous statement was funny beyond words. "You being the clever man who understands, etc.," I said as seriously as I could, "and I the censorious and cruel old maid who is invariably a fool?" "You put it crudely," he rejoined complacently, "and had you not given ample proof of your intelligence before now, I might have thought it worth while to refute the second half of your argument. As for the first—" "Hadn't you better tell me about the Fulton Gardens Mystery?" I broke in impatiently. "Certainly," he replied, in no way abashed. "I have meant to talk to you about it all along, only that you would digress." "Pax!" I retorted, and with a conciliatory smile I handed him a beautiful bit of string. He pounced on it with thin hands that looked like the talons of a bird, and he gloated on that bit of string for all the world as on a prey. "I dare say," he began, "that to most people the mystery appeared baffling enough, but to me, well, there was the victim of what you very properly call the cowardly assault, your friend or acquaintance, Mr. Seton Jessup, a man on the wrong side of 60, but very active and vigorous for his years. He carried on the business of pearl merchant in Fulton Gardens, but he did not live there, as you know. He was a married man, had sons and daughters, and a nice house in Fitzjohn's Avenue. He also owned the house in Fulton Gardens, a 4-storied building of the pattern prevalent in that neighborhood. The ground floor, together with the one above that, and the basement were used by Mr. Jessup himself for his business. On the ground floor he had his office and showroom. Above that were a couple of reception rooms where he usually had his lunch and saw a few privileged customers, and in the basement there was a kitchen with scullery and pantry, a small servants' hall, and a strong room for valuables. The top story of all was let to a surgical instrument maker who did not sleep on the premises, and the second floor, that is the one just below the surgical instrument maker and immediately above the reception rooms, was occupied by Mrs. Tuffnell, who was cook-housekeeper to Mr. Jessup, and her niece, Anne Weber, who acted as the house parlor-maid. Mrs. Tuffnell's son, Mark, who was a junior clerk in the office, did not sleep in the house. He was considered to be rather delicate and lived with a family somewhere near the Alexandra Palace. All these people, as you know, played important parts in the drama that was enacted on the 16th of November at No. 13 Fulton Gardens, an unlucky number, by the way, but one which Mr. Jessup did not change to the usual 12A when he bought the house because he despised all superstition. He was a hard-headed, prosperous businessman. He worked hard himself and expected hard work from his employees. Both his sons worked in the office, one as senior clerk and the other as showman. And in addition to young Mark Tuffnell, there was another junior clerk, a rather unsatisfactory youth named Arthur Layton, who was some sort of a relation of Mrs. Jessup's. But for this connection he would never have been kept on in the business, as he was unpunctual, idle, and unreliable. The housekeeper, as well as some of the neighbors, had been scandalized lately by what was picturesquely termed the goings-on of that young Layton with Anne, the housemaid at No. 13. Anne Weber was a very pretty girl, and like many pretty girls she was fond of finery and of admiration. As soon as she entered Mr. Jessup's service, she started a flirtation with Mark Tuffnell, then she dropped him for a while in favor of the youngest Mr. Jessup. Then she went back to Mark, and seemed really in love with him that time, until finally she transferred her favors to Arthur Layton, chiefly because he was by far the most generous of her admirers. He was always giving her presents of jewelry which Mark Tuffnell could not afford, and young Jessup apparently did not care to give her. But she did not by any means confine her flirtations to one man. Indeed, it appears that she had a marvelous facility for keeping several men hanging about her dainty apron strings. She was not on the best of terms with her aunt, chiefly because the latter noted with some asperity that her son was far from cured of his infatuation for the pretty housemaid. The more she flirted with Layton and the others, the greater did his love for her appear, and all that Mrs. Tuffnell could hope for was that Mr. Layton would marry Anne one day soon, when he would take her away, and Mark would then probably make up his mind to forget her. Young Layton was doing very well in business, apparently, for he always had plenty of money to spend, whilst poor Mark had only a small salary, and, moreover, had nothing of the smart, dashing ways about him which had made the other man so attractive to Anne. Chapter 2. And now, the man in the corner continued after a while, we come to that 16th of November when the mysterious drama occurred at No. 13 Fulton Gardens. As a general rule, it seems, Mr. Jessup was in his office most evenings until 7 o'clock. His clerks and showmen finished at 6, but he would almost invariably stay on an hour longer to go through his accounts or look over his stock. On this particular evening, just before 7 o'clock, he rang for the housekeeper, Mrs. Tuffnell, and told her that he would be staying until quite late, and would she send him in a cup of tea and a plate of sandwiches in about an hour's time. Mrs. Tuffnell owned to being rather disappointed when she had this order, because her son Mark had arranged to take her and Anne to the cinema that evening, and now, of course, they could not leave until after Mr. Jessup had gone, in case he wanted anything, and he might be staying on until all hours. However, Mark stayed to supper, and after supper Mrs. Tuffnell got the tea and sandwiches ready and took the tray up to Mr. Jessup herself. Mr. Jessup was then sitting at his desk with 2 or 3 big books in front of him, and Mrs. Tuffnell noticed that the safe in which the cash was kept that came in after banking hours was wide open. Mrs. Tuffnell put down the tray and was about to leave the room again when Mr. Jessup spoke to her. "I expect Mr. Layton back presently. Show him in here when he comes. But I don't want to see anybody else, not any of you. Understand?" It seems that he said this in such a harsh and peremptory manner that Mrs. Tuffnell was not only upset, but quite frightened. Mr. Jessup had always been very kind and considerate to his servants, and the housekeeper declared that she had never been spoken to like that before. But we all know what those sort of people are. They have no understanding, and unless you are perpetually smiling at them, they turn huffy at the slightest word of impatience. Undoubtedly, Mr. Jessup was both tired and worried, and no great stress was laid by the police subsequently on the fact that he had spoken harshly on this occasion. Even to you at this moment I dare say that this seems a trifling circumstance, but I mention it because to my mind it had a great deal of significance, and I think that the police were very wrong to dismiss it quite so lightly. Well, to resume. Mr. Jessup was in his office with his books and with the safe, where he kept all the cash that came in after banking hours, open. Mrs. Tuffnell saw and spoke to him at 8 o'clock, and he was then expecting Arthur Layton to come to him at 9. No one saw him alive after that. The next morning Mrs. Tuffnell was downstairs as usual at 6:45. After she had lighted the kitchen fire, done her front steps, and swept the hall, she went to do the ground floor rooms. She told the police afterwards that from the moment she got up she felt that there was something wrong in the house. Somehow or other she was frightened. She didn't know of what, but she was frightened. As soon as she had opened the office door she gave a terrified scream. Mr. Jessup was sitting at his desk, just as Mrs. Tuffnell had seen him the night before, with his big books in front of him and the safe door open, but his head had fallen forward on the desk, and his arms were spread out over his books. Mrs. Tuffnell never doubted for a second but that he was dead. Even before she saw the stick lying on the floor, and that horrible, horrible, dull red stain which spread from the back of the old man's head right down to his neck, and stained his collar and the top of his coat. Even before she saw all that, she knew that Mr. Jessup was dead. Terrified, she clung to the open door. She could do nothing but stare and stare, for the room, the furniture, the motionless figure by the desk had started whirling round and round before her eyes, so that she felt that at any moment she might fall down in a dead faint. It seemed ages before she heard Anne's voice calling to her, asking what was the matter. Anne was lazy and never came downstairs before 8 o'clock. She had apparently only just tumbled out of bed when she heard Mrs. Tuffnell scream. Now she came running downstairs with her bare feet thrust into her slippers and a dressing gown wrapped round her. "What is it, Auntie?" she kept on asking as she ran. "What has happened?" And when she reached the office door, she only gave one look into the room and exclaimed, "Oh, my God, he's killed him!" Somehow Anne's exclamation of horror brought Mrs. Tuffnell to her senses. With a great effort she pulled herself together, just in time to grip Anne by the arm, or the girl would have measured her length on the tiled floor behind her. As it was, Mrs. Tuffnell gave her a vigorous shake. "What do you mean, Anne Webber?" she demanded in a hoarse whisper. "What do you mean? Who has killed him?" But Anne couldn't or wouldn't utter another word. She was as white as a sheet, and, staggering backwards, she had fallen up against the banisters at the foot of the stairs, and was clinging to them wide-eyed, with twitching mouth and shaking knees. "Pull yourself together, Anne Webber," Mrs. Tuffnell said peremptorily, "and run and fetch the police at once." But Anne looked as if she couldn't move. She kept on reiterating in a dry, meaningless manner, "The police, the police," until Mrs. Tuffnell, who by now had gathered her wits together, gave her a vigorous push, and then went upstairs to put on her bonnet. A few minutes later she had gone for the police. Chapter 3. "I don't know," the old man in the corner went on glibly, "whether you remember all the circumstances which made that case such a puzzling one. Indeed, it well deserved the popular name that the evening papers bestowed on it, the Fulton Gardens Mystery, for it was indeed a mystery, and to most people it has so remained to this day." "Not to you," I put in with a smile, just to humor him, as I could see he was waiting to be buttered up before he would proceed with his narrative. "No, not to me," he admitted, with his fatuous smile. "If members of the police force who had the case in hand had been psychologists, they would not have been puzzled either, but they were satisfied with their own investigations and with all that was revealed at the inquest, and they looked no further, with the result that when the edifice of their deductions collapsed, they had nowhere to turn. Time had gone on, evidences had become blurred, witnesses were less sure of themselves and less reliable, and a certain blackguard, on whom I for one could lay my fingers at this moment, is going through the world scot-free. But let me begin by telling you the facts as they were revealed at the inquest. You can then form your own conclusions, and I dare say that these will be quite as erroneous as those arrived at by the public and the police. The drama began to unfold itself when Mr. Ernest Jessup, the younger son of the deceased gentleman, was called. He began by explaining that he was junior clerk in his father's office, and that he, along with all the other employees, had remarked on the 16th that the governor did not seem at all like himself. He was irritable with everybody, and just before luncheon he called Arthur Layton into his office, and apparently some very hot words passed between the two. Witness happened to be in the hall at the moment getting his hat and coat, and the housemaid was standing by. They both heard very loud voices coming from the office. The governor was storming away at the top of his voice. "That's poor Layton getting it in the neck," Witness remarked to Ann Webber, but the girl only giggled and shrugged her shoulders. Then she said, "Do you think so?" "Yes," Witness replied. "Aren't you sorry to see your devoted admirer in such hot water?" Again the girl giggled and then ran away upstairs. Mr. Layton was not at the office the whole of that afternoon, but Witness understood, either from his father or from his brother, he couldn't remember which, that Layton was to come in late that night to interview the governor. Witness was next questioned as to the events that occurred at Mr. Jessup's home in Fitzjohn's Avenue while the terrible tragedy was enacted in Fulton Gardens. It seems that Mr. Jessup had an old mother who lived in St. Albans, and that he went sometimes to see her after business hours and stayed the night. As a general rule, when he intended going, he would telephone home in the course of the afternoon. On the 16th he rang up at about 5 o'clock and said that he was staying late at the office, later than usual, and they were not to wait dinner for him. Mrs. Jessup took this message herself and had recognized her husband's voice. Then, later on in the evening, it might have been 8:30 or 9, there was another telephone message from the office. Witness went to the telephone that time. A voice, which at first he did not think that he recognized, said, "Mr. Jessup has gone to St. Albans. He caught the 7:50 and won't be home tonight." In giving evidence, Witness at first insisted on the fact that he did not recognize the voice on the telephone. It was a man's voice and sounded like that of a person who was rather the worse for drink. He asked who was speaking, and the reply came quite clearly that time. "Why, it's Layton, you ass. Don't you know me?" Witness then asked, "Where are you speaking from?" And the reply was, "From the office, of course. I've had my wigging, and am being consoled by our Annie Bird." Annie Bird was the name the pretty housemaid went by among the young clerks at the office. Witness then hung up the receiver and gave his mother the message. Neither Mrs. Jessup nor anyone else in the house thought anything more about it, as there was nothing whatever unusual about the occurrence. Witness only made some remarks about Arthur Layton having been drinking again, and there the matter unfortunately remained until the following morning, when Witness and his brother arrived at the office and were met with the awful news. Both Mrs. Jessup and Mr. Aubrey, the eldest son, corroborated the statements made by the previous witness with regard to the telephone messages on the evening of the 16th. Mr. Aubrey Jessup also stated that he knew that his father was worried about some irregularities in Arthur Layton's accounts and that he meant to have it out with the young clerk in the course of the evening. Witness had begged his father to let the matter rest until the next day, as Layton, he thought, had got the afternoon off to see a sick sister, but the deceased had rejected the suggestion with obvious irritation. "Stuff and nonsense," he said. "I don't believe in that sick sister a bit. I'll see that young blackguard tonight." The next witness was Mrs. Tufnell, who was cook housekeeper at Fulton Gardens. She was a middle-aged, capable-looking woman with a pair of curiously dark eyes. I say curiously because Mrs. Tufnell's eyes had that velvety quality which is usually only met with in southern countries. I have seldom seen them in England, except, perhaps, in Cornwall. Apart from her eyes, there was nothing either remarkable or beautiful about Mrs. Tufnell. She may have been good-looking once, but that was a long time ago. When she stood up to give evidence, her face appeared rather bloodless, weather-beaten, and distinctly hard. She spoke quite nicely, and without any of that hideous Cockney accent one might have expected from a cook in a city office. She deposed that on the 16th, just before the luncheon hour, she was crossing the hall at 13 Fulton Gardens. The door into the office was ajar, and she heard Mr. Jessup's voice raised, evidently in great wrath. Mrs. Tufnell also heard Mr. Layton's voice. Both gentlemen, as she picturesquely put it, going at one another, hammer and tongs. Obviously, though she wouldn't admit it, Mrs. Tufnell stopped to listen, but she does not seem to have understood much of what was said. However, a moment or two later, Mr. Jessup went to the door in order to shut it, and while he did so, Mrs. Tufnell heard him say quite distinctly, "Well, if you must go now, you must, though I don't believe a word about your sister being ill. But you may go, only understand that I expect you back here this evening, not later than 9. I shall have gone through the accounts by then, and—" At this point, the door was shut, and witness heard no more. But she reiterated the statements which she had already made to the police, and which I have just retold you, about Mr. Jessup staying late at the office and her taking him in some sandwiches when he told her that he was expecting Mr. Layton at about 9 o'clock and did not wish to be disturbed by anybody else. Witness was asked to repeat what the deceased had actually said to her with reference to this matter, and she laid great stress on Mr. Jessup's harsh and dictatorial manner, so different, she said, to his usual gentlemanly ways. "I don't want to see anybody else, not any of you. That's what he said," Mrs. Tufnell replied with an air of dignity, and then added, "as if Anne Webber or I had ever thought of disturbing him while he was at work." Witness went on to relate that after she had taken in the tray of tea and sandwiches, she went upstairs and found Anne Webber sitting in her room by herself. Mark, the girl explained, had gone off, very disappointed that they couldn't all go together to the cinema. Mrs. Tufnell argued the point for a moment or two, as she didn't see why Anne should have refused to go if she wanted to see the show. But the girl seemed to have turned sulky. Anyway, it was too late, she said, as Mark had gone off by himself. He had booked the places and didn't want to waste them, so he was going to get another friend to go with him. Mrs. Tufnell then settled down to do some sewing, and Anne turned over the pages of a stale magazine. Mrs. Tufnell thought that she appeared restless and agitated. Her cheeks were flushed, and at the slightest sound she gave a startled jump. Presently she said that she had some silver to clean in the pantry, and went downstairs to do it. Some little time after, there was a ring at the front door bell, and Mrs. Tufnell heard Anne going through the hall to open the door. A quarter of an hour went by, and then another. Mrs. Tufnell began to wonder what Anne was up to. She put down her sewing and started to go downstairs. The first thing that struck her was that all the lights on the stairs and landing were out. The house appeared very silent and dark. Only a glimmer came from one of the lights downstairs in the hall at the foot of the stairs. Mrs. Tufnell went down cautiously. Strangely enough, it did not occur to her to turn on the lights on her way. After she had passed the first-floor landing, she heard the sound of muffled voices coming from the hall below. Thinking that she recognized Anne's voice, she called to her, "Is that you, Anne?" And Anne immediately replied, "Coming, Aunt." "Who are you talking to?" Mrs. Tufnell asked, and as Anne did not answer this time, she went on, "Is it Mr. Layton?" And Anne said, "Yes, he is just going." And Mrs. Tufnell stood there waiting. She was halfway down the stairs between the first floor and the hall, and she couldn't see Anne or Mr. Layton. But a moment or two later she heard Anne's voice saying quite distinctly, "Well, good night, Mr. Layton. See you tomorrow, as usual." After which the front door was opened, then banged to again, and presently Anne came tripping back across the hall. "You go to bed now, Anne," Mrs. Tufnell said to her. "I'll see Mr. Jessup off when he goes. He won't be long now, I dare say." "Oh, but," Anne said, "Mr. Jessup has been gone some time." "Gone some time?" Mrs. Tufnell exclaimed. "He can't have been gone some time. Why, he was expecting Mr. Layton, and Mr. Layton has only just gone." Anne shrugged her shoulders. "I can only tell you what I know, Mrs. Tufnell," she said acidly. "You can come down and see for yourself. The office is shut up and all the lights out." "But didn't Mr. Layton see Mr. Jessup?" "No, he didn't. Mr. Jessup told Mr. Layton to wait, and then he went away without seeing him." "That's funny," Mrs. Tufnell remarked dryly. "What was Mr. Layton doing in the house, then, all this time? I heard the front doorbell half an hour ago and more." "That's no business of yours, Aunt Sarah," the girl retorted pertly, "and it wasn't half an hour, so there." Mrs. Tufnell did not argue the point any further. Mechanically she went downstairs and ascertained in point of fact that the door of the office and the showroom on the ground floor were both locked as usual, and that the key of the office was outside in the lock. This was entirely in accordance with custom. Mrs. Tufnell, through force of habit, did just turn the key and open the door of the office. She just peeped in to see that the lights were really all out. Satisfied that everything was dark, she then closed and relocked the door. Anne, in the meanwhile, stood halfway up the stairs, watching. Then the two women went upstairs together. They had only just got back in their room when the front doorbell rang once more. "Now, whoever can that be?" Mrs. Tufnell exclaimed. "Don't trouble, Aunt," Anne said with alacrity. "I'll run down and see." Which she did. Again, it was some time before she came back, and when she did get back to her room, she seemed rather breathless and agitated. "Someone for Mr. Jessup," she said in answer to Mrs. Tufnell's rather acid remark that she had been gone a long time. "He kept me talking ever such a while. I don't think he believed me when I said Mr. Jessup had gone." "Who was it?" Witness asked. "I don't know," the girl replied. "I never saw him before." "Didn't you ask his name?" "I did, but he said it didn't matter. He would call again tomorrow." After that, the two women sat for a little while longer, Mrs. Tufnell sewing, and Anne still rather restlessly turning over the pages of a magazine. At 10 o'clock, they went to bed. And that was the end of the day as far as the household of Mr. Jessup was concerned. You may well imagine that all the amateur detectives who were present at the inquest had made up their minds by now that Arthur Layton had murdered Mr. Seton Jessup, and robbed the till both before and after the crime. It was a simple deduction easily arrived at and presenting the usual features. A flirty minx, an enamored young man, extravagance, greed, opportunity, and supreme temptation. Amongst the public there were many who did not even think it worth while to hear further witnesses. To their minds, the hangman's rope was already round young Layton's neck. Of course, I admit that at this point it seemed a very clear case. It was only after this that complications arose, and soon the investigation bristled with difficulties. End of Section 24. The Fulton Gardens Mystery, Part 1. Section 25 of Unraveled Knots by Baroness Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Fulton Gardens Mystery, continued. Chapter 4. After a good deal of tedious and irrelevant evidence had been gone through, the inquest was adjourned and the public left the court on the tiptoe of expectation as to what the morrow would bring. Nor was anyone disappointed, for on the morrow the mystery deepened even though there was plenty of sensational evidence for newspaper reporters to feed on. The police, it seems, had brought forward a very valuable witness in the person of the point policeman, who was on duty from 8 o'clock onwards on the evening of the 16th at the corner of Clerkenwell Road and Fulton Gardens. Number 13 is only a few yards up the street. The man had stated, it seems, that soon after 8:30 he had seen a man come along Fulton Gardens from the direction of Holborn, go up to the front door of number 13, and ring the bell. He was admitted after a minute or two, and he stayed in the house about half an hour. It was a dark night, and there was a slight drizzle. The witness could not swear to the man's identity. He was slight and of middle height, and walked like a young man. When he arrived he wore a bowler hat and no overcoat, but when he came out again he had an overcoat on and a soft gray hat, and he carried the bowler in his hand. Witness noticed as he walked away up Fulton Gardens towards Finsbury this time he took off the soft hat, slipped it into the pocket of his overcoat, and put on the bowler. About 10 minutes later, not more, another visitor called at number 13. He was also slight and tallish, and he wore an overcoat and a bowler hat. He turned into Fulton Gardens from Clerkenwell Road, but on the opposite corner to the one where witness was standing. He rang the bell and was admitted and stayed about 20 minutes. He walked away in the direction of Holborn. Witness would not undertake to identify either of these two visitors. He had not been close enough to them to see their faces, and there was a good deal of fog that night, as well as the drizzle. There was nothing suspicious-looking about either of the men. They had walked quite openly up to the front door, rung the bell, and been admitted. The only thing that had struck the constable as queer was the way the first visitor had changed hats when he walked away. Witness swore positively that no one else had gone in or out of number 13 that night except those two visitors. How important this evidence was you will understand presently. After this, young Tufnell was called. He was a shy-looking fellow with a nervous manner altogether out of keeping with his dark, expressive eyes which he had obviously inherited from his mother and which gave him a foreign as well as a romantic appearance. He was said to be musical and to be a talented amateur actor. Everyone agreed, it seems, that he had always been a very good son to his mother until his love for Anne Weber had absorbed all his thoughts and most of his screw. He explained that he was junior clerk to Mr. Jessup and as far as he knew had always given satisfaction. On the 16th, he had also noticed that the governor was not quite himself. He appeared unusually curt and irritable with everybody. Witness had not been in the house all the evening. When his mother told him that neither she nor Anne could go to the cinema with him, he went off by himself, and after the show he went straight back to his digs near the Alexandra Palace. He only heard of the tragedy when he arrived at the office as usual on the morning of the 17th. His evidence would have seemed uninteresting and unimportant, but for the fact that while he gave it, he glanced now and then in the direction where Anne Weber sat beside her aunt. It seemed as if he were all the time mutely asking for her approval of what he was saying, and presently, when the coroner asked him whether he knew the cause of his employer's irritability, he very obviously looked at Anne before he finally said, "No, sir, I don't." After that, Anne Weber was called. Of course, it had been clear all along that she was by far the most important witness in this mysterious case, and when she rose from her place, looking very trim and neat, in her navy blue coat and skirt, with a jaunty little hat pulled over her left eye, and wearing long amber earrings that gave her pretty face a piquant expression, everyone settled down comfortably to enjoy the sensation of the afternoon. Anne, who was thoroughly self-possessed, answered the coroner's preliminary questions quite glibly, and when she was asked to relate what occurred at No. 13 Fulton Gardens on the night of the 16th, she plunged into her story without any hesitation or trace of nervousness. "At about 8:30, she said, "or it may have been later, I won't swear as to the time, there was a ring at the front doorbell. I was down in the pantry, and as I came upstairs I heard the office door being opened. When I got into the passage I saw Mr. Jessup standing in the doorway of the office. He had his spectacles on his nose and a pen in his hand. He looked as if he had just got up from his desk. 'If that's young Leighton,' he said to me, 'tell him I'll see him tomorrow. I can't be bothered now.' Then he went back into the office and shut the door. I opened the door to Mr. Leighton," witness continued, "and he came in looking very cold and wet. I told him that Mr. Jessup didn't want to see him tonight. He seemed very pleased at this, but he wouldn't go away, and when I told him I was busy, he said that I couldn't be so unkind as to turn a fellow out into the rain without giving him a drink. Now I could see that already Mr. Leighton he'd had a bit too much, and I told him so quite plainly. But there, he wouldn't take no for an answer, and as it really was jolly cold and damp, I told him to go and sit down in the servants' hall while I got him a hot toddy. I went down into the kitchen and put the kettle on and cut a couple of sandwiches. I don't know where Mr. Leighton was during that time or what he was doing. I was in the kitchen some time because I couldn't get the kettle to boil as the fire had gone down and we have no gas downstairs. When I took the tray into the servants' hall, Mr. Leighton was there, and again I told him that I didn't think he ought to have any more whiskey, but he only laughed and was rather impudent, so I just put the tray down, and then I thought that I would run upstairs and see if Mr. Jessup wanted anything. I was rather surprised when I got to the hall to see that all the lights up the stairs had been turned off. There's a switch down in the hall that turns off the lot. The whole house looked very dark. There was but a very little light that came from the lamp at the other end of the hall near the front door. I was just thinking that I would turn on the lights again when I saw what I could have sworn was Mr. Jessup coming out of his office. He had already got his hat and coat on, and when he came out of the office he shut the door and turned the key in the lock, just as Mr. Jessup always did. It never struck me for a moment that it could be anybody but him. Though it was dark, I recognized his hat and his overcoat, and his own way of turning the key. I spoke to him," witness continued in answer to a question put to her by the coroner, "but he didn't reply. He just went straight through the hall and out by the front door. Then, after a bit, Mr. Leighton came up, and I told him Mr. Jessup had gone. He was quite pleased, and stopped talking in the hall for a moment, and then Aunt called to me, and Mr. Leighton went away." Witness was then questioned as to the other visitor who called later that same evening, but she stated that she had no idea who it was. "He came about 9, she explained, and I went down to open the door. He kept me talking ever such a time, asking all sorts of silly questions. I didn't know how to get rid of him, and he wouldn't leave his name. He said he would call again, and that it didn't matter." Anne Weber here gave the impression that the unknown visitor had stopped for a flirtation with her on the doorstep, and her smirking and pert glances rather irritated the coroner. He pulled her up sharply by putting a few straight questions to her. He wanted to pin her down to a definite statement as to the time when, 1, she opened the door to Mr. Leighton, 2, she saw what she thought was Mr. Jessup go out of the house, and 3, the second visitor arrived. Though doubtful as to the exact time, Anne was quite sure that the 3 events occurred in the order in which she had originally related, and in this she was, of course, corroborating the evidence of the point policeman. But there was the mysterious contradiction. Anne Weber swore that Mr. Leighton followed her up from the servants' hall just after she had seen the mysterious individual go out by the front door. On the other hand, she couldn't swear what happened while she was busy in the kitchen getting the hot toddy for Mr. Leighton. She had been trying to make the fire burn up and had rattled coals and fire irons. She certainly had not heard anyone using the telephone, which was in the office, and she did not know where Mr. Leighton was during that time. Nor would she say what was in her mind when she first saw her employer lying dead over the desk and exclaimed, "My God, he has killed him!" And when the coroner pressed her with questions, she burst into tears. Except for this, her evidence had, on the whole, been given with extraordinary self-possession. It was a terrible ordeal for a girl to have to stand up before a jury and, roughly speaking, to swear away the character of a man with whom she had been on intimate terms. The character, did I say? I might just as well have said the life, because whatever doubts had lurked in the public mind about Arthur Leighton's guilt, or at least complicity in the crime, those doubts were dispelled by the girl's evidence. For I need not tell you, I suppose, that every man present that second day at the inquest had already made up his mind that Anne Weber was lying to save her sweetheart. No one believed in the mysterious impersonator of Mr. Jessup. It was Arthur Leighton, they argued, who had murdered his employer and robbed the till, and Anne Weber knew it and had invented the story in order to drag a red herring across the trail. I must say that the man himself did not make a good impression when he was called in his turn. As he stepped forward with a swaggering air and a bold glance at coroner and jury, the interest which he aroused was not a kindly one. He was rather a vulgar-looking creature, with a horsey get-up, high collar, stock tie, fancy waistcoat, and so on. His hair was of a ginger color, his eyes light, and his face tanned. Everyone noticed that he winked at Anne Weber when he caught her eye, and also that the girl immediately averted her glance and almost imperceptibly shrugged her shoulders. Thereupon Leighton frowned and very obviously swore under his breath. Questioned as to his doings on the 16th, he admitted that the governor had been waxy with him because, as he put it with an indifferent swagger, there were a few pounds missing in the till. He also admitted that he had not been looking forward to the evening's interview, but that he had not dared refuse to come. In order to kill time and to put heart into himself, he had gone with a couple of friends to the Café Royal in Regent Street, and they had all had whiskies and sodas till it was time for him to go to Fulton Gardens. His friends were to wait for him until he returned, when they intended to have supper together. Witness then went to Fulton Gardens and saw Anne Weber, who told him that the governor didn't wish to see him. This, according to his own picturesque language, was a little bit of all right. He stayed for a few minutes talking to Anne, and she gave him a hot toddy. He certainly didn't think he had stayed as long as half an hour, but then, when a fellow was talking to a pretty girl, what? The coroner curtly interrupted his fatuous explanations by asking him at what time he had left his friends, and at what time he had met them again subsequently. Witness was not very sure. He thought he left the Café Royal about 8:30, but it might have been earlier or later. He took a bus to the bottom of Fulton Gardens. It was beastly cold and wet, and he was very grateful to Anne for giving him a hot drink. He denied that he had been drinking too much, or that he had demanded the hot drink. It was Anne Weber who had offered to get it for him. Jolly pretty girl, Annie Bird, and not shy. Witness concluded his evidence by swearing positively that he had waited in the servants' hall all the while that Anne Weber got him the toddy. He had followed her down and not gone upstairs or seen anything of Mr. Jessup all the time he was in the house. When he left Fulton Gardens, he tried to get a bus back to Regent Street, but many of them were full, and it was rather late before he got back to the Café Royal. It was very obvious that as the coroner continued to put question after question to him, Arthur Layton became vaguely conscious of the feeling of hostility towards him which had arisen in the public mind. He lost something of his swagger, and his face under the tan took on a grayish hue. From time to time he glanced at Anne Webber, but she obstinately looked another way. Undoubtedly he felt that he was caught in a network of damnatory evidence which he was unable to combat. The day ended, however, with another adjournment. The police wanted a little more time before taking drastic action. The public so often blamed them for being in too great a hurry to fasten an accusation on the flimsiest grounds that one is pleased to record such a noteworthy instance when they really did not leave a single stone unturned before they arrested Arthur Layton on the charge of murder. They did everything they could to find some proof of the existence and identity of the individual whom Anne Webber professed to have seen while Layton was still in the house. But all their efforts in that direction came to naught, whilst Layton himself denied having had an accomplice just as strenuously as he did his own guilt. He was brought up before the magistrate, charged with the terrible crime. No one, the police argued, had so strong a motive for the crime or such an opportunity. Alternatively, no one else could have admitted the mysterious impersonator of Mr. Jessup into the house, the accomplice who did the deed, whilst Layton engaged Anne Webber's attention, always supposing that he did exist, which was never proved, and which the evidence of the police constable refuted. People who dabbled in spiritualism and that sort of thing were pleased to think that the mysterious personage whom the housemaid saw was the ghost of poor old Jessup, who was then lying murdered in his office, stricken by Layton's hand. But even the most physically minded individual was unable to give a satisfactory explanation for the ghost having changed hats while he walked away from that fateful number 13. Altogether, the question of hats played an important role in the drama of Layton's arrest and final discharge. The magistrate did not commit him for trial because the case for the prosecution collapsed suddenly like a pack of cards. It was the question of hats that saved Layton's neck from the hangman's rope. You remember, perhaps, that in his evidence he had stated, before starting to interview his irate employer, he had been with some friends at the Café Royal in Regent Street, and that subsequently he met these friends there for supper. Well, although it appeared impossible to establish definitely the time when Layton left the Café Royal to go to Fulton Gardens, there were 2 or 3 witnesses prepared to swear that he was back again at 9:45. Now this was very important. It seems that his friends who were waiting at the Café Royal were getting impatient, and at 20 minutes to 10, by the clock, one of them, a fellow named Richard Hurrell, said he would go outside and see if he could see anything of Layton. He strolled on as far as Piccadilly Circus, where the buses stop that come from the city, and a moment or two later he saw Layton step out of one. He seemed a little fuzzy in the head, and Hurrell chaffed him a bit. Then he took him by the arm and led him back in triumph to the Café Royal. Now, mark what followed. The funny creature went on, whilst all at once his fingers started working away as if for dear life on his bit of string. A hat, a soft gray hat with an overcoat wrapped round it, were found in the area of a derelict house in Black Horse Road, Walthamstow, close to the waterworks, and identified as the late Mr. Seaton Jessup's overcoat and hat. I don't suppose that you have the least idea where Black Horse Road, Walthamstow is, but let me tell you that it is at the back of beyond in the northeast of London. If you remember, the point policeman had stated the first visitor had called at number 13, Fulton Gardens, at 8:30 and stayed half an hour. He then walked away in the direction of Finsbury. That visitor, the police argued, was Arthur Layton, who had murdered Mr. Jessup and sent the telephone message to Fitzjohn's Avenue. Then, hearing Anne Webber moving about downstairs and frightened at being caught by her, he had put on the deceased hat and coat and slipped out of the house. Anne, however, had recognized him. She had involuntarily given him away when the housekeeper asked her whom she was talking to, so she invented the story of having seen what she thought was Mr. Jessup in order to save her sweetheart. It was a logical theory enough, but here came the evidence of the hat. The man who walked away from Fulton Gardens at 9 o'clock, whom the point policeman saw changing his hat in the street at that hour, could not possibly have gone all the way to Walthamstow, either by bus or even part of the way in a taxi, and back again to Piccadilly Circus, all in the space of 45 minutes. And Leighton, mind you, stepped out of a bus when his friend met him. And I can tell you that the police worked their hardest to find a taxi man who may have picked up a fare that night in the neighborhood of Clerkenwell and driven out to Walthamstow and then back to Holborn. That search proved entirely fruitless. On the other hand, Leighton had paid his bus fare from Holborn, and the conductor vaguely recollected that he had got in at the corner of Clerkenwell Road. Well, that being proved, the man couldn't have done in the time all that prosecution declared that he did. After he was discharged, the press started violently abusing the police for not having directed their attention to the second visitor who called at Fulton Gardens 10 minutes or so after the first one had left. But this person appeared as elusive and intangible as the mysterious wearer of Mr. Jessop's hat and coat. The point policeman saw him in the distance, and Anne Webber admitted him into the house and chatted with him for over 20 minutes. She didn't know him, but she declared that she could easily recognize him if she saw him again. For some time after that, the poor girl was constantly called upon by the police to see, and if possible identify, the mysterious visitor. Half the shady characters in London passed, I believe, before her eyes during the next 3 months. But this search proved as fruitless as the other. The murder of Mr. Seton Jessop has remained as complete and as baffling a mystery as any in the annals of crime. Many there are, you amongst the number, who firmly believe that Arthur Leighton had, at any rate, something to do with it. I know that the family of the deceased were convinced that he did. Mr. Aubrey Jessop, the eldest son of the deceased, who was one of the executors under his father's will, and who had gone through the accounts of the business, had noted certain irregularities in Leighton's books. He also declared that various sums which had come in on the 16th after banking hours were missing from the safe. Moreover, young Leighton himself had admitted that the governor was waxy with him because a few pounds were missing from the till. All these facts, no doubt, had influenced the police when they applied for a warrant for his arrest, but there was no getting away from the evidence of that hat and coat found 10 miles and more away from the scene of the crime, and of the bus conductor who could swear that out of 45 minutes, which the accused had to account for, he had spent 20 in a bus. "It is all very mysterious," I put in, because my eccentric friend had been silent for quite a long time, while his attention was entirely taken up by the fashioning of a whole series of intricate knots. I am afraid that I was one of those who blamed the police for not directing their investigations sooner in the direction of the second visitor. He seems to me much more mysterious than the first. We know who the first one was." "Do we?" he retorted with a chuckle. "Or rather, do you?" "Well, of course, it was Arthur Leighton," I rejoined impatiently. "Mrs. Tufnell saw him." "She didn't," he broke in quickly. "The house was pitch dark. She heard voices, and she asked whether she was speaking to Mr. Leighton." "And Anne said yes," I riposted. "She said yes," he admitted with an irritating smile. "And Leighton himself in his evidence." "Leighton in his evidence," the funny creature broke in excitedly, "admitted that he had called at the house. He admitted that he remembered vaguely that Anne Webber told him that Mr. Jessop had decided not to see him, and that to celebrate the occasion he got the girl to make him a whiskey toddy. But apart from these facts, he only had the haziest notions as to the time when he came, and when he left, or how long he stayed. Nor were his precious friends at the Café Royal any clearer on that point. They had all of them been drinking, and only had the haziest notion of time until 20 minutes to 10, when they got hungry and wanted their supper." "But what does that prove?" I argued with an impatient frown. "It proves that my contention is correct, that the first visitor was not Leighton, that it was someone for whom Anne Webber cared more than she did for Leighton, as she lied for his sake when she told her aunt that she was speaking to Leighton in the hall. The whole thing occurred just as the police supposed. The first visitor called, and while Anne Webber was down in the kitchen getting him something to eat and drink, he entered the office, probably not with any evil intention, and saw his employer sitting at his desk with the safe containing a quantity of loose cash, invitingly open. Let us be charitable and assume that he yielded to sudden temptation. Mr. Jessop's coat, hat, and stick were lying there on a chair. The stick was one of those heavily weighted ones which men like to carry nowadays. He seizes the stick and strikes the old man on the head with it. Then he collects the money from the safe and thrusts it into his pockets. At that moment Anne Weber comes up the stairs. I say that this man was her lover. She had returned to him as she did once before. Imagine her horror first, and then her desire, her mad desire to save him from the consequences of his crime. It is her woman's wit which first suggests the idea of telephoning to Fitzjohn's Avenue. She, who thinks of plunging the house in darkness. And now to get the criminal out of the house. It can be done in a moment, but just then Mrs. Tufnell opens her door on the second floor and begins to grope her way downstairs. It is impossible to think quickly enough how to meet this situation. Instinct is the only guide, and instinct suggests impersonating the deceased to avoid the danger of Mrs. Tufnell peeping in at the office door. The criminal hastily dons his victim's hat and coat, and he is almost through the hall when Mrs. Tufnell calls to Anne. "Is it Mr. Layton?" And Anne, on the impulse of the moment, replies, "Yes, it is. He is just going." And so the criminal escapes unseen. But there is still the danger of Mrs. Tufnell peeping in at the office door, so Anne invents the story of having seen Mr. Jessop walk out of the house some time before. So, for the moment, danger is averted. The housekeeper does peep in at the door, but only in order to satisfy herself that the lights are out, and the women then go upstairs together. 10 minutes later, there is another ring at the bell. This time it is Arthur Layton, and Anne Weber has sufficient presence of mind not to let him see that there is anything wrong in the house. She asks him in, she tells him Mr. Jessop cannot see him, and she gets him a drink and sends him off again. I don't suppose for a moment that at this stage she has any intention of using him as a shield for her present sweetheart. But undoubtedly the thought by now had crept into her mind to utilize Layton's admitted presence in the house for the purpose of confusing the issues. Nor do I think that she had any idea that night that Mr. Jessop was dead. She probably thought that he had only been stunned by a blow from the stick, hence her exclamation when she realized the truth. "My God, he has killed him!" Then only did she concentrate all her energies and all her wits to saving her sweetheart, even at the cost of another man. Women are like that sometimes, the man in the corner went on with a chuckle. The instinct of the primitive woman is first of all to save her man. Never mind at whose expense. The caveman's instinct is to protect his woman with his fists, but she, conscious of physical weakness, sets her wits to work, and if her man is in serious danger, she will lie and she will cheat, aye, and perjure herself if need be. And those flirtatious minxes of which Annie Bird is a striking example are only cave women with a veneer of civilization over them. She did save her man by dragging a red herring across his trail, and she left fate to deal with Layton. Once embarked on a system of lies, she had to stick to it or her man was doomed. Fortunately, she could rely on the other woman. A mother's wits are even sharper than those of a sweetheart. "A mother?" I ejaculated. "Then you think it was—" "Mark Tufnell, of course," he broke in dryly. "Didn't you guess? As he could not go with his beloved to the cinema, he thought he would spend a happy evening with her. What made him originally go into the office, we shall never know. Some trifle, no doubt, some message for his employer. It is those sort of trifles that so often govern the destinies of men. Personally, I think that he was very much in the same boat as young Layton. Some trifling irregularities in his accounts. The deceased, speaking so harshly to Mrs. Tufnell that night, first directed my attention to young Tufnell. He didn't want to see any of them that night. He was irritated with Mark quite as much as with Layton, but out of consideration for the housekeeper, whom he valued, he said little about her son. Perhaps he had ordered the young man to come to his office. As I said just now, this little point I cannot vouch for. But if I have not succeeded in convincing you that the first visitor at number 13, Fulton Gardens, was Mark Tufnell, that it was he who went out in Mr. Jessop's hat and overcoat, changed hats in the street, and wandered out as far as Walthamstow in order to be rid of the pièce de conviction, then you are less intelligent than I have taken you to be. Mark Tufnell, remember, lives in the north of London. He was supposed to have gone to the cinema that night, therefore the people with whom he lodged thought nothing of his coming home late. "That poor mother!" I ejaculated. I wonder if she suspects the truth. She knows it, the funny creature said. You may be sure of that. There was a bond of understanding between those two women, and they never once contradicted each other in their evidence. A worthless young blackguard has been saved from the gallows. My sympathy is not with him, but with the women who put up such a brave fight for his sake. Do you know what happened to them all subsequently? I asked. Not exactly. But I do know that Mr. Seton Jessup in his will left his housekeeper an annuity of £50. I also know that young Tufnell has gone out to Australia, and if you ever dine with a friend at the Alcyon Club, you will notice an exceptionally pretty waitress, who will make eyes at all the men. Her name is Anne Weber. End of section 25. End of the Fulton Gardens Mystery. Section 26 of Unraveled Knots by Baroness Orczy. This librivox recording is in the public domain. 13. A Moorland Tragedy. Chapter 1. The man in the corner had finished his glass of milk and ceased to munch his bun. From the capacious pocket of his huge tweed coat he extracted a piece of string, and for a while sat contemplating it, with his head on one side, so like one of those bald-headed storks at the zoo. I always had a great predilection for that mystery, he said apropos of nothing at all. It still fascinates me. What mystery? I asked, but as usual he took no notice of my question. It was more romantic than the common crimes of today. In fact, I don't know if you will agree with me, but to me it has quite an 18th century atmosphere about it. If you were to tell me to what particular crime you refer, I said coldly, I might tell you whether I agree with you or not. He looked at me as if he thought me an idiot. Then he rejoined dryly, You don't mean to say that you have never thought of the Moorland Tragedy? Yes, I said, often. And you don't think that the story is as romantic as any you have read in fiction recently? Yes, I do think that the story is romantic, but only because of its mise en scène. The same thing might have occurred in a London slum, and then it would have been merely sordid. Of course, it is all very mysterious, and I, for one, have wondered what has become of that Italian. I forget his name. Antonio Vizio, a queer creature, wasn't he? And we can well imagine with what suspicion he was regarded by the yokels in the neighboring villages. Yorkshire yokels. Just think of them in connection with an exotic creature like Vizio. He had a curious history, too. His people owned a little farm somewhere in the mountains near Santa Caterina in Liguria, and during the war an English intelligence officer, Captain Arnott, lodged with them for a time. They were, it seems, extraordinarily kind to him. The family consisted of a widow, 2 daughters, and the son, Antonio. As he was the only son of a widow, he was, of course, exempt from military service and helped his mother to look after the farm. His passion, however, and one, by the way, which is very common to Italian peasants, was shooting. There is very little game in that part of Italy, and it means long tramps before you can get as much as a rabbit or a partridge. But there was nothing that Antonio loved more than those tramps with a gun and a dog. And when Captain Arnott had leisure, the two of them would go off together at daybreak and never return till late at night. Sometime in 1917, Captain Arnott was transferred to another front. He got his majority the following year, and after the war he retired with the rank of lieutenant colonel. He hadn't seen the Vizio family for some time, but he always retained the happiest recollections of their kindness to him and of Antonio's pleasant companionship. It was not to be wondered at, therefore, that when in 1919 that terrible explosion occurred at the fort of Santa Caterina, which was only distant a quarter of a mile from the Vizio's farm, Colonel Arnott should at once think of his friends, and as he happened to be at Genoa on business at the time, he motored over to Santa Caterina to see if he could ascertain anything of their fate. He found the village a complete devastation, the isolated farms for miles around, nothing but masses of wreckage. I don't know how many people, men, women, and children, had been killed. There were over 200 injured, and those who had escaped were herding together amongst the ruins of their homes. It was only by dint of perseverance and the exercise of an iron will that Colonel Arnott succeeded at last in finding Antonio Vizio. There was nothing left of the farm but dust and ashes. The mother and one of the girls had been killed by the falling in of the roof, and the younger daughter was being taken care of by some sisters in a neighboring convent, which had escaped total destruction. Antonio was left in the world all alone, homeless, moneyless. Italy is not like England, where at times of disaster money comes pouring at once out of the pockets of the much-abused capitalists to help the unfortunate. There was no money poured out to help poor Antonio and his kindred. Colonel Arnott was deeply moved at the sight of the man's loneliness. He worked hard to try and get him a job in England, right away from the scenes of the disaster that must perpetually have awakened bitter memories. Finally, he succeeded. A friend of his, Lord Crookhaven, who owned considerable property in the North Riding, agreed to take Visio as assistant to one of his gamekeepers, a fellow named William Topcoat. Of course, this was an ideal life for Antonio. He could indulge his passion for shooting to his heart's content, and incidentally, he would learn something of the science of preserving and of the game laws as they exist in all the sporting countries. I don't suppose that Antonio ever realized quite how unpopular he was from the first in his new surroundings. The Yorkshire yokels looked upon him as a dago, and the fact that he had not fought in the war did not help matters. During the first 6 months he did not speak a word of English, and even after he had begun to pick up a sentence or two, he always remained unsociable. To begin with, he didn't drink. He hated beer, and said so. He didn't understand cricket, and was bored with football. He didn't bet, and he was frightened of horses. All that he cared for was his gun, and he went about his work not only conscientiously, but intelligently, took great interest in the rearing of young birds, and was particularly successful with them. After he had been in England a year, he fell madly in love with Winnie Gooden, and that is how the tragedy began. Chapter 2. An Italian peasant's idea of love is altogether different to that of an English yokel. The latter will begin by keeping company with his sweetheart. He will walk out with her in the twilight and sit beside her on the stile, chewing the end of a straw and timidly holding her hand. Kisses are exchanged and sighs, and usually no end of jokes and chaff. On the whole, the English yokel is a cheerful lover. Not so the Italian. With him, love is the serious drama of life. He is always prepared for it to turn to tragedy. His love is overwhelming, tempestuous. With one arm he fondles his sweetheart, but the other hand is behind his back, grasping a knife. So it was with Antonio Visio. Winnie Gooden was the daughter of one of the gardeners at Markthwaite Hall, Lord Crookhaven's residence. She was remarkably pretty, and I suppose that she was attracted by the silent, rather sullen Italian, who, by the way, was extraordinarily good-looking. Dark eyes, a soft, creamy skin, quantities of wavy hair. Everyone admitted that the two of them made a splendid pair when they walked out together on Sunday afternoons. Thanks to the kindness of Colonel Arnott, Visio had succeeded in selling the bit of land on which his farm had stood, so he had a good bit of money, too, and though James Gooden, the father, was said to be averse to the idea of his daughter marrying a foreigner, it was thought that Winnie would talk her father over easily enough if she really meant to have Antonio. But people didn't think that she was seriously in love with him. During the spring of 1922, Mr. Gerald Moville came home from Argentina, where he was said to be engaged in cattle rearing. He was the youngest son of Sir Timothy Moville, whose property adjoined that of Lord Crookhaven. His arrival caused quite a flutter in feminine hearts for miles around. For smart young men are scarce in those parts, and Gerald Moville was both good-looking and smart, a splendid dancer, a fine tennis and bridge player, and in fact was possessed of the very qualities which young ladies of all classes admire, and which were so sadly lacking in the other young men of the neighborhood. The fact that he had always been very wild, and that it was only through joining the Air Force at the beginning of the war that he escaped prosecution for some shady transaction in connection with a bridge club in London, did not seriously stand against him, at any rate with the ladies. The men perhaps cold-shouldered him at first, and he was not made an honorary member of the country club at Richmond. But he was welcome at all the tea and garden parties, the dances and the tennis matches throughout the North Riding. And in social matters it is, after all, the ladies who rule the roost. The Movilles, moreover, were big people in the neighborhood, whom nobody would have cared to offend. The eldest son was colonel, commanding a smart regiment, I forget which. One daughter had married an eminent K.C., and the other was the wife of a bishop. So for the sake of the family, if for no other reason, Gerald Moville was accepted socially, and his peccadilloes, of which it seems there was more than one in connection with the bridge club, were conveniently forgotten. Besides which it was declared that he was now a reformed character. He had joined the Air Force quite early in the war, been a prisoner of the Germans until 1919, when he went out to Argentina, where he had made good, and where it was said he was making a huge fortune. This rumor also helped, no doubt, to make Gerald Moville popular, even though he himself had laughingly sworn on more than one occasion that he was not a marrying man. He was in love with too many girls ever to settle down with one. He certainly was a terrible flirt, and gave all the pretty girls of the neighborhood a very good time. He had hired a smart little two-seater at Richmond, and motor excursions, lunches at the Wheatsheaf at Reeth, jade earrings or wristwatches. The girls who were ready to flirt with him and to amuse him could get anything they wanted out of him. But it was soon pretty evident that though Gerald Moville flirted with many, it was Winnie Gooden whom he admired the most. From the first he ran after that girl in a way that scandalized the village gossips. She, of course, was flattered by his attentions, but did not show the slightest inclination to throw Antonio over. She was sensible enough to know that Gerald Moville would never marry her, and she made it very clear that though he amused her, her heart would remain true to her Italian lover. But here was the trouble. Antonio was not the man to run in double harness. His fiery southern blood rose in revolt against any thought of rivalry. He had won Winnie's love and meant to hold it against all comers, and more than once in public and in private he threatened to do for any man who came between him and Winnie. You would have thought that those who were in the know would have foreseen the tragedy from the moment that Winnie Gooden started to flirt with Gerald Moville. Nevertheless, when it did occur, there was universal surprise quite as much as horror, and there seemed to be no one clever enough to understand the psychological problem that was the true key of that so-called mystery. Chapter 3. Lord Crookhaven's property, you must know, the man in the corner resumed after a moment's pause, extends right over Markthwaite Moor, which is a lonely stretch of country intersected by gullies, down which during the heavy rains in spring and autumn the water rushes in torrents. There are one or two disused stone quarries on the moor, and except for the shooting season when Lord Crookhaven has an occasional party of sportsmen to stay with him at the Hall, who are out after the birds all day, this stretch of country is singularly desolate. Topcoat's cottage, where Visio lodged, is on the edge of the moor, on the Markthwaite side. About a couple of miles away to the north, the moor is intersected by the secondary road, which runs from Kirkby Stephen and joins up with the main road at Richmond, and 3 or 4 miles again to the north of the road is the boundary wall that divides Lord Crookhaven's property from that of his neighbor, Sir Timothy Moville. It was in September 1922 that the tragedy occurred which made Markthwaite Moor so notorious at the time. Topcoat was walking across the moor in the company of the Italian, both carrying their guns, when about a half a mile away on the further side of the quarry, known as the Poacher's Leap, the gamekeeper spied a man who appeared to be crouching behind some scrub. Without much reflection, he pointed this crouching figure out to Visio and said, "There's a fellow who is up to no good. After the birds again, the damn thief. Run along, my lad, and see if you can't put a shot or two into his legs." Topcoat swore subsequently that when he said this, he had not recognized who the crouching figure was. But he was a very hard man where poachers were concerned. He had been much worried with them lately, and a day or two ago had been reprimanded by Lord Crookhaven for want of vigilance. This, no doubt, had irritated his temper and made him rather jumpy. Visio, with his gun on his shoulder, went off in the direction of the Poacher's Leap. Topcoat watched him until a bit of sharply rising ground hid him from sight. A moment or two later the crouching figure stood up, and Topcoat recognized Mr. Gerald Moville. He had always had exceptionally fine sight, and Mr. Moville had certain tricks of gait and movement which were unmistakable even at that distance. Topcoat immediately shouted to Visio to come back, but apparently the Italian did not hear him, and the last thing that the gamekeeper saw on that eventful morning was Mr. Moville suddenly turn and walk towards the high bit of ground behind which Visio had just disappeared. "And that was the last," my eccentric neighbor concluded with a chuckle all his own, "that has been seen up to this hour of those two men, Mr. Gerald Moville and Antonio Visio." Topcoat waited for a while on the moor and called to the Italian several times, but as he heard nothing in response, and as it had started to rain heavily, he finally went home. Visio did not turn up at the cottage the whole of that day, and he did not come home that night. The following morning, which was a Thursday, Topcoat walked across to the Goodens' cottage to make inquiries, but no one had seen the Italian, and Winnie knew nothing about him. The gamekeeper waited until the Saturday before he informed the police. That, of course, was a serious delay, which ought never to have occurred. But you have to know that class of North Country yokel intimately to appreciate this man's conduct throughout the affair. They all have a perfect horror of anything to do with the police. The type of delinquency most frequent in these parts is, of course, poaching, and the gamekeepers on the big estates look on themselves as the only efficient police for those cases. Half the time they don't turn the delinquent over to the magistrates at all, and administer a kind of rough justice as they think best. They hate police interference. In this case, we must also bear Topcoat's subsequent statement in mind, which was that at first no suspicion of foul play had entered his head. He had not heard the report of a gun, and all he feared was that the Italian had tried to pick a quarrel with Mr. Moville and been soundly punished for his impertinence, and that probably he did not dare show his face until the trouble had blown over. Topcoat, however, spent a couple of days scouring the moor for the missing man, in case he had met with an accident and was lying somewhere unable to move. On the second day he found Vizio's gun lying in a gully close to the Poacher's Leap. It had not been discharged, and the next day, that is, on the Saturday, he, very reluctantly, went to the police. Even then he made no mention of Mr. Gerald Moville. He only said that his assistant, an Italian named Antonio Vizio, who lodged with him, had not been home for 3 days, and that he had last seen him on Marksthwaite Moor on the previous Wednesday, carrying a gun and walking in the direction of the Poacher's Leap. Poachers, of course, were at once suspected. Topcoat referred vaguely to Vizio having gone after a man whose movements had appeared suspicious. He was severely blamed for having delayed so long before informing the police. Even if the Italian had not been the victim of foul play, he might, it was argued, have met with a serious accident, and been lying for days, perhaps with a broken leg out in the cold and wet, and might even have perished of exposure and neglect. But this latter theory Topcoat would not admit. He had scoured the moor, he declared, from end to end. If Vizio had been lying anywhere, he swore that he would have found him. Another 3 or 4 days were now spent by the police in scouring the moor, and it was only after a last fruitless search that Topcoat mentioned the fact that he had seen Mr. Gerald Moville the very morning and close to the spot where Vizio disappeared, that, as a matter of fact, he was the man after whom the Italian had gone, and that the two must have met somewhere near the north end of the Poacher's Leap. Of course, to the general public, to you, for instance, Topcoat's attitude of reticence all this while must seem positively criminal, but it is useless to measure the conduct of people of that class in remote North Country districts by the ordinary rules of common sense. For a man in Topcoat's position to connect one of the gentry with the disappearance of a gamekeeper's assistant, and a foreigner at that, would seem as preposterous as to imagine that the King of England would go poaching on his neighbor's estate. It simply couldn't be, and when the DCC, to whom Topcoat first made this statement, rebuked him with unusual severity, the gamekeeper turned sulky and declared that he didn't see he had done anything wrong. More than a week, you see, had elapsed since that Wednesday morning when Vizio had last been seen alive. For the past 4 days the police had worked very hard, but entirely in the dark. Now, at last, they felt that they had a glimmer of light to guide them in their search. The public, who had taken some interest at first in the Moorland mystery, was beginning to tire of reading about this fruitless search for a missing Dago. But now, suddenly, the mystery had taken a sensational turn. Topcoat's statement had found its way into the local papers, and Mr. Gerald Moville's name was whispered in connection with the case. And hardly had the lovers of sensation recovered from this first shock of surprise when they received another that was even more staggering. Mr. Gerald Moville, it seems, had left home on the very day that Vizio disappeared, and his people were without news of him. Just think what this sensational bit of news meant. It evoked at once in the mind of the imaginative a drama of love and jealousy, a real romance such as is only dreamt of in the cinema, with an Italian Dago as the jealous lover and a handsome young Englishman as the victim of that jealousy. The police, holding on to this clue, turned their attention to the investigation of Mr. Gerald Moville's movements on the morning of that eventful Wednesday. They had to go very tactfully to work, so as not to cause alarm to Sir Timothy and Lady Moville. It seems that Mr. Gerald had, on the Monday previously, announced his sudden intention to return immediately to Argentina. According to statements made by 1 or 2 of the servants, he did this at breakfast one morning, after he had received a couple of official-looking letters that bore the Buenos Aires postmark. Lady Moville had been very distressed at this, and she and Sir Timothy tried to dissuade Mr. Gerald from going quite so soon, but he was quite determined to go, saying that there was some trouble at the farm which he must see to at once, or it would mean a severe loss, not only to himself, but to his partner. He finally announced that he would have to go up to London on the Wednesday at latest to see about getting a berth, if possible, in a boat that left Southampton for Buenos Aires the following Saturday. Preparations for his departure were made accordingly. On the Tuesday, the chauffeur took his luggage to Richmond and saw to its being sent off to London in advance. It was addressed to the Carlton Hotel. On the Wednesday, Mr. Gerald had breakfast at 6:30, as he wished to make an early start. He was going to drive the little two-seater back to the place in Richmond whence he had hired it, and then take the train that would take him to Dalton in time to catch the express up to London. He had said goodbye to his parents the evening before, and having tipped all the servants lavishly, he made a start soon after 7. 2 laborers going to their work saw the little car speeding along the road that intersects the moor. According to their statement, there were 2 people in the car, a man and a woman. They thought that the man who was driving might have been Mr. Moville, but the woman had on a thick veil, and they had not particularly noticed who she was. On the other hand, one witness had seen the car standing unattended on the roadside within 100 yards of a group of cottages, one of which was occupied by Gooden. Whereupon Winnie was taken to task by the police. Amidst a flood of tears, she finally confessed that she had seen Mr. Moville on the Wednesday morning. He had called for her in his car very early. Her father had only just gone to work, so it could not have been much later than 7 o'clock. He told her that he had some business to attend to in Richmond, would she like to come for a run and have lunch there with him. To this she willingly assented. On the way, Mr. Moville told her that as a matter of fact he was going away for good, and that he could not possibly live without her. He begged her to come away with him. He would take her to London first and buy her everything she wanted in the way of clothes, and then they would go on to Paris and travel all over the world, and be the happiest couple on this earth. It seems that the girl at first was carried away by his eloquence. She was immensely flattered and thrilled by this romantic adventure, until something he said or didn't say, some expression or some gesture, Winnie couldn't say what it was, but something seemed to drag her back. Probably it was just sound Yorkshire common sense. Anyway, she took fright, turned a deaf ear to Gerald Moville's blandishments, and insisted on being taken back to her father's cottage at once. Still to the accompaniment of a flood of tears, Winnie went on to say that Mr. Gerald carried on terribly when she finally refused to go away with him, and he reproached her bitterly for having played with him, all the while that she was in love with that dirty Dago. But Winnie was firm, and in the end, the disappointed lover had to turn the car back and take the girl home again. It was then close upon 9 o'clock. Mr. Gerald drove her to within half a mile of her father's cottage. Here she got out and walked the rest of the way home. She had not seen Mr. Moville since. On the other hand, one of the neighbors told her that soon after she went off in the car that morning, Antonio Vizio had called at the cottage and seemed in a terrible way when he was told that she had gone out with Mr. Moville. As you see, the mystery was deepening. Instead of the one missing man, there were now 2 who had disappeared, and the question was what had become of Mr. Gerald Moville and his car. Inquiries at the garage where it belonged brought no light upon the subject. The car had not been returned, and nothing had been seen in Richmond of Mr. Moville or the car. Inquiries were then telegraphed all over the place, and 24 hours later the car was traced to a small place called Falconblain, which is about 12 miles from Paisley, where it was left at a garage late on the Wednesday night by a man who had never since been to claim it. The people at the garage could only give a vague description of this man. It was about 11 o'clock, a very dark night, and just upon closing time. The man wore a big motor coat and a cap with flaps over the ears. He had on a pair of goggles, and the lower part of his face looked coated with grime. It would be next to impossible to swear to his identity, but the assistant who took charge of the car said that the man spoke broken English. The police searched the car and found a handbag containing a number of effects such as a man would take with him if he was going on a long train journey: brush and comb, a novel, a couple of handkerchiefs, and so on. Some of these effects bore the initials GM. Pursuing their investigations further, the police discovered that a man wearing a big motor coat, goggles, and a cap with flap ears had taken a first-class ticket for Glasgow at Beath, which is a small place on the local branch line, in the early morning of Thursday, and had traveled to Glasgow by the 7:5 a.m. Glasgow being a very busy terminus, no one appears to have noticed him there, but one of the porters found a motor coat, a cap, and a pair of goggles in one of the first-class carriages on the local from Beath, and a certain Mr. Eddy, who was a gentleman's outfitter in the station road, stated that he had a customer in his shop early on Thursday morning who purchased a tweed cap and an overcoat off the peg. He had come in without either hat or coat. His face and hands were black with grime, and his hair looked covered with coal dust. He explained that he was an engineer who had been engaged all night on some salvage work down the line, where there had been a breakdown, and that he had somehow lost his coat and his cap. He paid for the goods with a £5 note, which he took from a case out of his pocket, and the case appeared to be bulging over with notes. Mr. Eddy thought that he might possibly be able to identify the man if he saw him again. One thing he did note about him, and that was that he spoke broken English. But from that moment, in spite of strenuous efforts on the part of the police, all traces of the man with the dirty face, who spoke broken English, vanished completely, and what's more, all trace of Mr. Gerald Moville had also vanished. He did not go up to London, and all this while his luggage was at the Carlton Hotel waiting to be claimed. Nor was it ever claimed by him, because about a month after that tragic Wednesday in September, the body of Mr. Gerald Moville was found in a gruff or gully about 3/4 of a mile from the Poacher's Leap. When I say that the body was found, I am wrong, for it was only a part of the body, and that, of course, was completely decomposed. The head was missing, and it was never found, in spite of the most strenuous efforts on the part of professional and amateur detectives, and lavish expenditure of money, thought, and trouble on the part of Sir Timothy Moville. It lies buried, I imagine, somewhere on the moor. The clothes, though sodden, were, however, still recognizable. Also, the unfortunate man's wristwatch, which had stopped at 5 minutes past 11, his cufflinks, and his signet ring, which had fallen from his fleshless finger and lay beside it in the gruff. And about 70 yards higher up in the gully, a search party found a knife of obviously foreign make, which still bore certain stains, which scientific analysis proved to be human blood. That knife was identified by Topcoat as the property of Vizio. End of section 26. A Moorland Tragedy, Part 1. Section 27 of Unraveled Knots by Baroness Orczy. This librivox recording is in the public domain. A Moorland Tragedy, continued. Chapter 4. The man in the corner had been silent for a little while, as was his habit when he reached a certain stage of his narrative. At such moments it always seemed as if nothing in the world interested him except the fashioning of innumerable and complicated knots in a bit of string. It was my business to set him talking again. "Of course there was an inquest after that," I said casually. "Yes, there was," he replied dryly, "but it revealed nothing that the public did not already know. A few minor details, that was all. For instance, it came to light that when Mr. Moville left home on that fateful morning, he was wearing the coat, cap, and goggles which were subsequently found in the train at Glasgow Station. It was easy to suppose that the murderer had stolen those from his victim, the cap and goggles being especially useful for purposes of disguise. The same supposition applies to money. Vizio, it was argued, had probably only a few shillings in his pocket when in a moment of mad jealousy he killed Gerald Moville. That, of course, was the universally accepted theory. It was only desperate necessity that pushed him on to robbing the dead. Topcoat and others who knew Antonio well declared that he was quite harmless, except where Winnie Gooden was concerned. But it was more than likely that that morning he was tortured by one of his jealous fits. He had hated Gerald Moville from the first, and according to the girl's own admissions, she must have given him definite cause for jealousy. That very morning he had called at her cottage and found that she had gone out with his rival. Perhaps he knew that Moville was going away for good. Perhaps he guessed that he would try and induce Winnie to go with him. With such torturing fears in his heart, what wonder that when he met his rival on the lonely moor, he saw red, and used his knife, as Southerners, unfortunately, are only too apt to do? The coroner's jury returned a verdict of willful murder against Antonio Vizio, and the police hold a warrant for his arrest. But more than 2 years have gone by since then, and Vizio has succeeded in eluding the police. For many weeks, the public were deeply interested in the mystery. The evening papers used to come out with the headlines, "Where is Antonio Vizio?" and one great daily offered a reward of £500 for information that would lead to his apprehension. But, as you know, it has all been in vain. The public want to know how a man of unusual personality and speaking broken English could possibly lie perdu so long in this tight little island. And if he did leave the country, then how did he do it? He hadn't his passport with him, as that remained with his effects at Topcoat's cottage. How then did he evade the passport officials at Glasgow or any other port of embarkation? It is done sometimes, we all know that, and in this case Vizio had 4 days' start before Topcoat gave information to the police. But somehow the newspaper-reading public felt that if Vizio got out of the country, something would have betrayed him. Someone would have seen him and furnished the first clue that would lead to discovery. And so the disappearance of the Italian has been classed as one of the unsolved mysteries in the annals of crime. But to me, the only point on which I am not absolutely clear, although even there I hold a theory, is why Gerald Moville should have gone wandering about the moor after he had parted from Winnie Gooden, and when he didn't have very much time left to catch his train if he didn't want to miss his connection at Dalton. That point did strike Inspector Dodsworth of the CID, who had been sent down from London to assist the local police in the investigation of the crime. I know Dodsworth very well, and he and I discussed that point once or twice. Of course, I was not going to give him the key to the whole mystery, a key, mind you, which I had discovered for myself. But I didn't object to talking over 1 or 2 of the minor details with the man, and I told him that in my opinion Moville undoubtedly went out on the moor in order to meet Vizio and have it out with him on the subject of Winnie. He wanted Winnie, badly, to come away with him, and I believe that he was just the sort of man who would think that he could bribe the Italian to stand aside for him, by offering him money. I believe those half-bred Spaniards and Portuguese out in Argentina are a most corrupt and venal lot, and Gerald Moville classed Vizio amongst that lot. I have no doubt whatever in my mind that Moville was walking across the moor to see if he couldn't find Vizio in Topcoat's cottage. It was obviously not for me to tell the police that the Poacher's Leap is in a direct line between that cottage and the place where the 2-seater was seen at a standstill on the roadside. But Dodsworth had to admit that I was right on that point. "Then you think," I rejoined, "that Mr. Moville, after he parted from Winnie Gooden, set out to seek an interview with Antonio Vizio with a view to enter into an arrangement with him about the girl?" "Yes," my eccentric friend assented with a nod. "He wanted to bribe Vizio to stand aside for him?" "Exactly." "Then," I went on, "he met Vizio on the moor?" "Yes." "Which so enraged the Italian that he knocked the other man down and finally knifed him in accordance with the amiable custom of his country?" "No," the man in the corner retorted dryly. "I didn't say that." "But we know that the 2 men met, and that—" "And that one of them was killed," he broke in quickly. "But that man was not Gerald Moville." "He was seen," I argued, "at Falconblain, at Beath, and at Glasgow. The man with the dirty face, the motor coat, and the goggles." "Exactly," he broke in once more. "The man in the cap with the flap ears and wearing motor goggles. The man whose face and hair were in addition covered with grime. An excellent disguise, as it indeed proved to be." "But the foreign accent. The man spoke broken English." "There are few things," he said with a sarcastic smile, "that are easier to assume than broken English, especially when only uneducated ears are there to hear." "Then you think—" "I don't think," he replied curtly. "I know. I know that Gerald Moville met the Italian on the moor, that he quarreled with him over Winnie Gooden, that he knocked him down, and that Vizio was killed in the fall. I can see the whole scene as plainly as if I had been there. Can't you see Moville realizing that he had killed the man, that inevitably suspicion would fall on him? Topcoat had seen him. Witnesses had seen his car in the road. He was known to be the Italian's rival in Winnie's affections. Already he could feel the hangman's rope round his neck. But we must look on Gerald Moville as a man of resource, a man, above all, up to many tricks for drawing a red herring across the trail of his own delinquencies. I will spare you the details of what I can see in my own mind as having happened after Moville had realized that Vizio was dead. The stripping of the body, the exchange of clothes, down to the vest and shirt, the mutilation of the corpse with the victim's own knife, and the dragging of the body to a distant gruff, where it must inevitably remain hidden for days, until advanced decomposition had set in to efface all identification marks. Fear, no doubt, lent ingenuity and strength to the miscreant, and as a matter of fact, Gerald Moville is one of the few criminals who committed no appreciable blunder when he set to work to obliterate all traces of his crime. He left the knife with its telltale stains on the spot, and that knife was identified as the property of the Italian. And the head, which alone might have betrayed him, even if the body were not found for weeks, he took away with him to bury somewhere far away, goodness only knows where, but somewhere between Yorkshire and Scotland. I can see Gerald Moville, after he had accomplished his grim task, making his way back to his car. The loneliness of this stretch of country would be entirely in his favor, more especially as it had begun to rain. I can see him driving along, putting mile upon mile between himself and the scene of his crime. At one place he stopped, a lonely spot it must have been, where he disposed of his gruesome burden. Then on and on, past the borders of Yorkshire, of Westmoreland and Cumberland, and into Scotland, till he came close to the network of railway round about Paisley and Glasgow. Falconblain, a village tucked away on a lonely bit of country, but boasting of a garage, must have seemed an ideal spot wherein to abandon the car altogether and take to the road, and this Moville did, trusting to the long night and also to luck to further efface his traces. Again, I can see him wandering restlessly through the dark hours of that night, not daring to enter a house and ask for a bed, determined at all costs to obliterate every vestige of his movements since the crime. Then, in the morning, he takes train for Glasgow, the busiest center wherein a man can disappear in a crowd. In the train, he takes the precaution of divesting himself of the motor coat, the goggles, and the cap, but not of the grime that covers his face and hair. We know how he provided himself with a more suitable hat and coat. We know how all through his wanderings he kept up his broken English. At Glasgow, all traces of him vanish. He has become a very ordinary-looking man, wearing quite ordinary clothes, and in Glasgow people are far too busy to take much notice of passers-by. We can easily conjecture how easy it was for Moville to leave the country altogether. He had plenty of money, and it is never difficult for a man of resource to leave a British port for any destination he pleases, especially if he is of obviously British nationality. Money, we all know, will accomplish anything, and rogues will slip through a cordon of officials where the respectable citizens will be chivied about and harassed with regulations. Moreover, we must always bear this in mind, that the police were not on his track, nor on that of the Italian, for that matter. Moville was free to come and go, and you may be sure that he was quite clever enough not to behave in any way that might create suspicion. The man in the corner paused quite abruptly. A complicated knot was absorbing his whole attention. I felt thoughtful, meditative, and after a few minutes' silence, I put my meditations into words. "That is all very well," I said, "but personally I don't see that you have anything definite this time on which to base your theory. Both the men have disappeared. The police say that Vizio killed Moville. You assert the reverse, and declare that Moville deliberately dressed up the body of the Italian in his own clothes. But you have nothing more to go on for your assertion than the police have for theirs." "I was waiting for that," he rejoined with a dry chuckle. "But let me assure you that I have at least 3 psychological facts to go on for my assertion, whereas the police only go on 2 very superficial matters for theirs. They base their whole argument, firstly, on the clothes, watch, jewelry, and so on, found on a body that was otherwise unidentifiable, and secondly, on a blood-stained knife known to have belonged to the Italian. Now, I have demonstrated to you, have I not, how easy it was for Moville to manufacture both these pieces of evidence? So mark the force of my argument," the funny creature went on, gesticulating with his thin hands like a scarecrow blown by the wind. "First of all, why did Moville suddenly declare his intention of leaving England? In order to look after his partner's affairs? Not a bit of it. He left England because of some shady transaction out there in Argentina which was coming to light, and because of which he thought it best to disappear altogether for a time. My proof of this, you will ask? The simple proof that his parents accepted his disappearance for a whole week without making any inquiries about him either in Richmond or London, or the shipping company that controls the steamers to Buenos Aires. Can you imagine that Sir Timothy Moville, having seen the last of his son on the Tuesday evening, would say and do nothing when he was left 8 days without news? He would have inquired in London. He knew to which hotel his son intended to go. Someone would have inquired at Richmond whether the car had been left there. But no, there was not a single inquiry made for Gerald Moville by his parents, or his brothers and sisters, until after Topcoat had mentioned his name to the police, and the latter had started their investigations. And why? Because his people knew where he was. That is to say, they knew, or some of them knew, that Gerald had to lie low, at any rate for a time. Of course, his supposed death under such tragic circumstances must have been a terrible shock to them, but it is a remarkable fact, you will admit, that the offer of a substantial reward for the apprehension of the murderer did not come from Sir Timothy Moville. It came from one of the big dailies out for publicity. My whole argument rests on psychological grounds, and in criminal cases psychology is by far the surest guide. Now, there was not a single detail in connection with the Moorland Tragedy that in any way suggested the hand of a man like Antonio Vizio. Can you see an Italian peasant who, moreover, has lived all his life with a gun in his hand, solemnly laying that gun down before embarking on a quarrel with his rival? And yet the gun was found undischarged, lying in a gully. Vizio was much more likely to have shouldered it at the sight of the man he hated and shot him dead, more especially as the Englishman would have had an enormous advantage in a hand-to-hand fight, even if the other man had suddenly whisked out a knife. Vizio was not the type of man who would think of the consequences of his crime. Maddened by jealousy, he would kill his man at sight. But in his own country, and also in France, there would be no disgrace attached to such a deed. No disgrace and very little punishment. The man who last year shot the English dancing girl on the Riviera because he thought she was carrying on with another man only got 5 years' imprisonment. Vizio would not realize that he would be amenable to English law, which does not look on homicide quite so leniently. Having killed his rival, the Italian would, in all probability, have swanked as far as the nearest village, had a good drink to steady his nerves, and then have boasted loudly of what he had done, certain that he would be leniently dealt with by a judge, and sympathized with by a jury because of the torments of jealousy which he had endured until he could do so no longer. You can't imagine such a man sawing off his victim's head and wrapping it up in a newspaper taken out of the dead man's pocket. And this brings me to the final point in my argument, and one which ought to have struck the police from the first, the question of the car. How would Vizio know that he would find Moville's car conveniently stationed by the roadside? He would have to know that before he could dare walk across the moor carrying his gruesome parcel. Now, Vizio couldn't possibly know all that, and what's more, though he might not have been altogether ignorant of driving, he certainly was not expert enough to drive a car all by himself for over 100 miles, at top speed and for several hours in the dark. To my mind, if this fact had been driven home to the jury by a motoring expert, they never would have brought in a verdict against Vizio. And if you think the whole matter over, you will be bound to admit that there is not a single flaw in my argument. From the point of view of possibility as well as of psychology, only one man could have committed that crime, and that was Gerald Moville. I suppose his unfortunate parents will know the truth one day. Soon, probably, when the young miscreant is short of money and writes home for funds. Or else he may return to Argentina and under an assumed name start life anew. They are not over-particular there as to a man's antecedents. They will, perhaps, think all the more of him when they know that where a girl is concerned, he will stand no nonsense from a rival. Think it all over. You'll come to the conclusion that I'm right. He gathered up his bit of string and took the spectacles from off his nose. For the first time I saw his pale, shrewd eyes looking down straight at me. "I shan't see you again for some time," he said with a wry smile. "Won't you shake hands and wish me luck?" "Indeed I will," I replied. But you are not going away, are you? He gave a curious, short, dry chuckle. I am going out of England for the benefit of my health, he said coolly. I hadn't shaken hands with him because the very next moment he had turned his back on me as if he thought better of it. The next morning I read in the papers a curious account of some extensive robberies committed in the neighborhood of Hatton Garden. The burglar had managed to escape, but the police were said to hold an important clue. A curious feature about those robberies was the way in which a knotted cord had been used to effect an entrance through a skylight. The newspaper reporters gave a very full description of this cord. It was photographed and reproduced in the illustrated papers. The knots in it were of a wonderful and intricate pattern. They set me to thinking and wondering. I have often been to that blameless tea shop in Fleet Street since, but the man in the corner is never there now, and the police have never been able to trace the large consignment of diamonds stolen from that shop in Hatton Garden, and which has been valued at £80,000. I wonder if I shall ever see my eccentric friend again. Somehow I think that I shall. And if I do, shall I see him sitting in his accustomed corner, with his spectacles on his nose, and his long, thin fingers working away at a bit of string, fashioning knots, many knots, complicated knots, like those in the cord by the aid of which an entrance was effected into that shop in Hatton Garden, and diamonds worth £80,000 were stolen? I wonder. The End. End of Section 27, A Moorland Tragedy. End of Unraveled Knots by Baroness Orczy.